Mm-mm. What the fuck? Like, dude, what I'm saying is simple. Yeah. Somebody's not winning this conversation, man. Come on. Somebody not winning. No. I'm here to humiliate your fucking life off. I don't give a fuck about that, dude. I don't care. I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck about that shit. I don't care. You niggas will pay. And all we got to do is leave your bitches alone for us to win. Nigga. Nigga. I don't know. I don't care. Mm. There was that you? Fuck. I mean, mm-mm-mm. Yeah, it's just like I said this morning. I just want to see your face because mm-mm-mm. Hey, what's
All right,
going
yeah,
on,
that's
Edward?
me. Yeah,
Yeah.
not much. You know how it
All right.
is. So
I mean, well, let's
it's
just start
you
on
know.
where we was on the phone call. So, yeah, all right. All right, man. So this is my point, Edward. If they're fucking winning, then what's the complaints about? What are you complaining about? If they winning, why are they worrying about dudes pumping and dumping and no longer fucking giving a fuck about the actual people out here who's been abusing the fucking system? Like, why is that such a problem right now?
I mean, what's killing me is first of all the fact that people are talking about pumping and dumping because you got to talk about who's saying that. This idea it's never been about dudes that can't get pussy. Like this
Yeah, it's never been
idea
about
that
that.
I said it on Fantastic's thing after like you dropped off. And I said that you do have some folks, and when I say some, I'm talking about a minority to be specific, that they have this axe to grind when it comes to dudes that they think are fucking too much. But I said it on Fast Ass and Shit. I said if those dudes stop fucking, you're not gonna be the next one up. And there's a difference between game and social skills. The problem is black men use the terminology game as a mechanism to decode how to deal with black women. Ain't nobody talking about gang when it comes to dealing with other groups of women. No,
Oh
notice how that
no,
shit is
of course
only
not. Of course not.
yeah. Like when you look at books that talk about game and all this shit is for the most part. You don't hear the white boys really talk about game like that. You know, yeah, it's just a matter of social skills and how to interact. But dudes, it's like this overarching bullshit. And here's the thing that gets on my fucking nerves. We're having different conversations. We're having a conversation about the group and what the group needs to do to move forward and a contract that needs to be drawn up. It's not about, okay, well, it benefits certain people or others. It's about productivity. That's number one. And these people are coming in with the tunnel vision, the pussy tunnel vision, talking about you just mad because you ain't getting pussy. So the
That's
issue I
it.
have with
Yeah,
is
yeah. I
that
don't
is
care.
yeah, you're defining everything a black woman does. Say, hey, what a woman is doing is right. She's like a compass, and her womb is if you point it north, it's gonna go north. If you point it south, it's gonna go south. So it's something wrong with you just having that do that. Okay, if I'm gonna say that's true, because I consider all things, even if I think it's bullshit, then what explain to me how all these decades, women have been saying the dudes ain't shit. Because they're talking about the dudes they not fucking. The only time you really they're fucking. The only time you see women reference men they're not fucking is when they say there's not enough good men that they're sexually attracted to. But other than that, the dudes that they say are leaving their kids or abandoning the family, that all are on the DL, these are motherfuckers they're choosing. So this is them
Yeah.
complaining. This is buyer's remorse.
Yeah,
So
and
clearly
it's
they're
like,
not happy. But go ahead.
yeah, they're just mad that men now have the option that they have is to choose what the fuck they want, and everybody's flipping out over that. What's that?
Well, well, what they're mad is, it's like you saying, I'm gonna pull out the safety net off of the machine, and these dudes, they don't even know what they're talking about. They come in, like you called it, matriarchal psychosis. What's going on? And these dudes are, because you got to remember, you got the conscious and the subconscious. The subconscious is really more based on who you really are and how you're really wired. So these dudes are subconsciously saying the same shit that a black woman would say. You're only complaining. I'm complaining. I'm talking about we fucking losing as a group. Like, as far as my ability, like, because I, this idea that I'm not getting bitches, so I'm getting online and bitching. No. I wouldn't even do that. But at the end of the day, I'm talking about us losing as a group, and everybody's responding by saying, "Well, you're only complaining because you ain't getting pussy." That's not the conversation I'm fucking having. Because here's the thing: if I'm getting all the pussy in the world, that still does not change the group dynamic. That's what a lot of these dudes don't understand. So basically, see, it doesn't matter how much pussy you get in single motherhood, is still single motherhood. Black men are still homeless. You getting pussy doesn't change that. But for some reason, these dudes act like, well, you would only care if you're not getting pussy. So the house can be burning down, but because you're getting pussy, everything's okay, and that tells me everything about who you are. And then they come in the con game where they're trying to either they're trying to sell something, or they're trying to sell the idea that dudes need to keep on trying, because if they stop trying and they start going to other pastures, aka intercultural dating, aka interracial dating, then there's not going to be any dude people that can basically subsidize that bullshit. Now these women are going to expect some actual resources from these dudes. That's the issue. We're not talking about dudes that got money, got money and getting pussy. We're talking
Let
about
me
the
call it
dudes
two.
that really are really just getting over being dusty but still getting bitches, because at
Right.
the end of the day they can find somebody else that has a wallet.
All right, cool. Let me call it two super chats. Shout out Game Changers. Thanks for coming through. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. We're just gonna have this quick conversation before, so that way we can move on to bringing two people on. $5 super chat from this guy. Wait, hold on a second.
Oh yeah, because I'm ready for any. I love the detractors. I mean, a lot of these dudes, they like to say shit. They like to say shit on other panels, but they don't like to go head to head, because when they go head to head, they sound stupid.
No, I mean, because they get ran over like a fucking truck. I mean,
Yeah,
because
they do the
here's the
same
deal.
thing these chicks do.
The only thing they could do is just emotionalize and not fucking let you talk, rather than answer the simple fucking question. My question was simple. My question was simple. Why did you come on the panel? Not you, but the other guy come on the panel yelling out, "Well, if you pumping and dumping, you ain't pumping and dumping. Cynthia G and all." It's like every woman in the manosphere, the motherfucker like, if you ain't pumping and dumping these motherfuckers, I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? How did these people become part of the conversation? Like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I'm like, what is the issue that a dude has with pumping and dumping?
No,
I
no,
mean, pretty much.
and then like the second dude came on and he was like, "Well, you motherfuckers are hurt because they didn't choose you." Like, oh, okay. Well, we're not choosing them. Nothing, because pretty much their argument is based on, or their masculinity is based on. And dude, I set the trap, and they just show up and just walk right into it. And it's like, look, the only way you can disagree with my arguments is that you get your entire masculinity from women. That's the only way reason for you to argue. And most people are smart enough to know not to argue with me on that shit, because I already got my shit together. What the fuck would I look like letting some motherfucker come in and choosing me? That's a win for the dude who she goes back to afterwards. But like dudes wants to carry on this caveat, like it's okay for uncultured behavior as long as I fucking benefit from it.
First of all, black men are not supposed to look to get chosen anyway, whether you
Hell
getting
no.
bitches or
Like
not.
no.
That's like so when they use that terminology, choose you. I'm like, no, the power of a man is basically. I'm gonna say this people may not receive this the way it needs to be said, but I'm gonna say it. The real power. Well, no, I'll say it this way. When you get hit, your ability to get back up and get hit again and get back up and get hit again until you find success is really the power of your manhood. And the
Of course it
reality,
is.
that's so my point is, when you look at that as far as rejection, first of all, if you're sitting here dealing with women, as far as approaching, first of all, you got to understand that you're going to have more, like, I call them disqualifications, but you have more rejections than you're going to have shit that, cause, and for a lot of reasons, chemistry, a lot of different shit. So my point is, this is why I always say that dudes should approach. And when I say approach, I'm not just talking about randomly approaching bitches
Sure. Oh
trying to
yeah.
holler at them.
Yeah.
I'm saying look for their opportunities and have a mind's eye for that and being willing to break the ice. Hell, break the ice with a bitch even if you don't plan on fucking just to get used to it. But my problem,
That's
the
what I'm
point
saying.
is,
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean,
nobody's talking about, and you notice these dudes never talk about that. What they talk about is these niggas, these bitches choose you because they chose me. No, they chose you to service them. So even how they phrase it tells me a lot about how they get down. And by the way, I'm gonna say this last thing too. There's a difference between niggas that act like male thoughts and they are pre-qualified and they just happen to be right place, right time, right culture. So they actually benefit from this dysfunction because these women are comfortable in it. Because if
that's
you're a
the
normal
deal.
dude,
They don't
yeah,
understand that. They don't understand that.
yeah, and that's pre-qualification, but that don't mean you got game. That just means it's
It
like it's
doesn't.
like if you playing a video game and these motherfuckers are sitting here, they playing on very very easy because they happen to be, like I said, right place, right time, right genetics, right culture, and then everybody else is playing very very hard, but they don't realize you don't have to fucking play the game. You can actually get another game. And then when people realize that, they're like, no, 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 you got to play the game. You got to play the game because I don't know what'll happen if everybody stops playing the game. Then they're gonna turn off the servers because ain't nobody playing
Yeah.
the game no more.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. Well, let me call this super chat.
Yep.
Damn, I can't even find like the highest one for $10. But my bad, dude. Super chat right here, 199. MOT bro, keep your boots on these reptiles' necks. $5 from Dollar Washer. Let me read the statement. Me and my daughter was listening to Mr. Fantastic stream. She's 11, mixed, and will be gamed up by SYSBM. Father, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Like, they didn't get the fact that, I had like a dude guy who got like really in their feelings because I was talking about pumping and dumping, and you're like, well, I got a daughter, and I'm pretty much like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. If she
Yeah,
decides to,
exactly. My answer is fuck your daughter. Yep.
yeah, seriously, yeah, full circle, let's go. Follow super chat. Yeah, thanks for sending the super chat. Let me see if there's another one. Yeah, I'm using this shit on my phone because I'm obviously not at the house. Fuck, man, shit, I fucking looked
Oh
up on
shit!
that
I'm
fucking
surprised you can even set up a stream on your phone.
Yeah, you can.
I
All you
been.
have to do is use StreamYards. You use desktop site and turn, yeah, and you can use the
Oh, I
remote.
need to
Like,
get that. Oh, I ain't realize that. Oh, you done fucked
I
up.
have not did a stream from my house since I've been doing this shit. I've been doing all the streams when I'm on the road.
Oh,
I've
by the
never
way,
did this
shout
shit.
out to you. You got over 10,000 subscribers, man. So
Yeah, yeah, cool, man. Yeah, I know. Broke that shit like I think it was like New Year's Eve. Yep. Yeah, man. We got 126 people watching because you like the video. On the way in, I'm gonna drop the link in a little bit. Yeah, but this is what I don't understand is that they only have a level of respect for dudes who have game, but if dudes use something else other than game and gain access to that shit that they got or greater, all of a sudden it's invalidated. I'm like,
oh, that's cheating.
hold on a fucking sec. Yeah. So it's like if your pathway through a woman don't run through game, something is wrong with you as a black man or a fucking human being. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. So it's like,
Because they validation, man.
correct, and it's like, okay, I could go to another culture like Ecuador or Honduras or Colombia, and I can have the same access to women that they do over here. But it was like, but that's cheating. And I'm like, look, by focusing on productivity, I did put myself first, and I'm around nicer fucking women who actually like productivity. That's the way the shit's supposed to be. So they're like, if you don't play the game strictly the way a certain type of woman would respect you, then they don't respect you either. That's the stupid shit that I don't get. That they want to play that fucking phony ass game of respect based on the fact of WABT. Pretty much. One of
No,
his
that's how.
things.
That's how. That's how fucking. They don't. It's like in the Matrix. You don't know in the Matrix, and then all of a sudden they turn into agents because the agents possess them, and they start speaking in the spirit of that female, and they don't even realize it because this is the water they're swimming. And BGS says that all the time. Like just like how he said we grow up white supremacists because we grew up in this culture. It's the same thing with the females. I say it this way: white men Black women see black men through the eyes of white men, and black men see other black men through the eyes of black women, because for the most part, that's who they're brought up by. And so when these dudes always try to backtrack and they always talk about, oh, well, man, we need to accept what we're saying as a man. I'm not saying you don't argue. I'm not saying you should be arguing people down. So I get all that. But at the same time, dudes don't, it's not about the arguing. They don't want to be questioned or what they want to do. And I understand I talk a lot, but what they want to do is they want to, Jason Black said this. He said, when motherfuckers are trying to con you, all they do is talk. They talk, they talk, they talk, they talk, and they never stop talking. So you hear it. Like, and because when somebody cuts me off, I usually will stop to see what they got to say. When a lot of times these dudes, they get into a talk train, and it's like they can't stop because they're so invested in what they're saying. So they're not really listening for somebody to ask questions or probe, like what the fuck are they talking about, or get clarification. They're just wanting to get it to keep on talking, talking, talking until they try to talk you out of whatever the fuck you was trying to think. That's a con artist. And these dudes and people do that when they know they don't have a foundation by which the bullshit that they're talking about. And it's very obvious when you hear these dudes do it. Because what happens is it's like they go and they start glitching, and they'll go into repeat mode where they repeat the same shit over and over and over and over again until you believe it. So
Yeah,
that's all they know.
yeah, yeah. And what they sound like is this stereotypical bitch when they do that. And then they try to make it look like it's principle, they roasting a nigga and all that kind of shit. I'm like, look, man, you couldn't answer my motherfucking question, so now you have to fucking blow up the goddamn panel because you can't answer simple fucking logic. My logic is I don't give a fuck about your daughter. That's the fucking logic. Okay, she was raised properly. Okay, she's properly fucking gamed up. That's not gonna hold me like, man, you can't be pumping and dumping everybody. I'm like, dude,
Well,
listen, man.
first of all, dudes, let's say
Uh,
it like this: a woman. This is what people don't understand. You know, dudes that are men of honor, and like, there's a difference between dudes that are predatory niggas, and even within the I'm not talking about pedophiles. Even within predatory niggas, dudes, a lot of dudes are not sitting here saying they don't get their rocks off just destroying females. That's not what it is. Like, alpha male strategies ain't looking for this dainty, nice, perfectly fine black woman. He said, I'm about to pull my pants down and take a shit all in her mouth and fuck her soul up. That's not how, even dudes that pump and dump ain't doing that shit. Very few dudes actually get their rocks off taking black women that are actually, not completely fucked up and just basically rinsing their soul out till they hate everything. Dudes ain't really doing that. What dudes are doing is they see bitches that are either in these streets or part time in these streets by the way they act. And they go, okay, bitch, you are in these streets, so it's my turn. That's what dudes are doing. And then that's all. So all that bullshit that these women. So here's the thing: if you raise your daughter the right way, and you have the right sequence, the right support group around it. Unless, because here's the thing: dudes can't pump and dump bitches that don't want to be pumped and dumped. That's what a lot of dudes
that's
don't
what I'm
want to be
saying.
honest.
That's
Yep,
what I'm
they
saying.
don't want to be honest. Even Kerosene had a taste for the candy when it came to her fucking with that swag shit, and she said it. She said before she met the dude that ended up not wanting to have a kid with her, and she had a kid anyway, which is the dude she blamed for why she hate all black men. The actual educated dude that was honest with her, by the way, he did not pump it up her. He told her, I don't want to have a kid, and she said, fuck it, I'm gonna do it anyway, and he called her bluff. And he's raising a kid. He's hoping to raise a kid, but he don't fuck with her. And that's why she ain't black men. But my point is, the dude, there was a couple of dudes before that she fucked with that was like one of the what was like D boys and shit, because she thought the shit was cute. She's one of them suburban girls that wanted to try it, and then she went through a really really bad situation that kind of knocked her out of that to where she stayed away from that. A lot of these same thing when you hear, I ain't trying to bring up other YouTubers, you like Chrissy and them, they talk about, oh, I do D boys that. Okay, that's a pump. You date a D boy, that's a pump and dump situation. That's not a long term relationship, just by the definition of what they do. So the problem is they want the energy of that I don't give a fuck dick, because that's how they interpret masculinity, because they're bored out of their minds. But at the end of the day, they want this motherfucker to somehow turn into this loyal dude. This is why I say don't kiss frogs and expect them to turn into princes. So at the end of the day, if the dudes that have daughters, as far as I'm concerned, that's your responsibility to raise daughters to actually stay away from Negroes like that. And actually carry an aura and an energy of, I'm fine. And dudes will usually reflect on that. Because women and dudes actually see themselves marrying, they typically sometimes they'll compartmentalize those females until they're ready to settle down. This is why when black women always talk about why do black men, like especially the ones that they all want, tend to be able to settle down really fast when they want to, even when it's with a black woman. It's because they got women in their mind that they see as wife material. As long as they don't fuck up, though they don't fuck up that candidacy unless they get older, or unless they get pumped and dumped by somebody else. By the way, Romeo and Angela Simmons is actually a perfect fucking example of that. Romeo, son of Master P, put Angela in that box. What did Angela do? She got a thug. Dude got shot and killed. She want to tell Romeo, "Oh, well, you said you helped me raise me and my kid." He said, "I may have said that, but now that I see how you acting and how that shit looks, no, fuck that." And he don't even talk. He don't even talk to her no more. She's sitting there ambushing his ass because he won't talk to her because he's actually moved on. Because
Yeah.
Angela was out here acting
Let me
like
throw
a
the super
fucking
chat real
thought.
quick.
And yeah,
Tyrone Church $2 super chat said, "People make people enough with the dollar time." Yeah, like it's kind of like when dudes talk about. Now it's okay for women to have acted the way they acted in society. So if the actual behavior was okay, why is it not
yeah, that's
okay
called
for men to
sexual
behave
freedom.
differently? Yeah, but when men
Notice how
exercise
it's
reasonable,
considered liberation, but when dudes do that, when dudes, it's not liberation, it's predatory.
yeah. All right, man. Well, let me put the link in the chat. Let me get some people up
Oh
here. Game
yeah, because
changer, keep
I
it
want to
coming
see,
up.
because I'm not against game. I'm not against game. I'm not against you developing social skills, developing, but at the
Oh,
same
sure, sure,
time,
sure. What,
but at the same
what I'm
time, I'm
against
not gonna let these
with
niggas.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
like here's my argument against game. My argument is against game is if you allow an unprincipled fucking behavior just so you can benefit off the shit, then fuck your game. Fuck all that shit. Like if you have to take on the emotionalism of a fucking woman to behave in society and completely forget about your fucking gender because you got access to a woman, then fuck your game. I don't give a fuck about that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like I don't understand men who don't want to fucking stand with men. I'm like, dude, men could fucking fix this shit. I've been to other cultures. They don't have these problems. These motherfuckers are here and they don't have these problems. They're here, right here
Yeah,
in this country, they ain't got these fucking problems.
and cultures that do, because cause there's some like Israeli women can be wild the fuck out, but at the end of the day, what do dudes do? What do all cultures do when they women act stupid? They fucking leave. White
Yeah.
men do it. White men are arbiters of white supremacy, right? They're the top, right? What do? They get an Asian bitch if they white bitches don't do.
In a
You don't want to
heartbeat.
be
In a
thin.
heartbeat.
You want to get a fat
Guess
ass to
what?
fuck a Negro? Okay, I'm getting, and now you starting to get enough of these half white, half Asian chicks where they really strike these white dudes fancy because they got some of the white treat features and now all of the Asian ones a little bit taller, a little bit more built, but still how they like them. Yeah, so the white men, what white men been trading their females in Eastern European, Asian. They've been doing that for decades.
Yeah, I put the link in the chat. Needs people to come up. AJ, Game Changer. I think I seen Rael in here.
Yeah, but you go get them. It's your check. It's your channel. Like real talk, man. That's good. I mean, shout out to Rebuild because he just passed me. So his channel's growing. I know Fantastic's getting very very high viewerships, which is always a good sign. And shout out to y'all giving. Look, I'm gonna tell you, giving $1 and $2, man, that shit is appreciated too.
Yeah,
Like
it is.
it
Real
really
talk.
is. I mean, I would say, and I ain't trying to. I would say, remember YouTube. Takes like 30%, I believe. So, Cash App, PayPal is a friend, because that's where all the money actually goes to support, because fuck YouTube, If it wasn't for StreamYard, we wouldn't even be able to do this. But no, but because I give a lot of people, they'll give you $1 here, there, on Cash App. That's why I don't even turn my Super Chat. My Super Chat turned off. Um, but, yeah. So anyway, I'm out here cruising downtown. These motherfuckers are out here. That's one thing we
Hey
need to
man,
do. Go ahead.
man, I was in Durham New Year's Eve, man. Shit, I was there for a couple hours. Shit,
Damn,
we
man,
had took
I
the
was
road from
downtown. See, cause Raleigh is where it's at. Everybody comes to Raleigh, cause Durham can be on some boy shit sometimes.
What's
Damn, I
up
wish I
with
would
it?
have knew. I would have came through.
No, I
What's
mean
up
shit.
with it?
Like we like I didn't even know that we was gonna be there that long. But like 3 o'clock in the morning or some shit. I ain't want to call you and shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forget. Yeah, the fact that I can't remember what I'm doing tells you everything you need to know. I'll
All
do
right,
some shit.
yeah. Yeah, man, we got 165 people in here, man. Thanks for coming out. Get your likes up. All right, welcome to the panel, AJ. What's going
M-
on, Todd City? And what's going
What's
on,
up,
JC?
bro?
Man, what's going on,
What's
MOT,
poppin',
man?
man?
Let,
What's
let me,
poppin'?
hey, what's up to the rest of the panel, man? What's up with you guys, man?
What's good,
What's
brother?
up, bro?
Man, can I
What's
go
going
in
on?
right quick when we talking about this game shit, man? Because,
Yeah.
I don't know, I was just recently on somebody else's channel, right? And I basically was calling him out, like, what motherfuckers keep bringing up this notation when they talk about game and this red pill shit. So, you know what I'm going to do, MOT? I'm going to start calling these motherfuckers Decepticons because these some fucking fraudulent, fake ass niggas that be coming on here, be trying to preach shit, talking about, okay, stop crying about the women's, stop sitting here complaining about the women's. When you call they bitch ass out, they ain't got nothing to say. Because when I say, okay,
I
explain
gotta
that.
step away for a second so y'all run the panel. Hold on a second.
Yeah, let me go in right quick. And then when you call them out, all of a sudden they don't have any fucking explanation to explain like what they trying to say. So I say this here, and I'm after this, man, I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and have it. If we talking about game, that means you being competitive, correct? I'm just
Yeah.
I
asking
can
the
agree
panel.
with that.
I would
You
think you
said it
being
means you're
competitive,
not
right?
being competitive or are being competitive.
Right. So, but what is you being? If you're being competitive, you're expecting to be able to win something. So when we talking about these bras, and especially these black bras, what the fuck are you going to win? What are you going to gain? So I
Fake knighthood.
I don't see nothing in that. So when I be trying to tell these clowns to explain your fucking position when you say that we're complaining and that we're crying about talking about these women, give me an understanding with that shit. Because I don't
Well,
see you don't need no game when it comes to these fucking bras. Because it's nothing to gain.
no,
You're not going to
that,
win anything.
but that's been my whole premise with this whole thing is that females are very basic. Like women are very basic, and I
Yeah.
mean, the more you're around them, the more you find these things out. But man, I'm starting to see that we shouldn't even engage with certain people, man. When they come on, they whole argument is based on access to pussy. Shouldn't even fucking talk or like respond to that dumbass shit, bro. Because we make the argument and we actually like validate that argument by trying to defend it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like what Edward said about homelessness, single motherhood, and shit like that. That's where the debates need to be, bro. Because they want it to be about pussy. They'll fuck around and make this whole thing about them.
Yeah, and they'll be all braggadocious. One thing that's common with all these niggas that do this is that they're braggadocious as fuck. Like this fake. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck are you? You know, I'm this, I'm that, me. You notice that, like, and if another dude. I'm like, wait, like you fucking overcompensating like a motherfucker. And here's another thing when people want to talk about game. Game 101 is fuck with who fucks with you. So you notice how we only talk about game in context of the black community. But when these dudes are talking about SYSBM, which is basically them declaring that they're fucking with the best person that they deem is the best, all of a sudden everybody wants to dick police now. So it's like you're supposed to stay playing this game, but at the same time, you're supposed to play it by the rules that they say you're supposed to play it by, which I've never believed that anyway. Like, I believe that if you don't like the rules, you need to either not play. When I say not play the game, I mean like play the game of like dealing. I ain't even talking about not dating black women. I'm talking about dating black women that's on that bullshit that's gonna have you. They think they're gonna dictate the terms by which how you engage them. I'm talking
Well,
about the ones that do that because that's not all black women. It's most, but it ain't all black women. So here's the thing: when even if I say I'm gonna date black women, but I'm gonna supplement that by dating African women or other women that's in the diaspora that's in the United States. Black women got an issue with that. So they're trying to dictate the terms by which you deal with them. And then you got dudes that are actually saying, well, that's just the game. Like bullshit.
Right.
But
I'm
you
like,
do
Hey,
that,
Edward,
or yeah.
let me call the first super chats real quick. Keep it techie, $5. Salute MOT. And Trick Lessons Podcast said, Sweet is here. Y'all here know some of the main points of the issue. Many of these dudes got daughters, and instead of being honest about why they're teaching what they're teaching, they make up BS rules to shame you into being pets. Yes, of course
facts.
they are.
Facts.
It's like, dude, just because you got a daughter doesn't mean I have to handicap my motherfucking self and play by your dumbass fucking rules so your daughter can have somebody the possibility to fucking date. Fuck that. Fuck it
Facts.
got to do with me.
First of all, pump and dump is a part of the game. Like,
And it
like the
is.
normal,
Like,
like, so that's a main sequence. Because what they're really upset
but it's
about.
okay for women to exercise. It's not okay for men to do
Thank you.
shit.
I was just
That's the
gonna say
problem that I
that.
ain't got.
Like I
Women pump
said,
and
don't
dump.
trust niggas with
Women pump and
daughters.
dump. A
Yeah.
lot of women do that. But all of a
I'll
sudden
post the
now,
$5 super chat. Thanks for super chat, man. All right,
but
man.
you
Let
When
me.
it come to dinner stealing, they talk about you just mad. But when it comes to pumping and dumping, because here's the thing: if a woman wants to do a Netflix and chill situation, you already know what that is. So if they engage in that, then they're declaring giving permission to be pumped and dumped.
But you know something though, also Edward and MOT, women do eat and dump.
Dine and dash.
You take them
And
out
they
to
will
eat,
tell
they
you that
dump.
to your face.
Right.
Yeah, No, I literally, it's a female comedian. Her name is Sorrel Patrice. Very attractive, I say around the way girl, pretty, right? Very funny. And this is show she does on Dash Radio, right? And she has to put it on fucking Instagram as a live. I said, I ain't doing nothing. What the fuck did this guy say? 'Cause I'm curious. This chick was like, yeah, I was eating, and like she just said it like it wasn't a big deal. Yeah, I was eating, but I wasn't really feeling him. But really, I was hungry, so I wanted free food. Ah, yay!
Yeah. So
And I'm like, wow.
Yeah, but that's my thing though, bro. Like once you get, because I have a lot of experience with dating all types of women, bro. Once you realize it ain't nothing to them, bro, you gonna see pump and dump as like the way, bro. You really gonna be like, God damn, I'm wasting my fucking time. I could have been doing something way better than fucking modeling my life around getting pussy. Like,
Yo, speaking of some
I mean,
artists,
but here's the funny thing. Here's the thing. With dudes learn, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna back up.
Okay.
Dude, I promise, I'll back up. Dudes, what's funny is dudes will learn in high school real quick. I know dudes that they have said, I'm going to be an absolute fuckboy for like a year. And they realize their results with women completely skyrocket. And they struggle because they weren't raised to be a fuckboy like that. They're raised like these niggas talk about protect my daughter. They were raised like that. But they like, God damn, this shit works too easy. Why the fuck am I gonna play the pussy game on very, very hard for some honest shit when I can play very, very easy? I know dudes have done that, and they struggle with it till this day. But the fuck boy shit works. The way Ramil talks, that shit works. I don't do it all the time. When the fuck I do it, it works. I'm sorry, that ain't our fault. It works. It's their fault
man,
for
all
playing.
you have to do is put sex on the table, bro. That's it. There is no game. Either they want it or they don't.
One of the other points I wanted to go and touch on, but I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna let Dude in the Chair and Game Changer came on here before me, so I'll go ahead and let them get this stuff in.
oh, what I was gonna say is, speaking of like about the eat and dump, man, that's so true because, man, I had just had sex with this girl, and then while she was getting dressed, she was actually bragging about, yo, I'm about to go on a date with this guy, and I don't even like him. He taking me to this nice ass restaurant or whatever, and I'm like, damn, like you finessing him like that while and my dick was just in your mouth. You know what I mean? So it's kind of crazy.
I asked a girl, you cheating on me? She said, only with food.
Damn.
Facts. But the community does validate the black community. The only in the black community are the men validated by pussy. You know what I'm saying? We put productivity to the background and put pussy on the forefront or on a pedestal, as people keep saying.
But I'm
You're
okay
not really
with that.
validated though.
But I'm okay with that. Be upfront with it though. Like these niggas be, man, like I say, man, they put on this facade that they're about the brotherhood, but when they not. That's the only problem I have. These goofy motherfuckers be talking about they red pill and they fucking MGTOW and SYSBM, but these motherfuckers be some straight up simp ass niggas.
Fucking Trojan horse nigga.
Yeah. So you
Yep.
know, one of the questions that I got, because this comes up often. I can't believe it still comes up because I've asked this question for a long time. Is dudes always say, well, these these guys are just, they just have issues or problems with women and this and that, whatever. So, okay, my only challenge or question to them is, I need you to prove to me that I want your bitch, that the bitch that you got, that your game got, that I desire a bitch like that I want that bitch. You will have to convince me, prove to me that I want the type of bitches that you are getting. Because I mean, the reality is there's levels and there's standards to this shit. And most of these guys, their bitch on her best day still wouldn't qualify to fuck with me. Period.
But
If dudes want to go,
that's the thing, though, Preem. Let me say this real quick.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
This is the thing, Preem. It's not about the women, bro. It's them grandstanding with their lifestyle that you can't do what they do. It's not necessarily like the woman, bro. It's niggas that's going man to man, bro, and that's the issue, bro.
But you see, again, you can tell that these guys are vibrating at a lower level, because these guys are bragging about throwaway type of bitches.
Yeah, they usually are. Yeah, that's right. True.
If they really understood, I mean, if they really knew, if they really understood, I mean, I guess I can speak for them all, but I mean, women are a byproduct of a guy who's on top of his shit.
Right.
Most men who are on top of their shit, women aren't even a problem. They're going to be there because they're attracted to that type of energy. They're attracted to aggressive, bold, affirmative men. Good women are, quality women are.
Yeah.
A lot of women are.
My problem is, you made a great point, but my problem is if two average black men, and I'm not even talking about thinking black men, I'm talking about two average low frequency black men, if they get into an argument, within 3 to 5 minutes of that argument, one of them is going to say, guaranteed, but I get more pussy than you. I get more pussy than you.
Well, yeah, because that's black culture, and I mean, and my thing is, at the end of the day, that complaining bullshit. I played videos yesterday of like some of the own the conversation clips, and these chicks, like all these chicks, and they had even some celebrities on there like Monica. They've been complaining for fucking decades, and when you actually look at the aura that's given to their fucking complaints, which a lot of that shit is built on bullshit. They just mad that they didn't get their chips out when they should have at a casino type of complaints. That's all seen as victim. But when we bring up these concerns, first of all, these
concerns like what?
He froze up. Hey, Preem, let me say something real quick.
Shit. And so basically, dudes are
nigga didn't freeze.
Yeah. No, because I know I talk a lot, so I try to give people, if they want to jump in, to jump in. That's what that is.
No, Rael left that comment about Robert Smith, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, he went in there, helped all those guys out, and women found a way to make it about them.
Yeah,
like that's my only gripe about SYSBM, bro. Is that we engage with niggas who want to talk about the pussy all the fucking time, bro. When, like you said, it was like black male homelessness, bro. Our our inability or of not working together to actually build some shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it should be, bro. That's where the validity is actually is resting at, dog.
I agree with you, what you're saying, Ty, because I mean, I look at it, at least it's a start, but you're right. I mean, we need to start really looking at really what's the main problem. And I always say this, it's the black boys, the homelessness, the shit that's going on with black men and as an overall collective situation. Yeah, but you're right. I agree with you on that. But I mean, I feel like we got to start somewhere, though.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. The conversation ends when a nigga calls you better, bro.
Yeah.
Or some goofy ass shit like that, bro. We can't keep going with that shit, bro, because then they start it's almost like they're making a point. See, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
we can't be doing that shit, bro.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Trust me, I know because like this past during this week, I won't say the guy's name because I know he's a friend of quite a few folks on here. But one of these doggone ass clowns has been on YouTube for a while. Came on Reg's panel, and again, everything they always bring it back to the females, to the females, to the females. And this little ass clown had a nerve to say, "Well, why you guys talking about And we like, and I was like, dumbass. SYSBM is about self-actualization, a man putting himself first, pursuing his self-interest first and foremost. And he was like, well, shit, I don't need no group of men to go ahead and tell me that. I already know that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, well, that's the nature of the content that you see a majority of these SYSBM guys putting out. But the nigga that was fucking talking shit about it, the ass clown, this nigga makes videos about fucking motherfuckers being body snatchers and clones and shit. So I'm like, motherfucker, how is what you're doing better? Yeah, I mean, this motherfucking son of a bitch makes videos about motherfuckers being body snatchers and clones and shit. Yeah. But talk about, I don't know why you niggas talking about men, being self-actualized and being the best they can be. Ain't nobody need to be talking about that. So what? We need to be talking about body snatchers.
Because a lot of these niggas see they mama and who the fuck we talking about. They see their grandmama and the fuck we talking about. They see their daughters. That's the problem. I'm sorry if your mama was a hoe.
Edward, I'm not to cut you off, bro, but you're hitting on some shit, bro, and that's another part of this. I'm finding out a lot of guys in their 30s, they still ain't look their own mama in the face and realize why their life wasn't set off in the right direction. They had to turn their shit around in their 20s.
Facts, Ty.
They haven't made peace with that. And then another thing, too, to go back to what Ty C was talking about with the other stuff, well, that's about forming up an agenda. But the problem is we can't even form up an agenda until we get on the same page. The issue is, and here's where the female that this bullshit is, this is where the value, somebody would say, what's the value of talking about this stuff as long as it's been talked about? Now you have pretty much mapped out where a lot of the fuckery is. At the beginning of this endeavor, most dudes would have never guessed like dudes know what a simp is, but they would have never guessed how deep that shit goes, how fucking psychological and embedded that shit is. You literally have dudes that they don't even realize that they're simps, or they don't even realize that they're Negro bucks or concubines or hoes for women. Basically, once they stop hoeing, they gonna get thrown the fuck away. You wouldn't even conceptualize a lot of these pathologies within. Look, nobody was talking about the fucking gynocracy. It's calling it that. They didn't understand that the gynocracy is paid the white. Look, I don't care if y'all believe in white supremacy. What I'm talking about is when it comes to groups competing against each other, when you see an obvious flaw in the operating system of somebody, you're gonna not only expose it, but you're gonna take advantage of it. So let's just call it that if we call it nothing else. And the reality is you would have never saw none of this shit. You're starting to realize that a lot of the reason why the women do what the women are able to do is not just because of the competitive shit with the white shit, but it's also because dudes are actually invested in that being the way that it is. So when they come on here and talk shit, they're really trying to protect their mama. They starting to out themselves when it comes to daughters. This is why I said do not trust niggas that have nothing but daughters. I'm not saying for all dudes, but you get what I'm saying when I say that, because these dudes, it's like the LGBT community. They have their own agenda that takes priority over what the fuck we're trying to do when it comes to black men having and solve these problems. And they're just trying to shut us down. Same thing with the Democratic Party. Black people start saying it don't matter if you believe in reparations or not. Black people start saying that I'm not gonna vote for you if I don't feel like I'm getting value for my fucking vote. And the Democrats want to call you a Russian bot. They want to do everything but have the fucking conversation. It's the same shit. Anyway, I'm gonna hop off because I'm gonna let y'all talk. But yeah,
fuck that. These motherfuckers just some frauds. Call it out, just like these pro-wax. They're some frauds, and that's the problem. Now, all of a sudden, now we're calling out. We're calling these motherfuckers out. It's a problem. They fraud.
You're not willing to stand up to your mom. You're not a man.
See, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, it's a rabbit hole there, bro. And we can't drag motherfuckers down the rabbit hole if we talking about debating with niggas on getting pussy, bro.
Facts. Man, fuck that. They, like I say, I'm gonna start this shit. They some Decepticons. That's what they are. phony ass motherfuckers sit there. They give you this one illusion, but then they turn around, transform to something else, man. These fraudulent ass niggas. I'm at their ass now, man.
You know, I want to drop another quick point unless somebody wants to go really quick, or go. But it's that I think it was Sigma who made a point. It was on somebody's panel. It's like, okay, you know, a conservative estimate, or I think a fucking an aggressive estimate is that this contingent of separatists, call it what you want, black men that are SYSBM or that are, you know, doing their own thing, kind of, you know, fixing by exit, make up probably at best 15% of the males out here in the black community in Black America. So that means they still have 85% of black men left to go ahead and work with and do whatever the fuck they need to go ahead and do. Yes, sir.
Preem, it's not about men leaving. This whole conversation is about productive men not allowing their resources to be siphoned off so the woman can be taken care of, and the dudes who act like they speak for women to be taken care of. That's what the issue is. That's what the issue is. Because here's the deal. If their life is based on access to pussy and nobody's fucking competing for it, what's the problem?
Right.
What's the problem?
Right. And what I'm saying is, y'all already have that community. Won't y'all stay y'all ass over there, man, and handle y'all business?
No, they can't. They can't.
Well,
they want to be brother, and all this crazy ass shit. I'm like, dude, listen, man. Nobody who has that cultural fucking background, I'm bringing in my fucking house. Period. I don't give a fuck what happened. They was like, well, if you fucked her, you stuck with her. I'm like, that's some shit you doing, because I ain't getting none of these motherfuckers pregnant. And to my knowledge, I had to gain access to shit that wasn't of fucking value. These motherfuckers freely fucking reveled in the shit. That's their choice, but it's also my choice not to play this fucking game no more. But they're like, hold on. If you play the game, then I'm stuck playing by myself. I'm like, yeah, dog. That's why they got controller 1 and controller 2. I'm just unplugging my controller 2, and I'm deciding to let the fucking ass Madden run the plays for this shit, and I'm out. I'm out, though. And the motherfucker be like, but my whole life is based on me watching you making dumb decisions that make us happy. And I'm like, and I'm going to go somewhere else where you heard and all this kind of shit. I'm like, dude, you don't understand how much like a bitch you sound like right now. And these motherfuckers actually think that they the principal motherfuckers defending these hoes and shit. Like, that's the shit that I don't fucking get.
Bitch ass nigga.
The game changing. Hold on a second. The game changing the same thing yet? I don't think so.
No, I haven't
game changing. Going on, man. Go ahead, man. Welcome to the panel.
What's up, GC? What's happening?
What's up, game change?
What's going on, fellas? So yeah, I wanted to address the real problem between the select versus non-select thing. It stems from, to me, an underlying lie that neither side wants to address, and that lie is, including the women, that lie is that pump and dump culture is a sustainable thing. It's not. It's not sustainable for anybody. If you live in a pump and dump culture, no matter how select you are, there is a finite of number of attractive women that is willing to sleep with you. And you will go through that, finite number fairly quickly. If you are having sex with a woman once, then unless you're having sex with 365 women a year, and even if you are, you're going to run out of women that are in a reasonable age bracket, in a reasonable level of attractiveness. It is not a sustainable way to get sex at all. So what winds up happening is, on the select side, they may, do okay initially, but once that pool lightens, then they find their bar lowering and lowering and lowering. Now they want to sustain the glory that they once had, or the reputation that they once had from, when they were going through the top tier. So, they sometimes they declare this bravado, but it's bullshit. It really is. No one wants to admit that. And then, on the other side, there's the guys who just okay, so basically the pump and dump culture really benefits the less than attractive female, because they know that eventually you're going to have to come to them. You done widowed so many chicks that, that eventually you're going to have to dig down. They know that. That's their game. That's their gambit. So I think that in understanding that, we can really come to some type of agreement with both sides, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, for me and me personally, I want the power that they've had and that they had destroyed. And it doesn't matter how you destroy it. It needs to be destroyed because at the end of the day, they're pretty much getting everything that they want and a retirement, and they're getting nothing of what they want and maybe retirement. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, look, I agree with the pump and dump culture because it's very simple. If you're one of them type of women, you're really going to destroy your value awfully quickly if you don't want a stable, productive dude. Damn, somebody dropped.
Well, I mean,
But
the pump and dump culture only benefits the unattractive females. It doesn't benefit anybody but that.
yeah, I mean, but they're already benefiting right now off the current culture at how it is. I mean, but
Well,
the thing
because
is
the
that's
current
going to
culture is a pump and dump culture, MLT. That's why they're benefiting on
be
the current culture. I mean, they
correct.
call it hookup culture, but it's the same thing. It's multitudes of sex with multitudes of partners.
I don't think
Okay, but let
I
me
don't
tell
think
you
women
how.
care about. To be honest, I don't think women care about the pump and dump culture.
Well,
No,
they
I
I
mean
do.
think
because
they
they've been
I think
into
they
it
know what it.
for so
I
The
think
long.
they know
attractive
what.
ones, the attractive ones are being, fed a bill of goods because it doesn't benefit them. But the unattractive ones, they definitely care because it's the only way they'll get pumped. You
Yeah,
see,
Right.
well,
if tens married tens and nines married nines and and seven married sevens, then the fours don't want to marry each other.
But you know something, game changer, and I agree with what you're saying. But when we start doing the number, we put numbers with these women. That still comes a subjective. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
I don't.
Well. Let me just say this. I mean, the only way that would be valid, that is only ugly woman doing that, because at its core, if you
let me read the super
deconstruct,
chat real quick, Frank.
yes, sir.
Trick Lessons podcast, another 1999 super chat. Another point about the dudes with daughters. When they ran through women, it was okay when they did it. They had no regards for their father. But now that it's our turn, they want us to run interference. Nah, keep that same energy.
Uh oh.
So yeah, I just want to say this. I just want to say this really quick about the whole pump and dump thing, because if you deconstruct what pump and dump is, all that is promiscuous sex. Now everybody's entitled to an opinion if they're pro or for, if they're for or against promiscuous sex, but you would have to pretty much believe that will only be true if you could prove that only ugly people have promiscuous sex, and
No,
only ugly females
Oh, good point,
have
Free.
promiscuous sex, and that is
no.
very,
I'm not
very
saying
not
that. I'm
true.
not saying only ugly females do it, Preem. I'm saying that they benefit the most from it.
And how do you mean benefit?
Okay, say you have an extremely attractive guy. Let's say Denzel Washington in his heyday, right?
Okay,
If Denzel Washington, the only way that an unattractive woman would have sexual access to him is if and only if he is part of a pump and dump culture. If he is not, then he would just get with a single woman who's as pretty as he is handsome, or more so, and just lock up with her,
well,
leaving them without access.
well,
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 see, here,
Pump and dump culture.
let me just say this really quick, and I promise I'll mute. But again, I respect any man's right to go ahead and process things the way that they want to, but you just have to be careful thinking like that, because that would be in the same ball quarter realm of saying, well, I keep turning all these females out. You know what I'm saying? And they're benefiting from having sex with me more than I'm having, more than I am from having sex with them. That's the same type of logic. A dude could be like, man, all these females tell me that I'm throwing them some really good a dick or whatnot, and you know what I'm saying. So shit, they're benefiting from having sex with me more than I benefit from having sex with them. A guy who's doing the pump and dump thing, I don't think he's necessarily thinking about, if the girl's getting off, or if the girl's happy that she's having sex with a guy who's about his business. I don't
Dude,
think
who
they
cares about all that?
Well,
Nope.
yeah,
they
Nope.
don't
Nope. Who
either.
cares
That's my
about it?
thing, Free.
here's the thing: he should, and that is why the
we
black
should.
community is current. That is why the black community is currently a culture where men are with women, are where the man is more handsome than the woman is pretty. We treat these relationships
Wait.
as
So,
commonplace.
game changer. Basically, what you saying that you really believe in the select and the non-select element.
Well, I mean, I believe that that there is tension between people who declare themselves one or the other. Yeah.
Okay. So now, but
Wait, Preem. Let me say this.
but just really quick. I mean, so then that is to say nobody's ever had a one night stand with a motherfucking hot ass chick. I know I had a couple times.
I don't understand why.
I got lucky.
No matter how many times.
Damn, man, I got away from the premise.
No, because I said several times, Preem, I didn't say that attractive women don't participate in it.
Okay.
I'm saying that unattractive women are the beneficiaries of it. Attractive women do not benefit from hookup culture, even though they participate in it. But they participate in it because the unattractive women are steering the culture. They're steering them in the wrong direction.
Right. So
do you
think
really
of it like BGS? Think of it like the octane system. Okay. And hold on, Preem. Think about premium gas. If somebody were to install the belief in society that it's really more about quantity of gas and not about quality of gas, then nobody would ever truly value or pay extra for premium gas because it's all the same. So really regular is who benefits. 87 octane is who benefits under that belief system.
Man, so they all participate and they all make themselves available to the pump and dump system, bro. We just had a whole hot girl summer.
Once again, I say that both sides do. I'm saying that women do. That's why we have the culture. And for the fourth time, only the unattractive ones benefit.
I don't know, man. I don't know how. I don't think about ugly bitches that much. And how they benefit. I don't know. I just don't think about ugly bitches that much.
They talk about the whole pergamy. Like I say, me with these numbers, man, I feel like that's subjective. Me, what I think is a 10, to me, probably be a 5 to you. So I just, how I look at it, hey, the pump and dump is pump and dump. Like I say, they do it too, and we got to be realistic about that. I think we don't. I get what you're saying, game changer, because I'm saying when it comes to a family, as me being a man, I want to be attracted to somebody who I want to marry and have a family by, But when we're talking about attraction, that's why I kind of disagree with you, because it's like, okay, you got a lot of fine women that people would think, like a Rihanna, think that she's a dime, but would you marry her?
Okay, well, here's what I mean, and this isn't as it refers to sex. This is more along as or marriage, as this is how it refers to sex.
Right.
I would much rather sleep with an attractive woman 300 times a year than to attempt to find 300 attractive women to sleep with.
Right, and I agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that.
So yeah, as that's as logic would dictate. In a hookup culture, men are constantly available. They're constantly looking for somebody else to sleep with because they burn through. Now, this causes an overabundance of penis, and that is why these women have bags of dicks. That's why they have these bags of dicks, because these men are constantly on the prowl. They haven't created any exclusivity. They haven't found their attractive woman and just sleep with her 365 times a year. No, they're constantly have their penis on the market. So that is, and to whose benefit? Once again, the unattractive woman. An unattractive woman should not have this sexual access to men.
Hell no. Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, yeah, okay. I'll mute because six has been on here for a minute.
Oh yeah, King Sigma, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's good, everybody, man? Just came from the Boomer panel, and I saw that you guys were live.
Who had that going on?
Man, this is unfortunate, man. I really wish that you guys would have been over there, man.
Oh, what's that?
Boomer panel
would have been over there, man. So basically,
what's the Boomer panel? What's that?
Art Nussel, the one that does the drawing, he just had a Boomer panel with a bunch of boomers on there. Like BGS was on there,
God.
OG, J Speed,
Oh, God.
Mr. Research, and a couple other guys, and we were just going back and forth because it wasn't. They wouldn't let the young guys on the panel. It was just for the older dudes. And I
Yeah,
can
okay.
tell you right now, I put the
Of
link,
course.
I put the link in the chat, the private chat and the public chat, because you got. I think you owe it to yourself to go listen to this, because hearing what I heard, I can tell you right now that the young black man is on his own. Ain't no help coming from nowhere. I'm talking about. I ain't talking about just from women or the rest of society.
Yes,
Or
bro.
black men can't do anything.
Yes, bro.
And so I came over here because I wanted to pose a question, because I want to think on some stuff I heard. So I was going back and forth with them in the chat, and something I said to them was that, how do you guys dismiss the role that cultural capital plays in the healthiness of children and their success in society? So they just kept talking about how we were the ones that were the problem, like the younger men.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, right.
Something. Now here's an example that they use.
Damn, I hate I missed that motherfucker, bro. You know I can't stand boomers, bro. We could have really drugged their ass down that fucking boomer rabbit hole. Just let them have it, dog.
Here's an example that they use, for example. Okay, they were using the Silicon Valley example, and they were saying that the younger man should have taken over Silicon Valley, the 30-year-old man. Now, I'm with that conversation. Mm-hmm. Young black men do need to focus on STEM, but here's where I felt that they were being hella deceptive. So they were using examples of, you know, how all these white dudes in Silicon Valley have created all these companies. So I'm sitting there thinking, like, this shit sounds real good right now, but I went and looked it up, right? So I wanted to use an example of Google. All right, so Google was started by Larry Page and Sergey Brin. They're both 46 years old. That makes them the last wave Gen X. Now, this is where the cultural capital comes in. The average black boy is being raised in a single mother household with no influence of any male, no access to resources, no guidance, but he's being told to go out in the world and compete on an equal playing field with a Larry Page or a Sergey Brin. Let me say the background on Sergey Brin and Larry Page. Larry Page's father was a PhD pioneer in computer science that taught at University of Michigan. His mother was a fucking computer programming instructor at a college as well when he was growing up. Okay. Sergey Brin, his father was a mathematics professor, and his mother was a damn NASA scientist. Okay. So someone explained to me how children that are being raised by the most uneducated group of men and the most proud and the most belligerent women are supposed to compete on an equal playing field. Now, remember, I'm a person that believes that you got to do what you got to do, regardless of what you're born into. But don't sit here and tell me that you expect equal outcomes when the people that are in Silicon Valley, we got to talk about who these people's parents are. We got to talk about the kind of community cultural capital that people like a Zuckerberg comes from. You can't sit up here and tell me about the little dude that's sitting in fucking Indianapolis. You got a little kid right now with a fucking mother that's on welfare, whose father's in jail or in the streets, don't even know his goddamn father. You're not going to sit here and tell me that he's in an equal playing field as Mark Zuckerberg, who comes from a family of doctors, who went to the best private schools.
But you have to understand why they think that. As a boomer, as a boomer, they think that shit's okay because the alternative is they have to fucking take responsibility for the actions, and they ain't trying to do that shit.
No,
even if they have.
Sigma, they dropped crack off. They dropped the crack off and it derailed everything.
Just let me get this out though, because I gotta get this out, bro. Because I was in the chat and I couldn't get on the panel, and I wanted to ask them, and I asked them in the chat, what role every sociologist knows that cultural capital is one of the most important factors in socialization and social outcomes of human beings in this society. We know this for a fact. So when I'm asking them about the cultural capital part, they're just like, well, you just got to do what you got to do. I know you got to do what you got to do. But what I'm saying is that don't use the guys in Silicon Valley. Don't use guys that are bankers on Wall Street that come from families of bankers, that come from families of computer scientists, and say to the dude that's in a fucking school where they're reading, the average student reads at a 4th grade level, and he's excelling and he's able to get himself out of that. He's a hero to me. The kid that's in inner city Chicago, the kid in New York City, the kid in LA that has no cultural capital, that gets himself a scholarship out of that, to me, he's already a hero. because he had no assistance. He had no capital. But then you're going to compare them to people like Larry Page and Sergey Brin, who are the children of NASA scientists. Or why don't you black dudes that are under 40 years old control Silicon Valley? Because most of us are victims of the failure
Boomers.
to capitalize on the culture over the last 60 years in Black America. Nothing was passed down to us at all. What? What exactly was passed down to younger Black people to build on? What?
Ran-throughs.
Fraternities and sororities.
And they took no responsibility for the baby mama.
Wait. Right quick. Fraternities and sororities, all of the Black ones began like in the 1910s, 20s, and stuff like that. So they didn't contribute
Silent
that.
generation.
No. This is well beyond it. This is over 100 years. You know.
Oh, okay.
So
they didn't create shit. Okay.
No, they most certainly did not create that. You know,
So
they're trying to take credit for that.
All I'm saying is that I'm asking the panel and the viewers, just work with me here. How do you ask 8 out of 10 Black children who are growing up in the worst kind of income environments in America for this country, for the G20 first world country? These Black children are at the bottom of the barrel. These children don't have anyone reading to them. These children don't have anyone taking them to STEM camp. The most they might get is they might find one Black dude that got a little bit of basketball or football talent, and someone will come and save him. But for most of these Black children, they're hostages in these households. But then when those kids reach adulthood, everyone's like, hey, go compete equally with these children that went to Exeter. Go compete equally with these kids that went to Brentwood Academy. Hell, I'm not buying that, dude. We got to fix the cultural aspect. And
Dude, they don't want to fix or take responsibility for shit.
Yeah,
they don't care. They don't give a fuck, man.
We have to take responsibility. The young Black man today has to disregard the past and take responsibility himself. From this point on, I don't want to hear from the boomers no more.
But you know, like
hey, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
These crack you gas like you talking about. Yo, you can go take over Silicon Valley. Bruh, most of the young Black men I know was happy just to get into college, get out and get a fucking job. They didn't have no money coming out of college. They didn't have anyone. They did it on their own. But
well, I mean,
no, don't worry about that. You supposed to get out here and jump out there and go compete with them, with Mark Zuckerberg, even though Mark Zuckerberg went to Harvard, even though Mark Zuckerberg went to private school, even though Mark Zuckerberg comes from a family and a community of doctors that empowered him, that developed him. This shit is crazy. This Black American culture is dead, yo. It's dead.
Right, but that's what I mean.
Stigma. I mean, you can always counter that with, you know.
Hold
on a second. Hold on a second. Game changer, go ahead.
You can always counter that with y'all didn't take over Wall Street. You see, the fact that they made that comment to you really states a fundamental flaw in the way boomers think. They think that everything is all nature, that there is no nurture involved. That is why they and preceding Black generations only excel in things that require natural ability or distinct natural ability, i.e. athleticism. Things that require nurture, like creating a Mark Zuckerberg or a Bill Gates or something like that, we fail in because our families, our predecessors don't believe in nurture. They just believe that people are born to be what they are. And that is why they're able to make statements like that. Basically, what they're saying is that you are genetically deficient because, and that's why you didn't excel or take over Silicon Valley. Now, they wouldn't say that. Now, if you introduce the fact that actually how you're raised is a large portion of a person's success, then they would take some personal accountability. They would not be able to blame their own children for not doing something. They would have to blame themselves. They don't believe in nurture.
That's a damn good point, man.
That's a good point.
I mean, they don't care. They don't care because they have a reptilian mindset when it comes to creating kids. Once they're fucking off into the womb and taught how to fucking hunt, fuck it, my job is done. Like, bro, this is the way these dumb motherfuckers think, man.
But
like another good example,
because they continue this dysfunction with these Gen X's, like us. Because I see some of these Gen X's, man, they say the same shit as these fucked up ass boomers, man.
Well, I'll give you an example, AJ, and Game Changer, because see, Game Changer's out there in Silicon Valley, so he's familiar with a lot of these startups and things, right? So I was just going through a list of all these startup guys, right? Because I like to look at the details behind the person. I don't believe in a person just being born successful. I think that there's the social engineering piece. So I'm looking at like the dudes that like Evan Williams and Jack Dorsey and all these guys. Same damn near story as the other guys over at Google, where their parents were business people, teachers.
It's always pedigree. Always pedigree.
Thank you, man.
Right.
There it is. There it is. What he just said. Pedigree. That's what I was looking for. Prestige and pedigree. But then they say to you, well, go out there and compete equally on the equal playing field, even though I'm not giving you no running shoes.
Exactly.
I'm not going to give you no bread or anything like that. I'm going to put this 100-pound monkey on your back. But the other dude got on the best trainers, the best shoes. He done ate a healthy meal. He get a head start. Go compete equally.
That's why
I'm not accepting that premise. What I'm saying to young black men is that, yes, you have been cheated out of a cultural legacy. Here's what I'm trying to say to the young men listening. You have been cheated out of a cultural legacy all the way around. Okay, that's reality. But you cannot allow that to be an excuse not to compete, not to go learn coding, not to improve your math skills, not to get out there and improve your social skills, not to become better at articulation. This you must do. You don't have a choice on this. But we're not going to ignore the importance of the cultural capital piece because that's directly connected to the mating behavior of a society.
I want to point something out to you. When you mentioned Silicon Valley and people that make it, I was years back, maybe a decade ago. I was talking to a recruiter for this company called Philo, right? Mm-hmm. Philo is it's kind of like a cheap Hulu, very small startup, but its primary thing is kind of like dining hall, like hospital dining hall. They control the TVs for that. From how the guy explained it to me, they were giving me history on the company, right? You know what they were saying was that it was started by a guy in Harvard because nobody in Harvard, they don't have any TVs anywhere throughout the Harvard campus. See, I didn't know this because, of course, I didn't go to Harvard. And he wanted to watch TV, so he set up this, he nigger rigged something in his dorm room to watch TV, and he started charging people for it. That's how he got started.
And you said his company was called Philo?
Yeah, Philo.
Okay.
So yeah, you can look into it because I just know what they told me. But my point of saying that is that there is a certain way that highly successful people are raised, and omitting vices like television is one of them. I mean, how many of us come from like a single parent household or a household where both parents work and they just put a key around your neck and you just came home and did whatever you wanted to do?
The majority. Yeah, the majority,
the overwhelming majority. So, you are already at a deficit. And that's because, even if they said no TV until after 9 p.m. or only 1 hour TV a day, there's nobody home to enforce it because both parties are working or you only have one parent. So to actually attempt to compare you to the two is retarded.
That's what I just set up there. And I was in the chat, so I couldn't get on the stream. And it's unfortunate because I wanted to ask them myself on the panel, but there was all boomers on the panel. And I'm like, dude, you guys are being disingenuous as hell. You're not going to sit up here talking about...
I don't consider them black. I don't consider them part of my black family. They don't act like my goddamn parents. They're a different race of people.
I would have loved
for
MOT to be there because he's like the last year of the Gen X generation. I would have loved to have had him on that panel to see what he would have said because, I mean, they're just sitting up and saying all these things and then they're like trying to act as if the young man today just appeared out of nowhere, out of space at 30.
Drop the ball and had all this shit today.
MOT is a younger Gen Xer. He's closer to millennials than he is.
He's like the last year of the Gen X.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant the other way. Like he was almost above.
No, I mean he's like the last year or two of the Gen Xer. So he's in that last wave of Gen X.
Yeah, but this the other side of it, man. When you confront boomers and stuff, and you're gonna get denial. then they're gonna pull that crybaby card
I'm not
/ pull
confronting
up your
boomers no more,
bootstrap.
bro. I'm done. Today is all.
Man, welcome to the club, bro.
I'm
I've been saying this shit for a long time, dog.
The thing
I've
is,
been saying this shit.
what I learned today, and I went over there with an open mind because I wanted to hear what the boomers had to say, and I found out that whatever they have to say, it's not going to help you going forward because everything they're saying, just pick up a history book and you know enough and just move forward. Like when these boomers
they do the same
bro,
thing.
when niggas start blaming the crack era for the fuckery,
Oh, so
that's when I was out.
$49.99 super chat. Johnny Blaze, $49.99 super chat. He said, "All BMs join the military, learn the skill, gain the GI Bill, see different parts of the world, and acquire some male discipline. Get away from the nuclear wasteland called the community, the hood." Yes.
For
I agree with that.
boys, that's a good option for them because
But these boomers do the same thing these black bras do, man. It's no different. They
all
raised
of
them.
it. It's just the same.
You know, I mean,
but that's what I'm saying, bro. When it comes to this SYSBM shit, bro, it gotta be more. We facing more the issues with pussy. You know what I'm saying?
Far more.
Yeah, but you know, but
now that's one thing that I do agree that they said on the panel. One of the things that Mr. Research said is that young men are spending way too much time talking about how they not getting laid or trying to get laid. We got to move beyond that. If you have a problem at this point and you're over 25 years old or getting laid, you need to just sit down and go search through the internet archives for what you need to do. Go see a psychologist, but you're wasting your life away when you need to start competing in these other areas of human activity outside of just sex because everyone else already has so many advantages over you. We don't have time to make errors. The black man in 2020 has no more room for error.
Again, but however, that whole pedestal and prioritization of sex, you know, let's say versus the whole pump and dump mentality, but let's not go ahead and go there. But the whole prioritization of sex, that's a remnant of the dysfunction of the culture. That's a cultural thing.
Where did it come from, no Preem? According to them, it came from the millennials. It's the millennials that did it.
No, because again, well, I would say this about, you know, I would say the same thing about the boomers that I would say about the Gen Xers, that I would say about the millennials, that God forbid happens to the Generation Ys in the black community. This is the same hustle. This whole victimization shit just gets passed down and down and down. Now, we know where BGS stands and what he is, but look at his fucking audience. The motherfuckers that shoot the most arrows at me are fucking millennials. His whole audience is nothing but goddamn millennials. So they pick up. This is the cultural problem with Black America is a whole victimization culture. Now they realize that they had to step away from making it a poverty thing, from tying, you know, the reason why shit is fucked up to poverty, because there was too much data that showed other broke motherfuckers coming over here with a goddamn shoestring holding up their pants. In one generation, they in the upper middle class or upper class. Why? Because they had a culture. They had family. They had structure. Now, the one thing that I will put on the boomers and the Xers, because, you know, these are the guys that can actually call it out, is the boomers failed to call out the manufacturer of the main manufacturer of this culture, which the breakdown.
Okay, I got a super chat to read out.
Say again.
$5 for Shirik Limbic. We have moved into the era of inheritance, legacy, and lineage. Hustling and bootstrapping is only going to get you so far. Very true. $2 super chat for Marcus Grande. No country for old hoes and their cheerleaders. I agree totally. Dude, at the end of the day, man, these people are here to cover for their fucking failure. And they don't give a damn if they got to hide behind kids in order to fucking do so. You gotta understand, you're on your fucking own, and you gotta move this shit in by yourself. You know what? My upbringing probably wouldn't have meant shit if I had not went to the fucking military and got around people who was actually fucking competing outside of fucking sports. If I had stayed down there, I would have been fucked. Intelligent don't mean shit in a place that's fucking farm based. It don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be able to be a modern motherfucker out here, man. And listening to old motherfuckers who don't want to take basic responsibility for the shit that they fucked up in America, it's some shit that you no longer need to be fucking worried about.
I
Can't
agree.
help the motherfuckers.
I agree.
Don't
with
worry
you.
about the motherfuckers.
I 100%
Don't
agree.
worry about
Man. You ain't getting no help from them because they claim that they did all these different things over the last 60 years. And I'm open-minded as hell to the generations, but I don't see what exactly they did over the last 60 years that wasn't done by the
King Sigmund. King Sigmund.
Wait a minute.
You're waiting on people who my God.
What do you mean you don't see what they've been doing for the last 60 years? They are the pioneers of women's liberation, okay? They are the co-founders of feminism. Okay? Nobody has uplifted black women more than a boomer, male and female.
And they still do it. And they still do it.
They don't take no responsibility for that at all. They don't take no responsibility for that at all.
Well, not only that, they take credit for it.
Agreed.
It's a good thing.
Agreed.
I'll give you guys another example. So while I'm listening to these brothers on the boomer panel, I was just taking a lot of notes of companies that I'm just off the top of my head, right? And I looked up every one of their founders, right? Every one of their founders had damn near the same identical story. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg's father was a dentist. His mother was a psychiatrist. His grandfather was a doctor. Uber was founded by Garrett Camp and Travis Kalanick. Garrett Camp's father was an economist. His mother was a popular artist. Travis Kalanick, his mother and father met while being marketing executives at a Wall Street, Madison Avenue firm or whatever. So both his parents were marketing executives. And it's like damn near every story I read about the dominating forces in Silicon Valley shows that they didn't come from the fucking ghetto of America. Stop it. They did not come from the ghetto of America.
The problem is that they want to equalize everybody as if they have the same starting point because they don't want to take responsibility for the starting point that they put other motherfuckers in. They ain't slick. They ain't stupid. I just treat them like I treat motherfuckers who lie about the dating market how it is. How a person walks up to me and talk about their relationship issues when they see them clearly with somebody who's way hotter than fucking they are. Mm-hmm. That's how I treat these fucking boomers. Like they don't even fucking exist. I don't fucking care about that shit.
I can see why you do that. But I'm still glad that I had a chance to listen in because I wanted to see what they would say because
why?
If you say to like young men who have come from the worst conditions, like they'll say, well, they went through Jim Crow and all this stuff, but I'm like, but
they didn't go through Jim Crow. The silence did. They didn't do shit.
Exactly.
They take a lot of responsibility. They take a lot of responsibility. They take a lot of credit for the things that Silence and the GI generation did. But what I was saying is that the thing is,
they're like 6 when Martin Luther King died. Like, no.
Yeah.
Like 14 and 15.
But this is the thing, though, bro. Like, all the numbers point to them.
Okay, then we talk about the crack generation. So on one hand, here's what was funny to me. So on one hand, they'll say, well, the crack, it really hurt the older Gen Xers and all that. And I'm like, okay, I'll give you that. Let's say that. So if you're saying that crack between the 80s and the 90s hurt your generation, what the hell do you think that it did to the children of those crack dealers and crack heads? Crickets.
Hey, from now on, we just got to call it irresistible crack, bro, because these motherfuckers will tell you up and down that there was no way that could have been avoided.
Yeah, well, they'll tell you that. They'll tell you that. Well, the whites
they were putting random stuff underneath their nose, and one of them just had to be addictive. One of them just
they dropped it off with instructions. They dropped crack off with it.
But they'll admit the drug part. This is what's weird to me. They'll
please use. We'll get hooked on. We'll fuck up your generation.
Yeah,
they did it anyway.
Have the label because the white man, MOT, had the white man put the label, there would not have been crackheads. They just randomly put stuff.
Well, here's what crack came with. You know what? I'm sorry for if there's anybody in the Marine Corps who's listening. Like in the Air Force, if it's Army proof, it comes with instructions, written instructions. But if it's Marine proof, you got a cartoon that acts out what the fuck it does with the fucking instructions. So with the boomers, because crack wasn't fucking Marine proof, the motherfuckers didn't know what the fuck to do with it. They just read the directions and just did what it said.
But the same people that will use the crack as a reason, and I'm not even going to take it off the table, they won't ever answer, okay, if you're saying that crack destroyed Generation X, what the hell did it do to the children that were born in the 80s and 90s? No one seems to want to answer that part of the question.
But see,
They
check this
can't
out, bro.
answer it, man.
Check this out, bro. I tell this story all the time, bro. My dad went to the feds, bro. He did 5 years on a conspiracy charge. He loves Bill Clinton, bro. That is a boomer. The same motherfucker that actually reinforced the drug crimes bill sent your ass away, and you don't understand that.
But I want you guys on the panel to answer that question. What do you think? Of all the factors that lead to a child being able to compete in a modern, complex society like America, where do you put social cultural capital at on the list of things that are important to raising a child to compete in the complex society like the United States?
Third. It's supposed to be number one, but you can't put shit that's number one to people who actively evade the fucking question or responsibility of the shit being number one. So they think we black, they thought we black, we got these special set of sorry ass fucking circumstances. We shouldn't be out here trying to do the best that we fucking can to beat out everybody. Like, no, motherfucker, it's quite the opposite. It means that you got the most fucking reason to be out here busting heads and fucking studying in the fucking books and doing all this shit. These motherfuckers set this shit up to where we wouldn't be better than they were. That's the cycle that they set this shit on.
Now, what about you, GC? Where do you put cultural capital at as far as socializing children?
I'll put it third.
Third, okay.
I'll put training first, nature second, and then cultural capital third.
What do you have as first?
Training. Preparedness, which comes from
that kind of fits in cultural capital, but training is a part of cultural capital.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of a part of it, but I'm thinking of something different because training into a specific specialized thing is probably a result of cultural capital, meaning that you come from a culture, that does this. But I say, like training and dedication on an individual.
But number one for you is you said it's a genetic thing. Number one.
No, number two was genetics.
So number two is genetics for you. Okay.
I mean, we got 269 people watching. Get y'all like the video, get the likes up. Thank you so much in advance. Thanks for coming out. We're going to have this fucking conversation tonight, though.
And what about AJ and Ty City? Where do you guys put cultural capital in terms of socializing children to compete in like the fourth industrial age?
I mean, for me, I feel like that it's got to be high up there, bro, because I don't think people understand, bro. Like, we're not dealing with the you're not going to be able to get away with a GED no more.
Mm-hmm.
True.
So, yeah, you're going to need the education plus the social capital.
But which one do you, because for me, I put cultural capital number one, just like MOT does.
Yeah,
I put it number one.
No, I put it up there too. I put it up there too because I think that it's going to be a lot of people getting educated in this shit, but they're going to need the social capital.
Okay, what about you, AJ? Where do you put it at? You're raising, sons right now. Where do you put it at?
Oh,
AJ, you there? Oh, I guess he left. All right.
Let me tell you something real quick, right? My mom is a boomer, right? So my son is 3 years old, and he recognized sight words already, and he knows sound. So he'll be reading before he started kindergarten. Bro, my mom thinks that he's a genius, but that's just standard for the Montessori that he goes to.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's good. I appreciate that.
Just Ty City, you mentioned something that your mom is a boomer. Most people's parents is a boomer. You see, we have a whole missing generation to where Generation X didn't really have many kids. And most of the millennials come from boomers' second marriage or boomers who had kids later in life.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yep, that's what I've heard too. That's what it seems like. That's right.
Yeah, most millennials, I shouldn't say most, but far too many millennials are not the product of Gen Xers.
They're not.
They're actually the product of late breeding boomers.
Yeah, they're the product of like the last.
We're missing a generation, probably in the abortion clinics, but we're missing an entire generation.
I agree.
Yeah, but she look at my son like he's a genius, bro, and I'm just sitting there like, I don't understand, because I look at me and my brothers, we all have problems learning to read and stuff. And now all of a sudden, like, it's no problem for my son.
I mean, it's maybe your son is exceptional, but without nurture, you know, without a concept of
Yes.
nurture,
Yeah, without
and
that
it doesn't
concept, you
matter.
ain't gonna have
They're
shit.
basically just like, you know, saying they're categorizing kids. You know, they're tracking like, oh, he's a genius because he could do this. Now I'm
Right.
going to, you know, hitch my thing to his wagon. But it's like, no, if a person maybe
Yeah.
he wasn't trained properly, they never explore that idea. They just
Right.
kind of either you're a genius or not.
So can I add another one? So I want to add another one for the audience so y'all can take notes on what y'all hearing. This is the response to the boom. So another company that I looked up and its founders in Silicon Valley, Netflix, right? So the founders of Netflix are Reed Hastings and Mark Randolph. Okay, that's the outcome. Now, what did their parents do? This dude, Reed Hastings, is the son of a genius. His father was an attorney, a Wall Street millionaire, and also ran his own company on Wall Street as well. Mark Randolph, his co-founder, his damn father was a nuclear engineer. A nuclear engineer. I mean, how are you comparing the children of crackheads and crack dealers to the children of all these engineers and ad executive and Wall Street millionaires? And then say, go conquer the STEM field. These people didn't even have to go to banks in many situations to start their startups. They went to the best universities. They went to the best high schools. And then when it was time to find money to fund, they could go check with their father without even leaving the house first. Hey, Dad, why don't you give me that $100,000 for a down payment on this loan that I need to get to start this company based on the skills that I developed at the best universities? But nah, that doesn't matter. Nurture doesn't matter at all.
This is why I would say what we build, there's two groups of people we have to leave out. And it's pretty obvious. It's not hard.
What about that? I like your term reptiles, dude. I like that term reptiles, man.
Now you see why I call it that. Because that's how we raise the fucking kids. After they run away from the fucking nest, we don't give a fuck anymore. Like, what do you do if the only thing that matters to a people is pretty much dog park racetrack shit, and nobody takes actual education fucking seriously? It's like, look, if your kid can't be a star fucking horse, then it don't fucking matter. I'm like, dude, it's pretty much better and a higher close percentage to be literate when that's what have a career field than it is to make it in the fucking NBA. It's a way higher fucking rate of success.
Brian X just now said it. He went there. Those women of the mothers of those Silicon Valley guys are good at picking the right man. That's part of their culture.
That's right.
Part of their culture, apparently. So we're not going to sit here and go through all this Silicon Valley data and look at the backgrounds of these co-founders and see the same pattern and say, it doesn't matter. Hell no. There is a consistency in how these women are choosing the right men to mate with and the kind of children that they produce and socialize. And that was in the New York Times. The dude that wrote that article, Brett Stevens, last Sunday, that he got attacked by everybody for. And I'm sitting looking around like, why is everyone attacking this dude for saying that Ashkenazi Jews score the highest on IQs in America on average when it's true? And then he went into the article talking about, what was I talking about? Cultural capital. He said everyone talked about how Jews' IQ is high, but he said that is not what it is. So in his article, he said the reason that the Jews succeed is because the way that they train their children to think differently and not to take things at face value and to use logic. That's in the New York Times. Brett Stevens.
They don't find it interesting. They don't find it. They don't find a correlation with the fact that they create their own schools with high IQs. They haven't, they haven't made that correlation yet. Now
they
will
created
say
an
this.
environment so where they could be good. They created an environment.
Now I will say this.
Systemic results.
This is observational. This has nothing to do with what I read, or anything I read, or there's no scientific backing. This is just anecdotal. Cultures that don't eat pork have higher IQs.
Now that's interesting.
It starts with the Jews, and then I think Arabic Muslims, and then Arabic Jews again, and then like Chinese, and then it kind of devolves down from there. And at the bottom, you notice all of them eat pork.
Wow. Now that I know you're saying that's just your speculation, but you know, I think you should go ahead and examine that and do the research and then hold a panel on it, because why not? I mean, everything is on the table now. We need to put everything on the
And
table.
that's the thing. That's the thing. It's time that we start acting like other people if we want other people's results. There ain't no fucking way around it. There's no way around it. And
Because
all these people who want to sit here with this game and all this goofy ass shit, leave their ass behind. If you want to make excuses about the past, leave their ass behind. You want to talk about slavery and how you couldn't do shit with your motherfucking life, leave their ass behind. I'm telling you, the faster we leave these motherfuckers behind and build our own fucking Elysium, we gonna be straight. Because you got to be able to have good ingredients to have good results. You can't have bad ingredients and prey on it and fucking think that the shit just gonna turn out well.
but do you
Like,
guys
you
think
have to understand that.
am I reaching by making this correlation between the background of these Silicon Valley founders and versus your average black male in America? Am I reaching? Am I being too analytical, or is
No,
it?
I don't think you're being quite brutal enough, but yeah, okay.
no,
Well,
I also see. I see.
Go ahead, Ty.
No, I was gonna say another correlation between all that is those people actually bank on their kids. You know what I'm saying? They bet on their
Yes.
kids. You know what I'm saying?
They
Take
invest in their
risk
fucking
and-
kids.
Yeah, man, and they believe in their children.
And that's I
Well,
think that's what we young men can do. If it's one thing I think that we young men can do, it's to get the mating piece right. If we just do that one part for the millennial generation, that
It's
one
gonna
piece
fix everything.
can fix so much. Because okay, I looked up the dude that created Snapchat, right? You already know, I already told you. Guess what his parents do? Both high-ranking attorneys in California. But yet you supposed to be compared to him, even though your parents was at best working at like Ford Motor Company assembly line. They was happy to do that. If you were lucky, you had.
Okay, I got a $5 super chat from Cyril Limbic, who said that a nuclear engineer isn't a sexual alpha.
So you're saying that so a nuclear engineer is non-select.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yo, I'm starting. Hey, you know what? That select, non-select, bro. I'm starting to see it reveal itself now, bro.
Yeah.
The outcome, you see when you start looking at outcomes, see, that's how you judge a culture. Look at the outcome. And as soon as you start bringing these facts to the situation, when they give you this false analogy, now they start talking about, well, it was white supremacy. So this is what I got to say. Look at this is where I'm at. This is where I'm at, man. Look it. Either we're going to move forward and compete with what we got, or we're going to admit that we are a conquered people that needs to be bred out anyway. If you can't have
No. Like King Sigma. They're already telling us what they fucking we need to do. What they're
That nigga
scared
Sigma
of.
with the shit. That nigga Sigma with the shits.
Yeah. King Sigma. It's not hard.
Every time you bring up the facts, so they'll give you this example like, well, you know, your generation do this. And then you say to them, okay, you want to compare me to the guys that are running Silicon Valley at between 30 and 50 years old? Let's look at where they came from. And as soon as you bring the evidence that shows that all these people had, tremendous advantages in their upbringing, now they go to white supremacy. That's their trump card. Well, it's because of white supremacy. So this is what I'm saying. We've been in this system since 1530. Okay, if we're gonna say that we are a conquered people and that we can't compete because of that racism, then just say it. What the fuck are we? Why even keep talking about it anymore?
I mean, they can. No, that's not everybody's excuse, man. They can't compete because they fucking refuse to. We don't have that problem. And the thing is, once you're surrounded by all these crazy motherfuckers, you think this shit's normal until you're not surrounded by those type of dudes anymore. Like those kids, because I've been in those Jewish communities in New York. Those motherfuckers don't know shit about how other motherfuckers live. Because they surrounded by each other and they surrounded by highly successful motherfuckers until they get the fuck out of high school. Or, you know what I'm saying, if their parents leave or whatever. Other than that, they surrounded by the best of the best shit. Eat food and everything else. But these people want the benefits of culture without having the input of culture.
Now,
like this is the shit that we teach.
Now, MOT, you're saying that right now. Right while you're saying that in the chat, NYC Sawman says Your facts about boomers are remarkably skimpy. See, this is the shit I'm talking about. Nothing I
Bro.
said is skimpy. I just stated nothing but facts for the last 30 minutes on the backgrounds of these founders in Silicon Valley based on the conversation that I just listened to over on Arts channel called the Brother Boomer Panel.
It's a waste of time, Sigma. I'm telling you, bro.
And that's why I say, just let the shit go, man. This whole the community stuff, looking for the older people to do anything for you. They haven't done anything.
No, man, you have to walk, man. Listen, man. You have to walk, and the greatest thing you can do is not bring these women with you. As long as you bring these women with you and you don't follow boomer advice, I think you're gonna be pretty fine if you choose the right fucking mate.
Yes, and it seems like these women in these relationships, we have to judge the tree by the fruit that it bears, is what the old school people say, right? Isn't that what the old school people have been telling us since birth? Yo, you got to judge the fruit, the tree by the fruit that it bears. So the question becomes, what fruit has the last 3 generations of Black America bared? What?
This is why I say intercultural, man, because I can't have anybody who's been even touched by this shit here, man. I can't have it.
Yeah,
I can't have it.
I don't want to hear about white supremacy anymore, man. We know what the game is. We know what the game is, but the part that I don't get is this. So let's say that you had like a prisoner, right? So you got into this battle and you took some prisoners of war and you put them in the prison. Imagine every day one of the guys in the prison with you coming and saying that we're prisoners. Every single day. Just keeps waking up every day. We prisoners. We prisoners. But this other dude over here is trying to like do like in the Shawshank Redemption. He over here, he got like a little fork and shit. Every day he's digging a little hole, digging a little hole, digging a little hole, trying to get out. Or this guy over here got escape plans, or this guy done blown his head out. But you got one dude in the prison cell that every single day for no reason, he just keeps waking up saying, "You a prisoner. You a prisoner." What does that do exactly to tell me something I already know? Is what I'm trying to get at. What does
but most of these people are active cowards and active failures, and you can't do it. Dude, listen, man. That's only about, I'm gonna say, 5% of people from the boomer generation that I could trust. There's only about half of people in the Generation X fucking group that I could trust. I'm putting all my eggs in the basket of the millennials and the zillennials. We can't worry about these other people. Not all boomers are bad, but it's like pretty 95% that are god awful horrible. And half of these motherfuckers in the Generation X who actually had some of those same fucking kids, also horrible. None of them want to take responsibility. None of them want to compete on the level that everybody else is competing in society. And I understand the problem because I've seen it up front. I've seen it up front. How many boys programs I got shut down in the Mississippi Delta? Why? Because the kids were doing better in school and the mother didn't get her $150 extra check a month, so she pulled the fucking kid from the fucking program. And the father couldn't even get custody of the fucking kid because that's the way Mississippi is. Now, Mississippi is fucked up when it comes to custody disputes. I know people talk all this crazy shit about custody disputes in their states, but Mississippi has an active role in making sure these mothers are fucking these kids up on average.
Well,
they don't give a fuck about this shit.
You know what was funny? Now, my stepfather is a boomer. He's 64 now. I love the hell out of him. He don't act like this. He ain't never can me talking about.
I know, and you know him.
He talking about now. Hold on. Now, Judge Joe Brown, he has triggered the social justice warriors today. He really triggered them because he's an older gentleman. I think he's like the oldest boomer or the youngest silent. But he said something to the extent on Twitter today. He said, "Damn, what is he said? Black people were enslaved because they killed so many of the warriors, and what was left was mostly the women, children, and cowards." Something to that extent, where he was saying that he talking about, and he got so much blowback, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, that's kind of what happened, bro. I mean, so you got this group of black people that want to keep talking about a thing, so it don't even make any sense to me. So they say white supremacy, right? That means the most supreme race. But yet, here you have the Asians, then you have the Jews who are out
over in the same country.
Yeah, they're out competing the whites in terms of IQ and testing, and they're starting to see real world results and they're Asian and Jews. So if this white supremacy is still the rule of the land, why are 5 Asian nations IQs higher than all the European nations? And why are the Jews higher than all the European nations in their group? And only 14.5 million Jews on the whole damn planet. Explain to me how 14.5 million persons are outscoring the white supremacists on all the tests and all the IQ, and how are Asians, who most of them don't even have the kind of developed country with the university we have here, and they're getting higher IQs in the top 5 Asian countries over the white countries. I mean, this is the shit that I don't understand about this redundant conversation.
I mean, it's very easy, King Sigma. It's too easy. The problem is they can't see past the shit that they didn't create for themselves. They don't want to look to other cultures who are doing better because they don't want to be reminded that other people are better than them. That's the deal. They don't want to be better. This is a different race of fucking people who don't want to acclimate to shit. The motherfuckers broke off and they created their own shit. That's what they did. They created an environment that spits out greatness on average. That's what they did.
True.
They created an environment for that. Not using the system, not using anything else. But the people in this culture, the moment you say that, you have these uncultured reptiles who jump out of the fucking woodwork and say, hell yeah, the motherfucker create that shit. I'm like, you expect for it to be created for you. Then they're going to bite you and then you're going to fuck them up. But, dude, here's the thing, man. You can't build that kind of shit for people here. They're too fucked up. It's like nobody goes down to the Mississippi Delta and try to pull motherfuckers out of that shit. They'll kill your motherfucking ass for fucking making them self-reflect on how ain't shit they are. Motherfucker would kill your ass for that shit.
Yeah,
they don't want to hear about competing. They don't want to hear that shit, man.
MOT.
Go ahead, Gentrell.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Scroll, please.
Oh shit.
So I'm good, man. That was good. I'm glad that I heard what I heard, because it's like I'm just so deluded. I'm so deluded on this whole conversation around. So like,
man, so I click on you and hit share screen, right?
Yeah. No, you're right. So King Sigma.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, it's written in the scroll. This is all pre-recorded. This is our culture.
Okay, so what scroll number is this? What scroll number is this?
This is 3.
Scroll number 3. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm actually doing this on my phone. That's how come I can't see the whole screen.
I'll read it. All failures of the black community is due to white supremacy or black men, depending on the circumstances.
There we go.
Homer mentioned crack, they will later translate it to white supremacy. Oh, crack, Oliver North, and blah, blah, blah. You see, they can't really do that with heroin, so they point to crack. It wasn't me, it was crack. And then when they say, how come you don't run Silicon Valley or black men, depending on the circumstances?
That was Mr. Research. So me and Mr. Research, we're going to have this conversation now that I got my information to back up what I'm saying, because I was surprised to hear him saying this. I'm like, dude, I can't believe I'm hearing this, man.
Bro, Mr. Research.
In the vacuum, you can't say, why don't you black men take over STEM without understanding what the cultural conditions have been? We still got to compete, but let's not act like that I'm walking into a situation equal to Even Spiegel, who created Snapchat and whose parents were fucking Hollywood lawyers. I mean, this is insanity, man.
Mr. Research said that our community cared about black children before Bill Clinton, and I got off the panel before I could even respond to him, man.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Research, after being on that Boomer panel, he will do something. And I'm gonna try to go over there because I got my info, and he's gonna have to explain to me how he totally disregarded the role of cultural capital, using an example to use, knowing that almost all of these Silicon Valley founders have the same profile, just like mostly all CEOs of the top 1,000 corporations have the same profile.
They don't care about any of that shit, man.
Mating, the role of mating is so clear. When you look through the background of these cats, you're like, damn, these women didn't consider a nuclear physicist lane. These women didn't consider attractiveness just strictly on your looks. They had to be looking at the brain and the looks, or even just the brain. So
that's why I call them fucking reptiles, because only reptiles care about stupid shit like that. Actual actual people who actually want to create successful families, they don't care about shit like that. They don't give a fuck about shit like that. Because they care about actual fucking success.
They'll say that it's white supremacists' fault. So white supremacists is the reason why we breed and create. So it's like what I'm telling you, MOP, since you right between both the generations, this is what I'm trying to get at, bro. Okay. So we accept this conclusion. It's all white supremacists' fault. Now what? Can you answer that part for me? Now what? So the whole thing is the white supremacists' fault. It's all racism. Now what?
I don't know, man.
That's what about you, Game Changer? What do you got?
Oh, you asked me?
Yeah. What about you? What do you think?
Well, no. It's I actually do have the solution. So, because the failures of the community is white supremacy, we should basically pseudo fight white supremacy, which means create the illusion and bravado as if we are fighting white supremacy and get behind the tutelage of the loudest talker in the room. Now, this loudest talker in the room owns about 8 bullets and no gun. So the concept of actually fighting white supremacy is a very abstract thing to him or her. But he is beating his chest the hardest. We should get behind this person and make him the leaders of the community.
But I thought those were already have been the leaders of the community for the last 60 years.
Yeah, exactly. More of the same. King Sigma.
See what I'm saying? This is a culture of failure, bro. That's all that you're saying to me. Like, so we got scroll number 3. All failures of the black community are due to white supremacy or black men, depending on the circumstance. So this is a culture of failure that needs to be wiped from the face of earth. Period. If this is where we're at in 2020, this culture needs to be wiped from the face of the earth. And I'm a dark-skinned black man saying
King Sigma. King Sigma. You could do it the old-fashioned way by not breeding with them. By not even fucking doing that.
Oh, hey, MOT, don't even worry, bro. My seeds is waiting for the quality Stargate to come along. So I'm good. I'm not even worried about it. But according to him, if I see that's where so
this what I'm saying, Sigma. Like whenever you start leading a boomer down the personal responsibility, personal accountability lane, bro, you gonna hear all kind of wild shit, man.
And I'm cool with it, but what I'm saying is that even if you accept that conclusion, if you accept it, the next natural question is, well, now what? So
exactly.
Because it's like they never.
No, man, you're looking at it wrong. Dude, you're looking at it wrong. These people don't give a fuck about none of that shit, man. They don't even care. They just want to try to run the fucking clock out so that way they can die in peace. So that way you can stop talking about boomers. They don't give a fuck about this shit.
Man, I don't care about boomers no more, bro. I'm good. I got all the answers that I need, man.
Hey, welcome to the club, man.
I'm good, man. Like,
it's not all of them. It's 95%.
Stop giving boomers attention, bro. That's what I always be saying, dog.
Scroll, please.
What he got next on the scrolls? What's the
next scroll?
Yeah, man, this gonna go from white supremacy to all kind of wild, crazy nut shit, bro. Like
that right there. See, now I get why SYSPN get so much hate because see, they got the solution. That is the solution.
Yeah,
the solution is
the solution. Leave these motherfuckers alone. That was always the solution.
You gotta go find a quality Stargate, and you gotta focus on developing yourself. Those are the two solutions. Focus on your own self-development. Focus on your own happiness. And when it comes time to have a family, you must vet, and find a quality Stargate and attract one. That is where we're at now. That will do much change for the next generation if the younger men today can do that over the next 20 years.
All right.
He said
that like the failures of black men every chance you get. Followed by, hold on one moment, because the next scroll is more relevant. Discourage economic success in black men and boys at all costs. Yes. Tell them that success is a white thing. Make success seem unsexy for black men. Make failure seem appealing.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable, man.
It's pre-written, Sigma.
Yeah.
It's pretty rich. I stole these scrolls from the sisterhood.
I like it, man. I like it, bro. I've talked
It
about
was
this.
written.
The problem is there's a singular common thread through this whole culture. It's the behavior and how they act. All you have to do is pay attention to who they defend. If they defend a certain group of people, those people are done too. Keep pointing them out, Mr. Boomer. That's right. I'm gonna stop fucking with them people also. That's right. Point them out. Oh yeah. Not fucking with these type of people either. Because see, you have to get down to the bottom of thinking about why would this person skip over decent motherfuckers who they can actually concentrate on, who can solve problems, to actually just start fucking with problems. It's kind of like there's a fire and the fire department come and save poisonous snakes and fucking fire and fucking spiders and black widows and shit, but they leave the people in the fucking shit to burn the fuck up. That's what these fucking boomers are, man. You gotta stop fucking with them, dude. You gotta stop. It's never gonna get better.
What's up,
We have to create our own society. What's
Yeah, I
going on,
agree
man?
with you, MOT, 100%. I agree with you. It starts with us and no excuses. I'm not blaming the boomers for anything. They don't see the culture the same way. I like what Game Changer said. He said that from that perspective, they don't see it from a nurture standpoint. It's mostly dominated by nature. So it is what it is, and we have to focus our attentions on the nurture.
We are the new OGs. We don't
Right.
need
Sigma.
them. We don't need them.
Sigma, I subscribe to what you said, bro. It don't matter what happened in the past, bro. We got to get it, bro.
Yeah, that's where we at right now, man.
And
Yeah.
here's the thing. The past is more of a reason to get your shit together, not less of a reason to get your shit together.
Facts.
That's what it's supposed to be, fuel for success, right? That's what I thought.
Supposed to be.
You're supposed to use it for fuel for success. That's
Nah,
what
man,
What's up, everybody?
Hey,
what's
up,
going
man?
on, man?
You got the mic.
Could
Go
y'all
on,
hear me?
Triple X.
Yeah, we can hear
Go
you.
on, Triple X. Yeah, go
Hey,
ahead.
what up, Brian?
What's up? What's up, y'all? Yeah,
You
but
got it,
like I said, I'm a Gen Xer that used to go at the boomers. So just stop getting on the Gen Xers because we inherit this nonsense from the boomers, and I'm one of the few. Like I said, I grew up in the projects in New York City, one of the worst projects, but I've maintained it. I just managed to get myself out of that situation. I'm the one that always trying to tell these brothers, to get into STEMs all the time because that's the only way we can, move up. Stop, with all these people saying that we're on the bottom of the barrel, which is nonsense because we spend how many, 50 trillion a year on nonsense. So we're not the bottom of the barrel economically. We're basically at the highest. We just manage our money wrong. Number two, Martin Luther King was the one that coined the term white supremacy. I don't know if you know who Claude Anderson is.
I know.
He had a video where he stated that Martin Luther King went around the country to all these black business owners and saying how we expect the only way we can fight white supremacy is from inside, not from outside. And these dudes, they fell along with it because they followed that Jesus syndrome. Because the best way to fight it, if you want a level playing field, not begging this man for a job, begging to get into his system. That's not how you fight it because you're not going to be on the equal playing field with him if you come in from the bottom.
Okay, so it wouldn't be called supremacy if you were on an evil playing field. I mean, the white supremacy is because the playing field is not level. If it was level, it would be called equality.
Exactly. Because I don't know if you met.
So what I'm saying is because it is supremacy and you're going to fight it, you're going to have to understand that you are competing on an unlevel playing field. It's an uphill battle.
Yep. So like I said, the boomers were the ones who seen like black businesses thrive. I watched this channel with the guys in LA, the gang members. All those guys that basically started. One guy, father had a laundromat, a restaurant, and another business. He had a whole strip mall to himself. This is the guy that started the Blood. And one guy was a Crip in Compton. He said, we were the black on Leave It to Beaver. I'm like, holy shit. I wish I could have had that life. I had to come. I'm the victim of all this integration and all that bullshit. When all the black, I've seen a lot of black businesses just start crumbling in my lifetime. And the boomers, like I said, and when I came to Harlem, it was how these brownstones, they worth like $3 or $4 million now. This was over 10 years ago. This guy, he was a boomer. He was on crack. His parents left him a big brownstone, like 4 level. He in it by himself, smoking crack. He owed like 10 grand in back taxes. So I said, I said, listen, man, I'll give you the 10 grand. I said, I give you the 10 grand, homie. Just sign it over to me. He gave me, a lollygag, boom, 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 boom. All right. These Jews came to him with $8,000 cash, smacked him in the face with it. He snatched it right then and there, and that's it. I'm like, holy shit. The white man's ISIS coast. Here we go again.
So
and about these men, huh?
Where do you place cultural capital in importance in regards to raising children to be the kind of 18-year-old that you could bring into your organization to train with the STEM? What role does cultural capital play in that out of all the factors of raising a child to compete in this in the area that you're talking about?
It plays a lot. It plays a lot because these women are the first teachers of culture to these kids. But the way they minds are so warped, they teach these kids the wrong culture. We coddle our boys. They raise our women to be aggressive. That's why these women are taking all these positions, like lawyer, doctors, and all that other nonsense. Politicians, very few. But we tell our boys about what? Be tough. Go out there and you fight. That's why you got these emotional kids running around want to come on YouTube and fight everybody if you disagree with them. So culture plays a lot in it.
Where would you put it in the fact that we're trying to? Because I'm just keeping a tally of most people said so. It's like myself, Ty, MOT said it was number 1. Game Changer, I believe he said it was number 3. And
well, yeah, but it depends on how you tie it together. But go ahead.
Number one. I say number 1 because.
What about you all in the chat? Because I'm doing a tally for a reason. Because I just came from that boomer panel, and my whole thing that I was trying to argue is that the culture is trash. And it's been trash since the 60s.
Yeah.
And that's the number one reason why the young black men are not as competitive as they could be.
King Simmer, hold on. I want to say real quick, MOT.
Go ahead, MOT.
Hold up. You want me to go, MOT?
Yeah.
I'm going to say, if they would have said that, tell them this. Well, why didn't they go to Silicon Valley? The white boomers created Silicon Valley.
They took a lot of credit for what the white boomers did for some reason. It's very interesting. Yeah,
because like I said, I heard stories of, like my older brothers. They all boomers. How like NBC, ABC in the mid to late '60s came into Queens, New York, and were offering all these training programs to work at NBC. My brother was a boomer. He's a man. If I ain't working for no white man, what he did? Stood on the corner and drunk wine. His wife got a job at NBC. She retired there. And a month after she got that job, he didn't want to come along. He dumped his ass because he didn't want to work for a white man.
You want me to tell you who a genius is? What's that?
MOT, scroll, please.
I think I'm starting to think Mr. Neely Fuller might have been onto something, man. He has this saying where he says, one of the ways to solve the cultural problem in America is that black people shouldn't even be around each other unless it's for a constructive purpose only.
Scroll. Does that show the scroll?
Yeah, it's showing.
Which number is this?
I think this is like 4. Encourage success in black girls and young ladies at all costs.
Man, you got this shit down to a T, boy.
I mean,
I stole this from the sisterhood. I didn't, this is not me.
This is a fucking culture of failure. And I didn't even feel like that until today.
Yep.
I thought it was a little bit of good, but now it's so clear to me that this culture in the last 65 is a complete, utter failure for the most part, man. It's a culture of failure, and that's what the issue really is.
I'm about to piss you off again. You know the guy that started the shea butter thing, right?
Yeah, I heard about him before. Yep.
I think he sold it for a few $100 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he bought Madam C.J.'s Walker Mansion, and he started a program. He says he want to make 15,000 black women millionaires every year, strictly for women, not the boys. And I'm like, what the? You just gonna leave the boys behind like that?
Man, they don't care about
black girls and young ladies at all costs. It's in the scroll. Of course, that's
scroll number 4.
Yeah.
You know what? Game should just go through all your scrolls, man. Because I mean, it might be good for you to add this to what we talking about because we're talking about culture, and it's like.
Well, no, I mean, it's a lot of them. It's 21 of them. I did like a 1-by-1 on each, and I'm gonna make a ebook and an app for it. But it's on Black Ram's channel.
I like this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I gotta make sure I say this one because I like this because that's scroll number 3, man. I swear to God, this is all I hear is all failures of the black community are due to white supremacy or black men, depending on the circumstance. I swear that's the only response I get. No mention of culture. No mention of the culture of dating. No mention of culture of failure. None of that. Oh, it's white supremacy or it's black men's fault. And now the older black men say it's younger black men's fault. So now it's our fault, the younger black men. It's our fault that we don't dominate, that we haven't dominated Silicon Valley. It's our fault. That threw me.
All you have to do is stay the fuck away from them. Because I'm telling you, your mind is it's almost like putting your mind inside of a fucking microwave and sticking that shit up to like 10 minutes, man. Can't talk to people like that, man.
No, you're right. You got it, man. You got it. We just need to, do exactly like what Neely Fuller said, man. We have to just go where we can have the constructive conversation and get the constructive results, and that's it.
Because here's the thing. There are a bunch of group of people, like, this is why I like SYSBM. Because the right group of people who ain't doing shit are the motherfucker who's mad at SYSBM. That's all that's doing is showing people who cannot handle black men trying to separate and be powerful. And it's the same group of fucking people. Boomers, ain't shit women, thugs, and criminals. Which are motherfuckers what I don't consider as black any goddamn way. And I'm not trying to make peace or brotherhood with none of those groups of fucking people. Under no circumstance. So, if they're mad at SYSBM, then those people are the people who you should stay the fuck away from. Because they would never create a strong child that's outside of this fucking control of what's going on here. So you gotta be smarter, man.
Yep. You hear about that case? I just read a case today. It happened in Minneapolis. This
What's
sister,
that?
she was young, nice-looking sister who was a real estate agent, went to show a house. I guess she brought her thug boyfriend along, and I guess some guy came at him. He shot her boyfriend, and he killed her. So I think she probably was all in his face. You know how they do, yip yapping, and he shot her ass. So this is what you get. They want to be around these thugs. Now these guys are starting to kill the women.
That happened in Harvard a couple years ago. The similar story happened in Harvard a couple years ago. Same thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't even concern me. Doesn't even concern me at all. It doesn't even matter.
But this is what they want. They want to be around these thugs. This is part of the deal. You know, he wasted her life chasing a thug, and the streets caught up with him, and she was what they call it, collateral damage.
Yeah. I mean, man, at the end of the day, this shit is too easy to fix. All you have to do is leave these crazy motherfuckers the fuck alone and pick the best possible person you can who has a cultural understanding of where you're trying to go. That's it. They're scared of this shit. Fuck it. Project Steph Curry. You niggas gotta go. There is no fucking debate. No debate. Not with me anyway. I can't sit here and keep trying to talk to people who don't give a fuck about normal things like child development.
Yep. There you go. Child development.
You can't talk to people about child development. Even fucking lots of mammals, not these fucking reptiles, give a fuck about child development. Like, dude, you can't teach somebody about child development. It's either you got this shit or you don't got it. And it's like we're falling behind because of very basic fucking problems, not even complex problems. Extremely basic.
Well, I will say on the bright side, for me at least, I'm glad that I did have a chance to listen to that panel, and I'm glad that I had a chance to run this by you all, because that cultural capital piece is so understated in so many conversations that I listen to on Black YouTube, man. It's so understated or ignored.
K Sigma, I got a super chat for you.
What's that?
If you're a man and you have a problem with SYSBM, you are a male feminist. D-Rock in $4.99 super chat. Exactly.
That's insane.
That's why I'm glad SYSBM is here, because SYSBM is about fuck this system. We're gonna be happy by ourselves, but these other people need your happiness to be connected to bullshit, so that way they can still have relevance. That's what these dating coaches are about. That's what most of this bullshit is about. Everybody want to pick up bullshit and run with it. I'm like, dude, listen. Nobody thinks that picking this shit up is gonna make it better, man. There ain't no fucking track record to following this crazy ass shit. You got other people with better track records that we can look at, that we can compare to. But a lot of people don't want to fucking do that. It's fucking crazy, man. Like, I don't fucking get why. I mean, I get why, but at the end of the day, it's you have to stop caring about what these fucking people think. At the end of the day, they had their shot in their fucking chance, man. Sorry.
And see, my whole thought is that at this point, see, this is where I'm at with it. You know what I'm saying? It's like at this point, now that you know the stuff, you seen Game Changer scrolls, you heard me talk about the cultural capital piece. At this point, I don't want to hear men making excuses for their bad decisions anymore. I don't want to hear it no more, man. If you going out there and you're choosing the lowest tier of female to replicate yourself with, knowing the culture that we're in, knowing the consequences, that falls on your shoulders, man. At what point?
It does now. It does now.
Yeah, because now all the information's out there. This brother got a scroll that says all failures of the black community are due to white supremacy or black men, depending on the circumstances, will be the result. So you're going to get blamed anyway. So why even contribute to something that you're going to be blamed? If you're there, you're going to get blamed. If you're not there, you're going to get blamed. I'd rather not be there and get blamed than to be there getting blamed.
Big segment. It's simple. Separate, be great. Fuck them. That's what you do.
That's right.
That's the plan. You ain't got to worry about these motherfuckers, dude. All you got to do is move away, and once these motherfuckers start complaining, you turn the fucking volume down. Don't mute the volume. You got to enjoy turning the fucking volume down on niggas. Because muting is too fast.
I think one of the things that they do, they keep acting as if like, okay, so let's say that there's a historical fact, right? Like Martin Luther King got shot. That's a historical fact. They act like it's like they don't explain to you what they want you to do with that fact. Like, I know that Martin Luther King got shot. Okay. It's like they want you to live in 1960 or some shit, man. They want you.
What they want you to do is unite under the fact that Martin Luther King was shot over 50 years ago, 60 years ago, really, or 55. They want you to unite to no end. But see, they don't care. They don't care where they're leading you as long as they're leading. That's what you get from the extreme pro-blacks. They just want to be leaders. And they don't really care. And nobody really cares the direction that they're leading the people to.
They don't care. Man.
They just want to be seen as leaders. It's all about bravado. It's all about showing alpha qualities. And leadership.
Okay, let me read off the
super quality.
These two super chats. $10 from Lam Hendricks. Bullseye Fist. Yeah, man, we are on target, man. And that's Freelance Ronan. Well said, D-Rock. Yep, he's right.
I heard something funny today on that panel that kind of tickle you, man, because I just realized how hopeless a lot of these cats are. We're better off just disconnected from them, like MOT said, because so they're saying all these things, right? And someone said something to the extent that, well, you know, every time black people build something, these white people come along and burn it. And I was like, so let me get this right.
Yeah.
This is the shit that really throws me off, buddy, right? So on one hand, you said that the 30-year-old black man should be dominating Silicon Valley. But at the same time, you say that every time a black person builds something, it's going to get burned down anyway. I don't see how there's any value in that. Like, I don't understand what am I supposed to, what do you apply that to? Everything that a black person builds gets burned down and destroyed anyway. To me, that's like a culture that... What can a young person do with that information? So let me see. I'm talking to an 18-year-old Zenio. He comes up to me like, I want to go into the STEM field because I heard this dude online saying we should dominate STEM. And then if I was to take what I heard today, hey, well, everything that we create, they burn down anyway. That kid's going to be like, well, shit, I might as well just go smoke weed and fuck hoes all day. If that's the case, if everything I build is going to be burned down anyway. See,
you see why it's very important the shit that you tell kids. And this is the shit that they allow their kids to be said by ancient motherfuckers and families. You have to realize that these people are social engineers. They are the social engineers of failure, not some ubiquitous white man in like fucking Alabama somewhere. They're the fucking white man. They're the black
Yep.
cracker. Well, actually, the golden graham cracker. Like, dude,
Yep.
you can't argue with these fucking saboteurs. They're self-saboteurs. They do not give a fuck. The only thing they want to do is they want to make sure nobody becomes great, so that way the finger can't be pointed at them. And they don't give a fuck who they got to hide behind in order for that to happen. They don't give a shit, man. They've been not giving a shit forever. And now they don't understand. The conversations that we have impact. Why? We talk about the shit, and then the action is to do shit different. Their arguments was just to have the conversation to shut motherfuckers up, and so that way they wouldn't have or take any action. That's the bullshit right there, man.
Yeah, it's like they want to say that you should do this, but then at the same time they tell you that if you do it, the outcome is gonna be bad anyway. But I'm like, man, you can't get this to these young people, man. I refuse to give that kind of culture to the young people coming up. I refuse to have that conversation. That don't even make any sense, man. Like, but I actually heard it today. Like, someone said, anything that we build, they just burn it down. Every time we make some progress, they come and destroy it. And I'm like, oh,
okay. What have they built lately? No. You just ask them to point toward a fucking example in their own fucking life. The motherfuckers would like go back to like the Hindenburg disaster or some stupid shit like that in order to point out an example of something that got burned down. No, even though that was like a disaster, it had nothing to do with black people. No, I'm just saying at the end of the day, these motherfuckers got the perfect reason not to get started.
Exactly.
While simultaneously having a perfect reason to want to benefit from everybody else's work. So how the fuck do you have both of those things going at the same time?
That's the part that
well, Sigma, I mean, you got to understand the context that they make these suggestions under, and it seems like a contradiction, but what they're doing is they're stating something. They're stating a solution to an existing problem, which is overcoming white supremacy, according to them. So they like, look, we need to unify in order to overcome white supremacy. And then if you suggest anything else but that, then they'll say anything we ever build has been destroyed or that is futile. Basically, they're negating any ideas or any directions that you suggest. So the only alternative is their suggestion, even though when they negate you, they negate themselves, but they don't think that far ahead.
Yeah, but Game Changer, you have to understand why that is, though. Game Changer, I mean, the reason why that is, they want their failures fixed first.
Yep.
Right. First. That's the problem. Because if you're not focusing on retiring them and then turning over control back to them, or they're gonna mutiny your ass out of there, then they see no use for your fucking plan. Ever notice what group of people that sounds like? That's right.
Well, when they King Simmons, they said that you should have said, well,
I couldn't.
Robert Smith has his own.
I wasn't in the panel, bro. I was in the chat.
Okay, but I would have been like, yo, Robert Smith. He had his firm for years. Nobody burnt it down. Don Peoples owned the Barclays Center.
Sure
Built it too.
Yeah.
Dave Stewart has an IT company. Elliot Perry's part owner of the Grizzlies.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jordan owns 2 franchises. Nobody's shutting this shit down. Like they're like this shit don't make any sense.
Barack Obama.
No.
Nope.
8
Jamal
years.
Mashburn have over I think 50 to 100 Lexus dealerships. The old basketball player.
Yeah, he's worth over like $1 billion right now. Like,
nobody strung him from a tree.
It's kind of like, but yeah, not all niggas though. And then they reference some nigga named Charles out in the middle of nowhere. But what about Charles?
Oh, wait, you talking about Charles Avery? You talking about Charles Avery? Yeah, what about him? How do you explain Charles Avery though?
Oh God.
I don't know, bro. I'm just you guys have all heard the excuse. This ain't nothing new. We've been hearing it. As soon as you start talking about you are gonna build something, they tell you, well, they're just gonna burn it down anyway. So I'm just.
Oh, but I got one for you though. What they say that? What about that young 21-year-old black woman who had her own salon in the hood in Baltimore, and who went and got her? It wasn't Carlton Banks or Steve Urkel who shot and killed her, right?
They'll say white supremacy.
Over her weave.
They'll say white supremacy.
Or her weave.
It's white supremacy or black men's fault.
Yes, or both.
No, it's going no, not the thugs. It's going to be like our fault. We should have been there protecting them from the thugs.
We should have been.
Wait, you gotta understand, X, that black men and niggas are two different things. You see, the scroll doesn't really mention niggas. No, when they say it's black men's fault, they're not talking about niggas because it's never niggas' fault.
No, hell no.
Whoa. So niggas don't exist to them?
No,
even though they pick niggas to procreate with? What?
Okay, so MOT, the scroll was written the day after slavery by a group of 26 freed slaves. At the time, niggas didn't exist. Niggas are the byproduct of the scrolls. Niggas are simply men who follow the teachings of the scrolls. So no, they didn't exist at that time, but they later came into existence.
Yeah. Dude, at the end of the day, man, you got to get out there. You got to compete in whatever career field that you're in, man. And you can't be handing off these fucking games to anybody who's older than you. That's what that's. I'm glad all my parents are dead and my grandparents are dead. They were decent human beings. But even they said the shit. When I'm gone, don't trust old motherfuckers after we out of here. This is it. Don't trust anybody else. Because they're infected with that nigga shit. That's what they call it.
I don't like that that ideology of hopelessness, bro. Like, I can't work with it, man. It don't do nothing for me, man. Like, this whole nihilism, this whole hopelessness. If you're a black man in America, I can't do nothing with that, bro. I just can't. It ain't nothing I can do with it.
That's the boomers and them blacks push that shit.
I'm like, what the fuck do y'all want us to do? Like, you telling us, okay, so even if someone did take what y'all saying serious, which I don't know why they would, okay, what am I supposed to do with this?
Throw a brick through a salon window.
Yeah, go and get arrested by the same black women that you was protecting. This shit is crazy, bro. I didn't realize how bad the situation is for a lot of black folks out here. It is fucked.
Really?
Even the scholars, the message that the scholars is giving to the black people that are the non-scholars is that there's nothing you can do about it. It's not the culture. I mean, it's like Game Changer said, it's in your DNA. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about it. It's in your DNA. The fuck? Can't do shit with that, man.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing you can do is choose where you spend your time and choose who you procreate with. Because if they sound anything like these motherfuckers, you got to move the fuck on immediately. You have to be able to really protect yourself from this shit. And once you start hearing them, you have to turn the entertainment part of your brain on. Because you're going to hear motherfuckers who sound mentally fucking ill. Because they probably fucking are. I mean, it's just at the end of the day, nobody studies these niggas, man. There ain't no fucking... The American Psychological Association don't study niggas for some reason. We need this fucking study.
They need a massive... That should be part of any kind of reparative justice program. Massive psychoanalysis, lifetime psychoanalysis of Black America. That's supposed to be a natural part of this shit.
Well, you could do it like this. You could tell them that's the first step to like fucking reparations. So all these niggas to sign up, and you just study the fuck out of them. Yeah, study them.
Well, they don't want to. I mean, what I found out since Christmas, it's like, you know, a lot of people put these articles on Facebook. There's a lot of these young Black women who killing their kids and killing themselves.
I was
surprised. Yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah, I heard about a chick out in Alabama. I was talking about it the other day. A woman in Alabama shot her 10-month-old child in the face.
10-month-old?
Yeah.
10-month-old.
10-month-old, man. Shot the baby in the face.
For what fucking reason?
That was on Christmas Eve. Yeah. On Christmas Eve, an ABW down in Alabama shot her 10-month-old baby in the face, man. I was like, it's like, I can't do this shit, man. I can't. I'm gonna end up looking like.
Am I really supposed to be procreating with these motherfuckers? Like, are you fucking? Nah.
I mean, there's a lot. One killed a 1 and 2-year-old and just jumped out the window. Some project somewhere. I was like, what the fuck is this?
I mean, what is behind that, man? What is going on?
They they were told they can have the world, they can sleep around, ride the cock carousel, they can have the world, and now they realize it's not true, and they can't handle. See, women, they can't handle the stresses that men can, and it's driving them crazy.
Oh well, if they can't handle that, they gonna really be mad to find out that the one of the federal judges just ruled that it's, all male policy is unconstitutional, and that women now have to register for the draft. They really gonna hate that if that's the case. The judge
No, I mean,
said
I don't think they expect them to do any real fighting now.
I don't know what. Hey, that ain't what the judge said. The federal judge.
No, I
ruled.
mean, you know, once they get in there, they really don't do shit. They cry and whine. They make shit worse for everybody else. It's better off them not fucking being there. Trust me.
Yeah,
exactly.
They lowered the standard.
But this is what they asked for. They said we wanted equality with the men. So the federal judge said we're going to give you equality. Now women have to register for the draft.
But it's pseudo equality, King Sigma, is what MOT and I are saying. That it's the appearance of, it's actually doing worse because now they could say, well, we're in the selective service too, but you're not actually going to fight. They're not actually going to push you out of a helicopter and tell you to pull the string after 30 seconds and use your M16. They're not going to do that to women.
Well, most of these women that were complaining wouldn't want to be drafted anyway, even if it was a cushy job. They don't want to be drafted. They said they wanted to.
But even if they were drafted, they're not going to actually fight. Like, you know, not everybody in the military is infantry. Like there is rare in circumstances that they would actually send women to fight, especially those who are not enlisted. Like they don't even call them from the reserves to fight, you know.
Well, that was the argument, but here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. In that case, that was the case that was argued. The women were complaining, saying that they have not been put in combat positions. Now they're forcing the armed service to put women in combat positions. That's not my, I mean, I didn't fight for it. The feminists fought for it. They fought to have this opportunity to fight on the front lines and to be put in combat.
No. They want the opportunity for equality. They don't want actual fucking equality. Because I can guarantee you this. You put the motherfuckers on the front line and people start fucking shooting and shit.
So I wonder if that's the solution to all this radical feminism. It might, to give them the judge said, I'm gonna give you women exactly what you say you want. I guess that's what he wants. That's what his solution is, to give them exactly what they want. So that the federal government is forcing the army to put women in combat positions now. That is the position that the federal government is taking. And they're gonna force them to register for the draft. Now,
what's gonna happen?
I have to listen to MOT. He's a military man. He is probably 100% right. It's going to be a fucking disaster. But this is what society has allowed. So this is this is what the male feminists want, and they're going to get it.
All you're going to get is a bunch of sexual harassment or sexual assault cases in the military. That's going to be the way you're getting out. That's going to be the way to get out.
Something funny happened on Twitter in regards to what you just said, Brian. There was a bunch of military black men and white men getting really pissed off at women over this thing called World War III memes. Maybe some of you guys have read them. And the women were doing exactly what you just said, man. Exactly what you just said. So these military guys on Twitter are angry at this trending topic because all these women are talking about how when World War III starts, they're going to be looking to get dates with the Iranian men. And I mean, it was some weird shit, bro. That was crazy just reading these comments from these women in regards to what they're gonna do during World War III. Everything was related to whoring themselves to like the enemy. Real shit, man.
Let me read this $5 super chat. Sherrick Limbick said the productive ADOS men are being scooped up by non-ADOS black women and women of other races. Yes. And here's what they're not doing. They're not working hard to get it. All they're doing is being in basic fucking shape for their culture and just treating motherfucking dudes like they got some kind of fucking sense. That's it. They're not doing anything special.
Man, this whole culture is so poison, man. It's just so poison.
It is. And guess what? It's up to you to make sure that the shit don't fucking spread. Don't date them. It's that fucking easy. It's that easy.
Well, I put the link in the chat for you, MOT, regarding the woman down in Alabama that shot her 10-month-old baby in the face. It's in the chat.
Yeah. Don't get caught up with these. Don't get caught up with these women putting their titties on YouTube, telling you should go fight white supremacy for her, even though she got all her kids by a white man. Tell her to send Taz, Twin, and George Macon to go fight. Leave y'all alone.
That's like one of the biggest jokes in the world is that you got like rejected ghetto gaggers and failed swirlers coming to black men saying, give your limited resources. It's interesting to me, right? It's interesting because on one hand, these black messengers will say that black men ain't nothing, you don't got nothing. But the same women, when they get rejected by the white men with their children, they come to those same men that they themselves don't have any resources and demand that they give them the resources, their protection, and their attention. It's almost so bizarre that you would think it was like an episode on like Mad TV. Like, I really need to submit that story to like Saturday Night Live because they will have a field day on that shit. It's insane. It really is.
Yep.
That's where we're at now. Like, people are just, the shit is so out of control. There's no objective standards to the point where anything goes. And the moment that you start to impose your own standards on yourself,
order,
but I'm talking about
any kind.
But I'm not talking about no. Let me clarify. I'm talking about when you start to impose your standards on yourself and amongst other men, like-minded men, you say, here's a standards that's working for me, and other brothers say, you know what? That standard might work for me. I got to get this cultural capital shit down. I got to value my seed. I got to put my own happiness first. That becomes a problem for people that you didn't even ask for their opinion. You don't need anything from them. They've proven that they can't develop a culture. They can't prioritize what is important for a culture. But yet somehow they got so much attention on what you're doing.
I keep calling reptiles for a reason. Like, people don't understand. They act like these motherfuckers are pure motherfucking instinct and nothing fucking matters. There ain't no fucking consequences.
That reptile, you coined it, bro. You got it. You own it. It's yours, man.
I cannot do business with people like that. At the end of the day, what the fuck you gonna be able to do with people or against people who don't even want to maintain order before they build shit? There's only one group of animals, reptiles. None of this shit matters to them. They don't care. They don't care. They fight over nothing. They want to kill each other. Nothing matters. The future don't matter to fucking reptiles.
Okay, so related to that, MOT, I want to go ahead and read the Snapchat. And then there's another comment that I just want to see what you. People crack me up, man. So there's a snap, the super chat from Molly Samumba. Black women complain that we don't build yet date broke white men. Yeah, that's what they do. What they'll do is they'll talk about all this and that while they're actually laid up sleeping with a white man, because they did a study that found out that the average black woman chasing after white men or interested in white men doesn't see what they're doing as hypocritical if you do it. So it's like if she's doing it, she doesn't see it as a bad thing. If you do it, she sees it as a bad thing. And they've actually surveyed these women. So that's how they do it.
King Sigma, man, look. You could tell a woman like that, and I've done it several times in my life. Mm-hmm. They will be there with a white man at a restaurant or a party or something else. The moment they see a black dude with a fucking white chick, all the fucking wheels come off of this pretend fucking black bitch, and it comes right out. They can't even handle or stand the shit.
I just be reading sometimes, like listen to the brothers talk. So this one brother says, this is a good one for MOT and Game Changer. It says that they don't understand power is a group dynamic. They can always be defeated by other groups of men without acting as a group. And this is where I say my response is always the same people that say that they don't understand what a group is. They don't even understand what the basis of a group is. The same people that say that. What is your thoughts on that, Game Changer, MOT? And then Brian.
Well, I mean, but you got to understand. They think of black men in segments. They look at segment A, the dudes we want to fuck with, and the dudes in segment B, the dudes who build who we not gonna fuck with. So they don't understand why segment B is starting to fucking leave and do their own thing, and segment A is gonna help the fucking women try to get the men back to the fucking plantation to do their segment B shit. And it's like, no, black men ain't broken. We just ain't taking no bad fucking deals, man. That's all that is. And they was like, why are these people exercising freedom? We're the only people around here who have freedom. Why is this black man broken? Pretty much is what the shit is, man.
I just sit up here and told all these brothers on the panel in the chat, I just told you guys, Jews are only 14 million deep in the world. They're less than like...
Not even that many.
They're not even a lot of them, and they're doing just fine. So the idea that...
in the same system, that everybody
Because
else has access to.
I think it's time that we
gay,
try something different going forward. And if a third of black men say they want to break off and do something differently, that still leave. That's only like 16 million. That's
Okay,
like 8 million, no, like say 8 million or so. You're
King
talking,
Signal.
yeah.
King Signal. The
Mhm.
people who are complaining about SYSBM, would you ever want to team up with these motherfuckers in
No,
any other
no,
circumstance?
I don't even
Of
want to have.
course
I
not.
don't even want to meet
Of
them.
course not. Of course not.
I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm all the way good. Like I don't have friends like that. I don't have family like that. My own mom, she don't even act like that. And her and I had issues when she used to try to control my dating habits in high school. But after high school, she was cool. But no, I don't want anything to do with these type of people, man. I'm good. I don't see why that's a big deal.
it is a big deal for them because they don't have control.
They have control of
Yes,
themselves.
Tyrone Church, $5 super chat. We are too far behind to worry about people's feelings. I've always been that way, man. Because you have to understand the people who are complaining, they want the wrong group of people saved first. I always use this example. It's kind of like you have an accident or a disaster. You call in the medical team. These motherfuckers are putting defibrillators on wood fucking skeletons rather than motherfucking helping out goddamn people who are clearly injured. They're walking past the injured people to put defibrillators on fucking skeletal fucking creatures. Like you can't deal with somebody who has that sort of fucking mind state. These people would do anything in the goddamn universe to not have order. They will defend disorder at all costs. Why? It benefits them. And
Why
then they
are they
think they're
afraid
better
to
men
die?
because of it.
Why are they afraid to die, man? Why? We're all gonna die one day, brothers. Stop being
they
afraid to
not.
die, because that's so much of this is revolves around the truth. Just tell the truth. You're afraid. We're
Oh,
all
they,
going to die one day. While you're here on earth,
I
you
don't,
should be trying to become the most happiest person you can. That's really what this boils down to. We're all going to die one day,
well,
man. Enjoy the
just
time you have on this earth, man. Period.
just be happy. But
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever seen that case about 3 weeks ago. This in Charlotte, North Carolina. It was on our news where this 16-year-old kid tried to intervene with this bookie beating up his Sharquisha,
Nope. Didn't even know
and the
that.
guy beat the living crap out this 16-year-old high school kid. And guess what happened after he kicked the kid's ass?
The woman came
They
and
walked
put
off.
money on his books
They
and pulled him out.
they walked off holding hands. He
I'm
thought he
not
was
surprised.
saving mama.
So
This
he
kid
didn't.
he ran out of high school. He was in high school in class. He ran out to try to save this woman.
Well,
Her
the reason is,
boyfriend beat the crap out of her.
he probably got the best sex out of her that he ever had that night too. While that dude was in the hospital healing his wounds, he got the best sex he could ever ask for. In fact, she brought her friend over and told him about the thing that happened, and then she got turned on, and he got to have a threesome tonight over that simp. There you go.
Yep. And that boy should have had a father that was like, yo, don't you intervene when you see that, because I learned that a long time ago. I don't intervene.
Man, I learned that from a woman that lived next door to me, man. Years ago.
Exactly.
I had a woman that lived next door to me, and I intervened in a situation, but I was young. Just, I was just tired of hearing the fighting and the abuse. And then next thing I know, this dude was out of jail the next day. And I after that, I never, ever intervened in any. I don't give a fuck if it's not my family. If it's like not my sibling, I'm not in it, period. It's just sad that we've reached that point in society, man. This society is sick, man.
And if it's my sibling, my sister's boyfriend used to beat ass. My brother used to kick his ass. And guess what? He called the police on my brother. So I'm not intervening in none of that stuff.
Nah, and it's almost like inhumane that we reached a level where you'd even have to say that. You'd almost think that if you were a human and they were human beings of any kind of pedigree or whatever, that you could be help a person out because you're actually helping them to help themselves. But that is not the case. We have all this history to prove that you're gonna probably end up being the one that's dead or harmed or something like that, not the person that was the abuser or the person that was abused. Man,
you are dealing with people who have entranced things that they just can't get over, and they don't want to be compared to nobody else. It's like they're failing, they're far behind. Don't bring it up to them, because if you do, you don't like blackness. They turn blackness from greatness to fucking failure. So if you try to challenge their code of blackness, which ain't nothing but abject fucking disaster and failure, The motherfuckers will come after your motherfucking ass. Period.
Yeah.
What you have to do is you have to leave this shit alone.
Well, you
You
know what
can
it
stop
is,
the
though, bro?
growth.
You know what it is, though, bro? I think that when a lot of these cats talk about the group, they don't really understand that the definition of group is not just a bunch of people standing around in one place. That's not the definition of a group. A group actually has is one of the parts of that definition relates to interest. And somehow they always leave that part of the group out. You don't get
They don't
together.
give a fuck about that.
Yeah. They always talk about, well, you dudes is individualist, or you dude ain't part of the group. Bro, a group are individuals that cluster together based on interest, among other things. Yes, there are other reasons that people bring themselves together in groupings, but one of the critical reasons to bring yourselves together is based on common interest. So if I don't feel that, if you are a person that is a murderer and you just happen to be black, I don't owe you any kind of allegiance or friendship, nothing. We don't have the same interests. You want to take life. I want to sustain life unless you're trying to take my life. I don't want anyone to die unless you're actually going on the offensive to kill people for no reason. So hey, that's your thing. You go ahead and kill someone. You get killed or you go to prison or whatever it is. But we don't have any friendship just because we have the same skin color. And these cats are always talking about this group thing, but they never say to you the part about common interest, socioeconomic interest.
They don't care about any of that.
Yeah.
Six Sigma. Their group start with them and it ends with the people who they respect. See, in their group, we against our will are supposed to perform an action that is considered disrespectful to everybody else, but it's considered respectful to them. They want us to sit here and play this dumbass game of potentially getting our lives fucked up with the same group of women who they've impregnated and had kids by, who they don't want to hold responsible. I'm like, well, if they don't want to be held responsible and those people empower these people, why don't I leave all this shit the fuck alone and go somewhere else? No, where you going? We ain't gonna be able to survive without you. And I'm like, and you think that I'm interested in your survival? Go on.
King Sigma.
Yeah.
King Sigma.
Mhm.
I thought you was gonna do this case that happened about 3 or 4 years ago. I think it was in West Virginia with this black chick. She always just in black men, but she went into a trailer park because she was in love with this white guy. So what happened? Him and his brother and I think his father, they tied her up in the trailer and was beating her, burning her with hot coals for like a week. And I think the only way they found her was, I think, the cable man or something seen her tied up and bleeding.
Oh shit!
I thought you might have did this. I can't. It was like a few years ago. I thought
you got like if you
no, fam, X. That was a lie. Later, she confessed that she made that up.
Oh my god!
Oh, for real?
Fuck, man.
Now,
so that was a lie.
Yep.
Wow.
Okay, put it like this. It was either a lie or she was lying, saying it was a lie to protect Zaddy. But I think it was a lie, just judging from how it happened.
I wouldn't mind reading the story, but the reason I can't post on my channel until March, man. So I'm on cold ice on YouTube right now. Yeah, they got me on YouTube jail. But
what happened?
Man, I used the thumbnail. That I guess it was a copyrighted thumbnail, and they said that now they changed the rules. Like there's no warning now, you just get struck. So it is what it is. But I ain't even tripping over it, man. I've been building up my own little catalog, low key. But I was gonna say something because so in regards to that whole group thing, another aspect that's funny to me because I was just thinking about my grandfather for some reason, and just something as simple as like when we talk about the whole interest thing. So if I wanted to build a house, so these people are always talking about building. Like I'm always hearing them make this vague term. We need to get together and build something. And I'm like, okay, so let's say I want to build a house, right? I'm gonna need to go find a contractor, a plumber, an electrician, a mortgage agent, and a carpenter. Guess what? All the people that I ever hear talking about building something, they can't help you do even this simple as building a house. Because they're not carpenters for the most part. They're not mortgage agents. They're not electricians. They're not plumbers. They're not contractors or architects. So they can't help you.
What are they?
A bunch of niggas that run around to my build something that can't build anything. That's what.
Wait a minute. Every man has something to contribute to the world. Surely niggas have something to contribute to the world, right?
Yep, food for the criminal justice system. That's
Yeah,
how they
I guess
contribute.
they can. Yeah, I guess they can. Build the private prison by just sitting in their cells cracking rocks or something. I don't know, but I know that I'm just tired of hearing the same things over and over, because it's like I just keep hearing the same thing. Y'all need to build something, and then you ask them, okay, let's build a house. I don't know how to build no house. What do you know how to do?
I mean, Sigma, you're missing the key word in that. Y'all need to build something. They don't say we need to build something.
No, they say we. They usually say we need to build something together. That's what they usually say. We need to get together in a group and build something together. That's usually what they say.
No. They want you to build for them. Because see, what they bring here is their appetite. They don't give a fuck about nothing else. It's kind of like you invite them to the barbecue and all they want to bring is water and fucking napkins. But they expect to eat steak and lobster.
That is such a man. And they can't use an excuse of because my grandfather was born in 1920. So I don't know if I think that's GI generation. He was not going for this shit in this generation, bro. Like my uncles that were Gen Xers and boomers, he would call them out on their bullshit all the time. All the time he would, man. He had a skill set and he demanded that his sons and daughters do something and contribute something to the household, to the community. But now it's like, all I hear is people make excuses about everything. They ain't bringing nothing to the table. I would never go.
But that is their contribution. Stagnation is their contribution. Yeah, it is.
Okay, so the brother Eric Black says, what is the interest? He says he wants to hear what the interest is of SYSBM as a group. First off, SYSBM is not a group. It's not called Save Group Black Men. That's not what it's called. It's a philosophy based on self-actualization, self-reliance, self-education. In every plank that I've heard,
there's a translation. There's a translation there. How do black women benefit? That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah,
most black women may not benefit. If that's the translation, most black women may have not get the chance to benefit from it in this generation. They may have already be too gone, if that's what he was asking. So that's the translation. But my grandfather was part of the GI generation. He didn't go to college or anything. He was a trained carpenter. He learned it from his father. So I'm not going to go to MOT, Xanatos, Game Changer, Brian, and ask them to do a fucking thing for me. I don't want anything from them unless I can give them something in exchange. All I want them to do is help me meet my goal.
That is un-nigga of you.
Mm-hmm. No white of you.
I mean, come on, man. I don't want nothing from Xanatos unless I can exchange something with him. He doesn't owe me anything. MOT owes me nothing unless I can offer him something for his time and energy. That's
what
it.
Do you mean he don't wait, Kingston. What do you mean MOT don't owe you anything?
He don't owe me anything.
Wait. See, I don't think you understand how this works. So you see, MOT, he got more money than you, right?
Yeah.
Which means that in order for if he black and you black, how he got more money than you? That means he got your money. Which means that he owes you the money to balance the scale. How you gonna say he don't owe you anything when he black and you black?
Thanks for the interpretation, brother. Thanks for the interpretation. Damn. That's sad, man. Xanatos, you got the mic, man. We've been rapping.
No, I was just gonna go with the flow. Man, I'm listening. Damn, is everyone live right now? Everyone's live. Yeah. Shit, this is some prime time shit, and we got the playoffs. God damn.
How do I still have damn near 200 people watching and all this shit going on?
Oh, right. Yeah, you got to give yourself credit for that, man. Shit.
You offering the people a good conversation. That's all people want is a chance to think on some things. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, man, because here's the thing. Separating from these people, picking a different mate that is not going to lead you to where these people are at is the fucking deal. I've always not been worried about these niggas forever. Why? I'm not picking from a pool of women. And if anybody have any nigga in them, I just get rid of. In fact, I just date people from other cultures. And if they have niggas in them, I don't date them either. That's the thing. Like this whole dodging nigga shit is easy, very easy. So
Sure.
it's not hard.
Look, at this point, I have hopefully throughout my time in YouTube have shown some sort of blueprint on how to deal with nigga shit, with daggles. And here's the thing, the reason why I still deal with the miscreants of the community online, it's not because I care about the community at all. It's to prove a point. Last time I was on the Rumble, I will say that, when you had these Bebes kids come face to face with me, one, besides the fact that they couldn't counter any of my arguments, and two, they threw their ad hominem attacks as usual. What really pissed them off, and here's what we're starting to see here, is that now when I showed my face, these Bebes kids really got into their panties. They got sand in their vagina, like I don't know what.
Why they get sand in the vajayjay?
I'll tell you that. It's because the daggles or the supposed daggles, I'm not going to bash black women in this case, the black women who they expected to be on, that they were trying to impress all these years, trying to conform to an image, when they saw my face, not one of those black women called me any sort of coon or buffoon or sambo or cornball or educated lame.
Yeah.
That alone set off these Pookies and Ray Rays who thought that they were doing the duty of the community by throwing men like myself and others under the bus. But when they saw me personally, I can't speak for anyone else, but when they saw me personally and they saw how I was built, the females were good enough with that.
You said the Hotep hoes hit you on the DMs like, we gonna give you some of this. We'll give you some of this vajayjay, coon. They wanted to get a homie some of that vajayjay, even though they say he a coon. There you go. That's how loyal they are, man. That's how loyal they are. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. So these pro-whacks are now coming to the realization, at least when they see my face, and that, oh, great. The thing that I fought for years and decades on end, I thought I was fighting for the community. I was following the script, Negro script, the swag script, and all that shit.
So you tell me that a coon was banging their chicks while they was out there fighting on the sidelines, while DJ Pope was in one room and you was in another room. I hope you didn't touch one of DJ Pope.
No, but see, here's the thing, Stigma. Here's the thing. That's how it's always been. That's how it's always been. Like the people who do it, they're doing it for a pussy, which means that they couldn't have got it otherwise. They're following.
Let me leave the round up super chat real quick. Molly Simumba said the black community consists of expired players, thugs, ex-convicts. Think a black man should not have to provide to these people. 100% king. Yes, we shouldn't have to. They created their race of people and it failed. Now we have to separate and create our own race of people so that way that shit can succeed.
Man, that just seems like a slap in the face that they would let a Xana Coon bang their chicks like that, man, while they out here preaching black power.
But see, here's the thing. They always wanted his type.
Okay.
When you look at the guy, that's the case, Like this whole thug thing is what people do to attract women, which means that at a base level, they didn't already. See, they understood that there is a certain group of women that is going to be attracted to thugs. Now, whether the rank and file man is attracted to them, that's here nor there.
Mm-hmm.
They know that they will get that it will be an improvement to their otherwise dismal sexual life. I mean, we're not talking about like the jawline niggas of the world who actually are signing up for this shit. We're talking about the dudes who are doing it because of lack of jawline.
And because of that,
Idris Elba wasn't a thug. I mean, like when you really think about it, like who's really doing this shit?
That motherfucking Michael B. Jordan. If you talk about trigger, whew, when he brought out
Yeah,
his
exactly. Like these are the dudes that wasn't on the street slinging. I mean, because they got it otherwise.
man, he brought out he let the world know
You
that.
brought the thunder.
Yeah, he got like an Indian looking chick. She's like Indian or Persian or something, man.
Oh, nice.
Woo. He came
Who
public with her saying that that's his
who
woman. Man,
Idris Elba?
those
E-
tricks.
E-
What's
talking
that?
about Idris Elba or Michael B.
No,
Jordan?
no, Michael B. Jordan. He got this like Indian chick, like she's like East Indian or something, man. Middle Eastern.
Okay.
And he came
Are
public
they?
this week, and it was like he.
Uh-oh.
I was like, he don't care no more,
It's-
man. They done beat him down so much that pretty soon Michael B. Jordan is gonna get a hold of SYSBM acronym. He might start posting that shit on his pictures for all we know. But you got the
That's why
Michael B. Jordan about to throw up that SYSBM and these hoes is gonna lose it. But I want to get a mic back to Xanatos, man, because he got me cracking up talking about them hoes in his DMs like that.
Man, not if Patrick Patterson does it first. Shit. He got, oh man, shit. Bring him on this panel. Shit. But now, game changer. You better be lucky. You tell Blue Jizz and Young Illuminati in Oakland that they're lucky that I don't live closer to there, or I would make a point by going through all of these daggles in East Oakland, West Oakland, not because I want to save the community, but I want to make a point, just one point, that you don't need to be a freaking, excuse my French, a swag hag. I won't see the F word, but I mean, that's really what it is. It's a swag hag. You don't need to be a swag hag or have hood swag in order to get with the daggle. You just don't. I figured out the key now.
Uh-oh.
Well, Xanatos, I mean, like I grew up there. I figured that out a long time ago. Like that's why I didn't become that.
Yeah, but according to the P1s and the pro-acts, a lot of them picked up their rhetoric or their swag or the hood swag or the pseudo-hood swag usually, because a lot of these guys didn't do anything in the streets, or if they did, they failed at it miserably. But you don't need to do all of that just to get some action with the daggle. So what are you guys doing? I mean, all these years, all those stripes they put in, all that sacrifice of just throwing away their most productive years while throwing guys who didn't conform under the bus.
Well, here's what they're doing. I mean, it's already thrown away, Xanatos. I mean, they can't get it back. Like, come with me to the town one day. Come with me to the town. We really got to meet up one weekend.
Yeah.
And just kick it, because I'm gonna show you exactly what they did. I'm gonna show you exactly where I grew up and where I realized what they did. They're already threw it away. These guys are walking around with a junior high school certificate of completion trying to compete in this world. So, they really don't have anything but the reputation that faded in 1994. Like, it's gone. I mean, they're trying to uphold an image that has been dead for decades. It's kind of like those people who, I am the greatest swordsman in all that land. Yeah, but the gun was invented 40 years ago, nigga. You nothing. Like that's where they're at in life. So they're trying to uphold the image. And I could tell you that the only play that these dudes are getting, the only play is either the extremely unattractive chicks or the chicks who are addicted to the drugs that they're selling. That's it.
Oh, game changer! You forgot the fat chicks, game changer. Because
no, that's what I mean. I put them under the chicks that nobody else wants. I put them in that category.
Yeah. But hey, I told this on Reddit. I said this on Reddit's panel. There was a girl. She was at this wing spot I go to get my wings football. So she had fries. She was putting damn near half the bottle of barbecue sauce on her fries. Right. She was extremely overweight. She was dirty. Her feet was dirty, her clothes are dirty, and she's FaceTiming with this guy who was showing his six pack, saying, "Baby, I'm gonna take care of you." I'm like, "Holy shit, you did all that for this?"
Mm-hmm.
And she stunk. She had an odor. I'm like, dude. If I'm gonna
but that's normal though.
What you're dealing with and their relationship with sex. These are the guys, and I heard this on a panel once, on a show once. A guy was saying that, See, these are the guys. When they get out of jail, they gonna get them some pussy. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They went years without sex and bragged about the sex that they got when they got out. Are you fucking kidding me? That was just such a weird thing to say. It's like, for one, it shows a lack of understanding of how much, the Xanatoses of the world get and was getting while you were in prison. And this isn't just you, like the Kevin Samuels, the Alan Roger Currys, the Nagons, and I mentioned them specifically because they're fraternity dudes. Like, that was my main competition. Like, Pookie Ray Ray was not on my fucking radar, at growing up. It was athletes and fraternity dudes. Those were the real getting it dudes.
I'm starting to believe that Edward Anderson was correct about saying that these black Latinas are the ones that are really triggering these broads, whereas they're always talking about Becky and the white girl.
Oh yes, oh yeah.
Because Michael B. Jordan, his girlfriend, is actually like, she's some kind of like Latina. Actually, she's not Eastern, she's Latina. Or some shit. Yeah.
It's King Sigma in New York City. Those Latinas, they come in that brother's heart. My boy, even in church, he said all of a sudden, all these Latinas are in his church. It's a black church. He said, I don't know. Some of them looking good. And them sisters are angry as hell.
Oh no, this chick she's nice, man. And he wasn't holding back. See, one of the things I think is happening with the younger men is that the shaming shit don't work with them no more. They don't care no more. They're like, because it's a lose-lose, man. It's a lose-lose.
Wow.
I mean,
Jesus, that motherfucking chick that Michael B. Jordan with, man.
Yeah, she's bad. Now Xanatos just proved a point though, because these dudes are talking about they're gonna go out there and create a civil war for their queen. So while they out there doing a civil war with the white rednecks in the mountains of Virginia, Xanatos laid up with like 2 or 3 dads. I mean, this shit is crazy. A coon like that is not supposed to be in that position. Something is wrong in the matrix, man.
And look, just to give you guys evidence, I know.
All right, let me step back for a second, man. I'm gonna let Air Black up here. I'm not sure who that is, but if he's acting a fool, I'll come.
Before you go,
all right, you got the because I know the brother was in the middle.
Please, MLT.
What's up?
Yeah, he was stepping back, but Xanatos was about to say something, so I don't want to cut him off.
No, I was just saying, MOT. I know you're. I don't want to say beefing, beefing with someone, but that same someone, I have to give him credit, and this is the reason why I'm going to stay neutral between you two guys. Hopefully, you two guys can hash out.
No, that's fine.
But even he said that Xanatos Clutch is a jawline nigga. Outside, especially outside the community, Xanatos Clutch is a jawline nigga. He may not get what he wants within the community, at least whatever. But outside the community, don't get it wrong. I may just replay that. If you don't mind me replaying that line, I'll play it.
No. I did hear him say that. When I was listening to him, he did say that.
Oh, okay.
I do remember that video.
Oh, that's funny to me, man. That's so funny, man. Like, these people they just keep taking L's, man. I mean, God, man.
Yep.
Just keep taking
I mean,
L's.
it's not just starting. But go ahead.
MO2, you don't got to jump off. I'm going to hop off. I got the run. So
all right,
man.
Thanks for coming.
Okay,
all right. Peace, everybody, man.
Give it a chance, man. Send me that article, man.
I'm going to try to game changer. No, he might have it.
Because I want to read about it. All right, bro. You have a good night.
Okay. All right, y'all. Good. Peace.
All right, peace. Wait, what article? What article I might have? What was
the one where you were talking about? Like, the lady had accused her bottom shelf Brad of raping her or something. It was a lie or something.
Oh yeah, it was all kind of rat poison and stuff. Yeah, I looked that up.
Look that up, man. Send me that link.
Rat poison? What?
Yeah, they tied her up. The whole thing was just ridiculously fantastic. And weird too. But I think that she might have made it up. But she did come out later and say she made it up.
Wow. Oh my God, man. It is crazy.
Well, at least she ain't get no black people locked up. What's going on, Air Black TV? What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, MOT? What's going on, fellas?
Hey, what's happening?
What's going on?
Nothing much, man. Just kicking it with you guys, just listening to the conversation. We was talking about baby boomers earlier,
Oh
and
yeah.
yeah, there's different stuff. I'm just listening in.
You got the mic, bro. Unless Xana told you, I know you was in the middle of saying something.
Yeah, I mean, you got some questions
No,
or
no,
anything
go
else,
for
or
it
you
right
just
now.
Or
oh
Eric,
no.
go ahead, man. You got the mic.
No, I'm just listening to the whole SYSBM type of, kind of like the moniker, and it's like, save yourself, black man. It's just like any man can take on that. Just like, MGTOW, going your own way. Any man can feel like, oh yeah, that's me. I want to save myself. Oh, that's me. I'm going my own way. But yet, as individuals, we all seem to group up as men together. So I was always wondering, like, okay, what's the actual mission statement of the group, or is it something that we want to achieve together? Is there any
And you keep
monies
calling
we
it a
want to
group.
pull together?
Well, that's where I could correct you at. You keep calling it a group, and even though I just told you in the chat, it's not a group. Why do you keep calling it a group, even though everything related to it has nothing to do with a group? I mean, every single idea has nothing to do with a group. The acronym itself says nothing about a group. Why do you keep calling it a group? I'm just lost on that, man. I think
Well,
group is a word that black people just
I
like.
I just feel like I seem to explain it. Like, okay, as individuals, we all as individuals feel a part of, what it seems to come to be as a group. We all come together in spaces and group up.
No,
Is
we
that not what
don't. No,
happens?
we don't. No, we don't.
Okay.
I don't go to like
Okay.
I don't go to meet up with toxic women or toxic men. So I'm not part of that group now, am I? What you
But
are,
you're not saying that you're a part of the toxic women parks. You're not saying you're part of that group.
I'm not saying I'm a part of any group, is what I'm saying to you. I didn't say I was a part
You're
of
saying you're SYSBM.
SYSBM is not a
You're
group.
SY.
It's not a group.
SYSBM is a
Oh, okay.
philosophy of getting the most out of life and not spending this shit with people who are here domestically if they don't know how to act. That doesn't make you part of a group.
Yeah. Where you get why do you keep I think black people are in love with the word group. Like they don't care about what the definition actually means. They just like the word group. Black people fall in love with words, man. And then you'll ask them, well, what's the definition? I don't know the definition. I just like the word group. What does group mean?
Well, you talked about the Jews. You talked about the Jews earlier. They don't operate as a group.
They
Nobody else is
operate
operating
They
in
do
the world
operate
as
as
a
a
group.
group.
They operate based off self-interest. If I'm a Jew and I live in New Zealand, or I'm a Jew that live in Tokyo, or I'm a Jew that lives in New York, what do we all have in common as Jews?
No, I agree.
We're
I agree with the brother. What's your name? I can't see with with Mr. Anonymous.
Arab Black TV.
Okay, yeah. I actually see what he's talking about. I mean, people unite, like MOT was saying earlier. People unite under a certain philosophy, and SYSBM is a philosophy. And so, no matter what, it's a philosophy that has a group following. So I see where he's going with that.
And I don't disagree on that part. The part that I'm saying is that it's a philosophy for the individual to improve themselves and become self-actualized. When we use the term group, it needs to be specified based on self-interest. So you don't move as a group based
so
on
what is
you don't
so
move
what
as
are
a
the
group
self?
based on philosophy, though, is what I'm saying. I don't need anyone on this panel to become self-actualized at all.
Okay, well, Semantic Society is asking what's the philosophy. I mean, that was his original question. Whether it's a group.
I'll say it again. Self-reliance, self-education, self-improvement, self-empowerment, self-control, self-discipline to become self-actualized. That's the philosophy. And in each one of those entries, it's self, 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 self. Now, that don't mean that you live on an island somewhere where no one else. We live in a society where there's a spectrum from dependent, interdependent in the middle, and independent on the other side. So SYSBM, the philosophy teaches black men that they're going to be somewhere between interdependent and independent, versus the group collective communist mentality is that you're in a dependent position. So that's the other side, is in a state of dependency on others or on a group think and things like that. That's exactly what it rejects. Now, many men are starting to be attracted to the philosophy of self-actualization. And what they will probably end up doing is creating a new group dynamic based on self-interest, of self-actualized men. That's a good thing. But as a philosophy,
I thought that was who we were. Those men.
you
And that
feel like you feel like you're a self-actualized man already?
Well, I don't go by the actualizations of anybody else. It's all about how I perceive. It's all about how I'm perceiving the world. So, I mean, unless I'm getting the
Okay.
definition wrong, I mean, I
Okay,
take
I have a
accountability
question.
for my own life.
Okay, I got a question. What do you have against that splash field? Do you have anything against that?
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Well, you were asking, see, where you were throwing me up, you were asking about a leader and all that stuff. That's what I was rejecting. You were saying who's the leader and all. I'm like, what are you talking about? There's no leader.
No, no. Well, I mean, if somebody comes up with a mission statement or says this is what we're about, then from the outside looking in, I'll be like, okay, that's the leader.
Okay,
Or that's
so
the guy who,
if you're talking about the philosophy's origin, go check out
right, the philosophy's origin in that.
Okay,
right.
Mad Bus Driver X. That's all you got to say. Who was the founder of the acronym? Okay, that's Mad Bus Driver X. He has a channel. Go check him out. But as far as a leader, no, there ain't no leader. He's the origin of the acronym and the messaging. But you're your own leader. See what I'm saying? You're your own leader, man.
Absolutely, I feel that. I agree.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, if you would have just said that, then yeah, just go check out Mad Bus Driver. You're looking for the origin of the acronym. That he's the one that created the whole thing 8 years ago. He got a channel, Mad Bus Driver X. Yeah, Mad Bus Driver X. He even got a nice little SYSBM shirts that you can buy if you want one of those.
Hey, Xanatos, you mind if I do a one-on-one with you on my channel sometime next week or something? I never got to interview a certified jawline nigga.
I would be so flattered.
Okay. It's gonna be basic questions, the life and times growing up as a jawline nigga, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh shit, that old Mad Bus Driver in the chat right now. What am I talking? He's in the chat. There you go, Eric.
What?
Yeah, Mad Bus Driver's in the chat right now.
Oh,
Where
really?
you at?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Your questions are valid, man.
Yeah, check
What's going on, man? Bus Driver X, man.
He
What's
never
good?
did
Yeah,
that.
send me the link, man. So he can talk to Era Black TV because he got some good questions. I mean, it's fair questions.
But yeah,
I just see how we all get together under the same kind of like shared philosophies, and I just want to just see things just push forward, or just go to next levels and next levels and next levels.
No.
I just
See,
wanted
we
to
can
know
already
if that
do
was
that as individuals. We can always do that as individuals.
And then get together and just discuss them.
I mean,
I mean, like right here is when we're discussing the actual issues of the day, and the issues of the day is fuck these boomers who ain't got no goddamn vision, who don't believe in family, who raise their kids like fucking reptiles and expect the fucking genius level shit out of them. That was what we did today.
Oh, so that's a type of boomer, or a certain characteristic in a certain boomer.
About 75 to 90%, yeah. It's way too fucking high.
I swear to God, the hardest on boomers has got to be between Game Changer and MOT, man. Between y'all two, y'all like got to be the hardest on the boomers.
What I was amazed from what I heard earlier.
So Era, how many people? What percent of a population does it take to behave a certain way before it's considered a cultural norm?
I don't know, because people follow the most popular person anyway. So, I mean, I don't know the real answer to that.
Well, I mean, so they follow a culture or a concept or idea, because people follow certain. They're not following individuals, because Christianity exists long after Christ died. So they're not continuously following that individual, maybe his teachings, but so okay. If you have a nation, right, that's primarily one religion, what percent of that nation would you say would have to be that religion before you could say that's their culture? For example, Xanatos was in Utah. Utah is, safe to say, culturally Mormon. And that's because a large percent of the Utah population is Mormon. Now, Xanatos himself is not a Mormon. So should we just say that because Xanatos once lived there, Utah isn't Mormon?
No, definitely.
So the
Whoever
reason why
takes
I'm
up,
saying
it's
this
the
is because
majority.
we've identified a series of behavior that's part of the boomer culture.
Yeah.
And when we do that, someone will say not all of them, but you don't necessarily have to be 100% active in order for it to be identified as the cultural behavior of that group. That's what I was getting at, Era.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like, the type of thing that I was using earlier on Mr. Fantastic Stream. If a plane crashed 80% of the time, would you step on that fucking airplane? No. So pretty much,
Right, I got you.
in order to keep yourself safe, you have to treat all of this fucking airline as the fucking problem. If the plane crashed 80% of the fucking time.
So
I
Era,
got you. I get it.
Eric, just so you know, I'm not a part of the SYSBM philosophy either. Not entirely, but I do respect and understand its existence. You seem to be against it, as King Sigma was stating earlier. Why is that?
No, I'm absolutely not against.
No, he said
Okay.
he was neutral to slightly supportive.
Okay, got you.
He just wanted to understand: is it a lead? Is it a philosophy? Is it a group? That's what his question was.
It's a philosophy, as far as I'm concerned. It's a philosophy, but again, Mad Bus Driver, I think he's coming up and he'll answer your questions directly himself. But just as an outsider looking in, I look at it as a philosophy. It's just about black male freedom, man. If you look at Mad Bus Driver's videos, he promotes something that is very abnormal, I guess, or unique about the black male experience in terms of no one thinks that we're supposed to have freedom, man. The black male's penis is the most police penis in the history. And I'm dead serious, bro. I've never seen it. Like no one is penis policed in a way that black men are. It's everybody is concerned about where the black penis is.
MLK, scroll, please.
What's the next scroll?
Hold on, I'll show you.
Because that's what it's about. It's about black men doing what they want to do to make themselves happy, man. Just that simple.
I agree. I'm totally down with that.
But if you look
at
at
freedom is what we need.
The current scroll, Sigma.
What number is this?
I don't know the number on this one, but this is one of the later ones. This is like fourth from the last.
Mm-hmm.
A black man with mating, dating, and relating standards is blasphemy and should be silenced and shamed by any means necessary.
It's a scroll for that. He got it, man. You got it, man. He said you got a scroll for that. So there you go, right there, Era, man. A black man with mating, dating, and relating standards is blasphemy and should be silenced and shamed by any means necessary. Now, notice I got that clause in there. By any means necessary. Those are the kind of rules that exist in a totalitarian state.
Okay, well, I got 2 super chats here to read out. Mad Bus Driver asks, go to my about section and email me on the back end so that way I can probably get you on the show. Got a $5 super chat from Howard Cooper, said shout out to MOT in the panel. $5 super chat and $3.99 super chat from King Leo 92. Peace to MOT chat panel. Keep up the good content.
What's your thought on that scroll? Era, what's your thought on that scroll, Era?
I mean, people have been trying to do that forever. You know what I mean? Silence us and shame us. So I don't think we need to listen to anybody and just need to just focus on our endeavors, our goals, and accomplish them.
But they have succeeded, though. You said they were trying. They actually succeeded up until like the last 15 years. They succeeded. in silencing and shaming black
Well,
people?
I mean, it's just a bunch of talk, and it's just a bunch of, it's media, it's propaganda, it's just push. It's up to a man to not follow these things.
That is true, but you have to also admit that media has a hell of an impact on culture and reality. It seems like you're overlooking the fact that the media, we say that all the time, well, it's just media, but I mean, Black America has suffered quite dearly from the impact of media and social institutional programming on Black people over the last couple of generations. I mean, you kind of overlooking that, man. For example,
Yeah, but I feel
if it wasn't for media, we wouldn't even be having this conversation about SRBN. That's a Black.
A lot of our conversations and things is to combat the other conversations that go against us.
But you're still using media,
which are in the media.
But you're using media to counter it, correct? They're using media to program you in a way they want you to move, and you're using media to counter the programming and control the way that you move. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
So you would say that media does have an impact, because this brother that came up with the acronym 8 years ago, for 8 years, he was mostly in the background, and all of a sudden, 2020, he's in the foreground. He's
just sitting there alone by himself, doing his content, not bothering anybody. And all of a sudden, the word's everywhere.
It's everywhere now. I'm actually making
because we keep talking about it. We keep bringing it up, and we keep spreading the word.
I disagree. I think it's because the opposition is talking about it. We've been talking about it since I've been in this space since 2018, and it was still in the background. It's the opposition that brought it actually to the forefront, and it's actually the opposition that's going to bring it into the mainstream conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, that might tend to be true.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because the traditional role of things was to find a leader, try to pay him off, co-opt the message. Exactly. That doesn't work anymore. So when they tried to make it popular, they made it popular, made it spread. They still don't have any control. Exactly. That's the shit that's not now happening to their stuff. So rather than them try to co-opt the message, they're now growing our message through their stuff.
Yep, that's the danger of it. That's the danger of it. The more they try to attack the philosophy, the more it spreads. So that's why I say, like, they want to pick a leader, because how many black leaders have they killed over the last 500 years in America? How many?
Yeah, I mean, so they can discredit you, so they can go through your life and all that shit. But all you have to do is just claim the title, follow the tenets, and that's it. Build with somebody. You don't need to build with somebody. It's still up to you. Like, there is no call to action so brothers can build. Because when people start, and this is what I'm pretty much against. Mm-hmm. The reason why I can't fuck with most black men is because they want to bring this fucking dagger along for the fucking ride, and I can't fucking deal with that shit. I don't want to see this motherfucker with a smile on their face because of the shit that I'm fucking doing, and this motherfucker's a part of it. I'd rather not have him around.
Yeah, I was actually didn't even know to the extent that a lot of brothers really have that mentality. Like, as soon as you start talking about something for black men, they say, "Well, what about the black woman?" I've never heard the American black woman say, "What about the black man?" Ever in my life.
Ever in life.
They don't even say, "What about the Pookies?" Not about they like the Pookies.
They don't really like the Pookies either, though. The one person I did say, they say about, what about the DJ Roger Pope? They do say, what about the white man, though? They always talking about the white man, though. They're always talking about leveling up. They're always talking about the better deal that's being offered to them by bottom shelf Brad. That I do hear them say. But you don't never hear them go hard for, like, even Pookie. The classic black man.
Oh, definitely not.
They're not going hard, but they're always. I mean, they got, bro. I was looking up something related to black love, right? This is what shook me. So I punched in black love in the search on YouTube. Almost everything that came up was related to, like, black women searching for white men.
Oh no!
I for black love, bro, and almost every goddamn video in the top 100 was related to black women search for white men or leveling up or pink, all this stuff. I'm like, what the fuck? So that
can't be true though. But black women want to Idris Elba and those type of guys, so that can't just be totally true.
Yeah, era. You are stuck in that. Was it BET Uncut with the white picket fence dream? It's not reality.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think that they do want that. I think that they just got a defeatist attitude towards it. They understand the type of woman that it takes to get Idris Elba, and that they would rather, huh?
I said, and it ain't them.
Yeah. So instead of for trying to make it them, or anything else, they just decide to blame Idris Elba.
Yeah, I did see when they did that. That was crazy. That's when I just said, you know what? There ain't
It's
no
lowering his standards. They're like, come on, man.
They were actually attacking him for marrying a black diaspora woman, and he's a black diaspora man. I mean, I was like, what the They were actually attacking this woman because they were saying featureism. He's with her because of feature. I'm like, she's dark as fucking night, bro. I thought it was about the skin tone. Now it's not about.
They just mad it wasn't them. They just mad it wasn't them. You know, everybody was gonna have a problem.
Well, that too, but 2020, in the 2020s, I, Sanitos Clutch, have predicted that the non-ADOS black female will be the next Becky.
Wow.
Who said that?
Oh, sure.
I said that.
Wait, she'll be the next what?
I beat you to that one, Xanatos.
Oh, goddamn.
Xanatos, she'll be the next what?
She will be Lupita, the non-ADOS black female from the Caribbean, from the motherland, and from South America. They will be the next Becky.
I beat you to that one.
No. I disagree, and I disagree for one clear and concise reason. Becky is no longer Becky. Becky is the former title holder.
Oh, yeah.
Mei Ling took over Becky like in 1993.
Man, I'm starting to see a lot of Mei Lings with black men, bro. I saw one today that I showed to Mad Buzzer that shook me up. She was actually a military chick. She was in the military, airborne, and really good looking Chinese Filipino woman. I'm looking at the picture, and I didn't know she was with a black man. This was one of those Asian women that you would look at, you wouldn't automatically think, yeah, she's with a brother. There's certain usually kind of.
Oh yeah, man. Like most Filipino women I've met when I was in the Air Force, they were all with black dudes.
Yeah, I saw her other picture. And I'm like, oh shit, because I'm looking at the pictures, and she don't got, it's a certain look. When I look at like a non-black woman, I kind of get a hint like that girl probably deals with brothers. It's a certain look they got, and she didn't have this look at all, but she was with a black man, kissing all up with her black boyfriend or whatever. So I'm just like, man, it could be some truth to what he's saying right there.
And what do you say?
So y'all don't like the fact that y'all don't like the fact that American black women are into hip hop and like the whole culture.
That ain't the fucking reason. That ain't the reason.
What did they Black TV?
What they like, their recreational activities is not the problem. Poor raising of children and poor treatment of men in their lives is a major concern. And it means that you can't.
But what dictates that is the culture, right? That they partake in, the hip hop, the love of hip hop.
I see where you're going. The music specifically. If you're listening to music or watching a television program, hence Tyler Perry or something, or Real Housewives of wherever, and it promotes this thing, then absolutely I would be against it.
Yeah.
Now,
you just said hip hop, like, if they were listening to Public Enemy or something, do I hate that? No. No, yeah, but I mean, if they're listening to something in particular, say Beyonce, that's making them behave this way, then yeah, I'm against that.
Now, Era, now, could you go back to that? Like you said, that is the problem that they listen to hip hop. Could you just clarify that real quick?
Yeah, because it was when you talk about the Filipino chick or you talk about the Chinese chick, and so you don't picture the culture that American black women have on them, which dictates how they look at things, how they act, and how they're going to treat somebody.
I mean, they have a cultural track record we can point to.
That the blame is not on hip hop, though. Don't you listen to hip hop?
No, I'm just looking at the distinctions and the differences between different.
I just want to know: do you listen to hip hop?
Oh yeah, absolutely, definitely.
So why would you think that would be the reason? Because that don't make any sense. You listen to hip hop.
I'm not a woman, though. I mean, we're talking about women, right? We mentioned Philippine, we mentioned Chinese, and then we're talking ultimately about black women in America.
A lot of brothers like women that non-ADOS women that listen to hip hop or whatever they listen to. That's just a form of entertainment. There's entertainment level and then there's the cultural programming level. Most black men that are looking for a non-ADOS woman are looking for a woman that's not culturally programmed by reality TV and hip hop. It's not about the fact that you listen
That's
to
what I was getting at. That's
Yeah.
that's ultimately what I was getting at, right?
Yeah. So if that's the case, no, because a lot of the, I mean, you want to be with a woman that has your interest, and so if you're a brother that like listening to hip hop, jazz, whatever it is, you would tend to like women that listen to the same music as you. But it's a difference, you know what I'm saying, in terms of how you perform in your behavior. So like I listen to every kind of music damn near, except for like probably country music or something, but I don't go out saying I'm gonna go kill someone because I just got done listening to 50 Cent or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't, I'm not about to go out and dress like a satanic person because I just got done listening to a rock and roll song. So it's the same even with the women. It's supposed to be entertainment. But when you don't have a cultural buffer, that's when entertainment takes over your culture. When you have a cultural buffer that is a code in itself, then that just stays in its lane of entertainment. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I do agree with you, Era, in the sense that I think that we definitely underestimate the amount of influence that that the things we choose to entertain ourselves and our children with has, the impact. I think that that given time, having these things will affect any culture in a negative way, which is why people who've been here, immigrants who've come here after the third generation, their family structure starts to break down also. We do live in a culture that's toxic against families. And I'm not talking about just the Black community. I'm talking about American culture at large. I mean, you raise your daughter watching Sex in the City and Mrs. Doubtfire and crap like that. She will grow up a certain type of way, and that way is not favorable. And she will not be Joan Cleaver. She just won't.
Oh yeah, all the social institutions and the products out of it have some kind of shape, but it's really to what degree is how I look at it. To what degree is the
It's an extraordinary degree.
You said what?
I said it's an extraordinary degree. Like it's not a small. The impact is not small. So right now we live in a country that is becoming more let's just say GEY by the second. Now, it's no coincidence that the television programs is becoming more GEY, and I'm spelling it that way for a reason. Of course.
We know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Is becoming more GEY and has been since the show Glee, I think. I think that's like the first time I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just been progressing to now. It's just like ridiculous.
And it is true that it has gotten to a certain point, but now my actually,
it's not a coincidence.
I think it's actually peaked in 2018. As I look at now, I'm seeing a lot of blowback against that whole kind of agenda, a whole blowback. It's happening overseas. It's happening here. There is a huge blowback against that now. A huge blowback.
But I mean, I don't want to discount what Era was saying, because he's saying that this is programming, that these women have been programmed.
Oh, yeah. I don't agree with that part. He was asking the question about, like, is it because Black women are into the hip hop type of thing?
No, I don't think it's just hip hop. I mean, I cover things
hold on,
DC, hold on.
Took
place in the 80s. Like,
Eric, can you go back to what you said? Could you clarify it for me real quick? Exactly what you said again?
Well, I'm talking about the distinctions between the cultures. The kind of the women that we're attracted to partake in the hip hop culture and the love in hip hop culture very heavily. Yeah. So that would kind of influence the type of guys that they want are in that culture.
Mm-hmm.
And the other women would, kind of don't partake in that or look at life differently. Like you were saying, having to break between just the entertainment and then, real life.
Yeah.
So the other women I kind of look at, you know what I mean? So I kind of look at the other women as not partaking in the culture so much, and they kind of look at life differently, family differently. Exactly. And the women who partake in the hip hop culture, the Black women that we like, they partake in that culture, and therefore the women that they choose the men that they choose are not gonna like reflect family, and they're gonna reflect more of the culture. Okay. Yeah, so that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. See, you're on point with that. Yes, I agree with you on that. That's what I'm saying. It's to the degree. That's why I was saying to the degree. that because when you don't have a buffer of a culture against the entertainment, that's when you are really at danger, because there
Yeah,
ain't
I mean, but they chose this life though.
yeah.
They chose this particular life for their people
Mm-hmm.
without the man's input. So you have to look at it as,
Well,
you know,
well, black.
they get they. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead, man. I mean,
I,
you're the one with the contention of or non-understanding. So we want to get down to what you actually think and feel about this whole conversation. So don't think that we're on you. We just don't understand what the contention is. That's it. So
I think it's
no,
what people are good.
and I'm
I
not
think
really
it's
trying to
people that are
give
good.
any contention. I'm not even really trying to give any contention. I just understand that, sometimes we look at black women in a certain way and don't understand all of that, all the choices that they make and why they do what they do. But my ultimate point
no,
is
I mean,
that
no, I mean,
black people,
I
I can
think
tell
they
you why
do
they do what they
understand.
do.
They do
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. We're trying to condition black women into thinking that there's no consequences for action. So when you don't have any consequences for actions, and you have a group of men who value sexual access from women who don't have any cultural consequences for their actions, they tend to be with the men who give them the greatest amount of pleasure, plus no consequences for their actions. Their activity is
I agree.
very much in line with people who don't want to take responsibility for their actions and they want to get to pick whoever they want. That's why the guys who are quote unquote think that they benefit from a woman's ability to not be held responsible for her actions is some type of principle that you should not complain against, because those people were the benefit of sex. So therefore, since sex is involved, you shouldn't try to hold them to any type of principle.
And
That's
era.
the problem here.
And era. What do you feel that 12 years of the Black Manosphere and its different versions and this new version that's growing now? What do you think that is if it's not understanding? I think that probably if you look at the last 12 years of what these brothers have done collectively, individually, just with the digital archive they've created, you telling me even now you don't think that we understand how we got here?
No, I just don't think you understand that we as black people, I'm talking about as a whole, and the
Mm-hmm.
majority of us,
Now
like
explain
we don't operate under the same culture as like white people. We try to emulate it the best we can, and women only gonna complain after everything fails and goes wrong.
that. Okay,
But
okay,
we
so
don't operate.
okay. Now, could you
Back
can
on
you help
that.
me understand? Hold on. Let the brother Eric speak, because I want to get like now. Can you explain to me when you said we don't understand? Can you help me to understand and help the panel understand why we don't understand?
Well, yeah, I mean the understanding is, well, we operate under the hip hop culture. Hip hop rules the world, right? And black people are the
I don't
creators
think
of
that
it
hip hop
and
rules the world.
partake in it the most.
I don't
No?
agree with that part. I don't think hip hop runs the world. But continue.
Okay, well, at least the black people that I know and the majority of partake in hip hop, R&B, and the movies that they see, just in that whole context of entertainment in the hip hop world, entertainment. So that's what we emulate. So we don't go by the traditional American standards until it's too late. You know,
Mm-hmm.
then we want to complain. You know what I mean? When we can't do it properly, but we don't follow it correctly anyway. We just operate in our own hip hop kind of culture that we partake in for the most part. Then
Now,
when we
why?
get
Now,
outside of that is when we're trying to emulate white people and trying to rise in their
whoa,
culture of
whoa,
business
Wait,
and real estate
whoa! Now
and
you said
and
emulate.
operating and
What does that mean? What does it mean to emulate white? Can you explain that? Because I'm trying. I'm like you said, we try to emulate white people versus accepting the hip hop culture. I'm kind of confused on that point.
yeah, there's different ways of living that black people live. Like
Okay.
if you come up in the hood and you come up, you kind of like you don't like a job is just a job, and you're not kind of like rising in the career fields and all these type of things. You don't, as long as you and your mate are being kind of taken care of, everything is good. You know what I mean? So but when you kind of go outside of that and you're trying to be a certain type of I don't really know how to explain
So
it,
now the
but
part
when you're
about
trying.
the part about taking care, you said as long as you're taking care of a mate, you're good. Now,
Yes, that means you could sell drugs. That means you could do a lot of things that are not necessarily like rising in white culture or like
That's
trying to
part of,
be like a
isn't that
businessman or
part of white culture? But isn't that part of white culture selling drugs?
not when you partaking in the hip hop sense.
But
Like
hold on, but don't,
you're doing what you got to do to feed
no,
your
you're not
family.
doing what you got to do because white people control hip hop and white people control all the drugs in America for the most part. So how are you not partaking
That's
in white
not
culture?
how black people.
No, hold on,
That's kind of like looking at it through a white lens.
But the whole culture, all levels of it are mostly dominated by white people. Wouldn't you agree with that? Almost every
This
area
is a fact. This is true, but nobody concentrates on that when you partaking in it.
Why do you make drugs just a black part of black culture when it's actually controlled mostly by white people, especially through like the CIA and things like that? So why is that part of black culture but not part of white culture? Drug dealing and things like that.
Well, black people, if they get their little piece of drugs or whatever they get, they're gonna look at it like that's mine. They're not partaking in the white man's anything. Like, you know what I mean? He's doing what he's doing. What he's doing.
Directly, the mafia and the CIA has told us directly that they played a tremendous role in putting the drugs in black communities instead of their communities, and that they controlled it. Like the mafia and the Mexican cartels and the CIA played the hugest role in helping black people destroy themselves. So they control the whole drug game, the mafia, the CIA, and Mexican cartels. But why is that a defining feature of black culture when it's controlled by all white people? I'm lost on that part. Yeah. Whites and Mexicans and
well, when you in the hood, you don't look at things from that perspective. Like if you from like that's what I'm trying to make the distinctions between how black people look at things and live. This is how we choose our mates.
The truth is something you're looking at it from a white perspective, not a black perspective. So so when I actually tell you the truth of what's going on with the mafia, the CIA, and the Mexican cartels, I'm looking at it from a non-black perspective, is what you're saying.
Not ultimately, because that's a fact, right? Those things that you stated are all facts. But when everything breaks back down into taking care of the family, it breaks back down into money.
I know, but
and the man is the guy who brought the money in, not who it actually came from.
But that's all connected in one like continuous line. And if you fuck up, you're going right to jail where the white people control that too. So you can't separate it because you get the work from the cartels or the CIA or the mafia. You can look that up with what's the brother name? Rick Ross. He did a whole documentary breaking that shit down. And if you make one mistake while you're out there on the streets, they putting your ass in the prisons that they control as well. So at what point are you disconnected from the white culture exactly?
This is true. I'm not condoning anything, but I'm just looking at how the differences between cultures and how people look at things and live.
Okay, I get that part. I'm saying what part is white culture? So you said like that's not the way black people look at it. So
white, well, because in this society, like with the white picket fence and the family and the just living at a certain standard and at a certain, at a certain caliber, to come up and to live like that and to do it all legally and as a career and all of that is looked at as primarily as kind of like white. Like the average black doesn't ascend. The average blacks don't ascend to those heights.
But even if you go beyond the physical, we were talking about the mental aspect. I ain't talking about the physical. I get where you're coming from, but you said that the mental part. You said the black perspective don't look at it like that. So does that mean that that's a white perspective to look at things with any kind of sense? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all.
So what are you saying about? So what is the difference between this? You said emulating whites. Then you said the white perspective, then the black perspective. So what I'm trying to get at is, can you explain to me
within the hip hop culture? Yes. If you're living in hip hop culture, you're gonna look at things a certain way. And black, you know what I mean? You're gonna look at things a certain way, live a certain way. If you're looking at things from the white side of things, and you're trying to ascend to certain heights within this culture legally and doing it, you're looking at things another type of way, and you're choosing mates and things from another type of way. So I'm just making the distinctions.
So, but if you're not looking at it from a hip hop perspective, then you're looking at it from a white culture perspective. Then is that what you're saying?
Right, absolutely. Like blacks, we separate. We don't partake in white culture at all. Like we just doing our own thing.
But I just told you that your whole culture is swallowed up by white culture, so you are always participating in it because everything that you just mentioned is controlled by white people. So you're always involved in it because it's all.
Well, who created hip hop? Did white people create hip hop?
They didn't create it.
No, but they make money off of it.
They own
for
it.
the most part.
They
Yeah,
own it.
they own it.
Okay, this is a fact. But we are still the creators and inventors. So we take our creation into our home and do how we do with our mates and how we live amongst ourselves, which influences other people. Only thing that we don't have is the freedom, the travel, the money, and to be able to spread it how we want. So we stay boxed
Yeah,
in. People who partake in the hip hop culture do, and people who don't.
Now all
from the black perspective.
Wait, King Sigma, wait. King Sigma, wait. So isn't what you just said pretty much is people within black culture are far more freer than people who are not in black culture, based off your last statement?
Say that again.
You said that the people can't move money around freely and travel. Yes, they can. But you make it seem like the people in black culture can do those things, and the people who are not in black culture cannot do those things. Is that what you said?
No, what the money that they have outside of the culture and the way that they live affords them and enables them to do what they do and to like it's they're able to do what we can't en masse on, you know what I mean? So it's like we're boxed into our little culture and the way that we do things, the way that we live.
No, I mean, it's not either or like that. It's an amalgamation of both. Black culture, what you think is black culture, is a choice. A choice not to go to school when you're supposed to, K through 12, and do the best job that you possibly can to prepare you for college. That is not black culture. That is a choice to not compete.
That's emulating.
Well, to him,
I want to explain because so what MOT is saying, Era, like, do you agree with him that that's what you're referring to as emulating white people?
Like, at the end of the day, nobody doesn't want to not go to school or learn or be the successful person that they dream to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the focus. You know what I mean? So when you can't do those things, there's a reason why. Mentally, there's a breakdown or anything. So, but that's not to say that you can't make it or you can't feel successful or you can't do like if I dropped out of high school, it wasn't because I wanted to. It was because something was breaking down mentally and that I couldn't keep going on under the current structure.
So, but you said if it was something breaking down mentally, so you're saying you don't have any responsibility for the breaking down mentally? Then that's
no. All responsibility is on me. I don't put responsibility on for myself on anybody else.
But you just said that it wasn't on you though. You said that you didn't drop out because you wanted to. You dropped out because of a mental. That you still made a choice. I've been through all types in high school. I had to move out on my own during my senior year of high school, bro. I don't talk about it, but because of some things that my family, an issue I had with my mom, I got my own apartment with one of my buddies my senior year of high school. I made a choice. I could have stayed in her house, but I had certain rules that I didn't feel like following during my senior year. And she said, well, you better get your own place then. And I got my own place. That was a choice. So, but you just said,
I mean, we're still kids at that point in time. We don't know the impacts, and the long-term effects of a lot of different things.
You're a borderline adult at 17. You're about to be an adult. In some states, you're an adult at 16.
Well, you know what I mean, though. I'm not a grown adult. I'm just making the best decisions, or that I, as the kid that I am. We're not all like. We haven't matured as a teenager. We haven't matured.
How do you make a choice without control of your choices? How? Even if you're a 16-year-old, you make a choice, bro.
We know that. We know that. But in hindsight, when we look back and we're in a bad, if our choices don't work out, is when we look back and say, "Oh, I made a bad decision."
Just because you made a bad.
But for the guy who dropped out of high school, who's a millionaire right now, he worked out all right.
Yeah, but he still made a choice.
Ultimately,
if he became a millionaire, if he became homeless, he still made a choice. At each stage, he made a choice. It might have been a bad choice, but he still made a choice. Is what I'm saying. Like,
I agree. We all make choices and we have to stick to them ultimately. You know what I mean? And
we gotta be honest about this, bro. We make a lot of choices. I done made all kind of fucking bad decisions, bro. Like I just told you. If I could go back, I definitely wouldn't move out of my mom's house my senior year, but I wanted to be grown. So I decided to get an apartment with the homie and do what we was doing. But it was a choice. And we made bad decisions.
But I mean, black people don't have any covering or anything. Like a lot of other races and things, they have
But that's a
somebody
choice.
to
We
cover
made
them.
choices. We made choices. Well, all the generations made choices, so that way that shit wouldn't be there. You can't say that it ain't there and there's nothing you can do. Right now, I'm making a choice so that way none of my kids will ever have to grow up the way that I fucking did. Why? I'm gonna leave all these problematic motherfuckers alone. I'm not gonna try to team with these motherfuckers at all, and that's just gonna be the end of it.
Well,
We're gonna do the cultural thing from the mental aspect and not the goddamn skin color aspect.
he was MOT, weren't you just saying, you said that you went through a bout of homelessness before starting your own business, right?
Yeah.
There you go, Era. This man was homeless. Okay. He was homeless. He could have just said, I'm fucked. And you know how many people will end up in that situation and it's game over? Game over. The moment that happens to him.
Now what kind of backing, what kind of covering, family situation, friends, who could, he just up and started a business from a homeless situation?
No. Like, what pretty much happened was there was a lot of stuff that went on. Like my mom had died very previous to that, and I was losing my other clubs and all the other stuff, and I wanted to get the fuck out of that business. So,
it wasn't
not wanting to go back to IT.
You wasn't like you wasn't down and out. You had things going.
I was.
But you decided. You made a.
Yeah. I needed to make a change, and I didn't want to do that old shit. But I didn't have nothing else to go to. But I needed to get away from that type of shit too. And so, resulting in that, I became homeless because I didn't make a whole bunch of good decisions. Or stuck with the shit I should have stuck with.
So what do you think about that, Eric? He says that he made bad decisions and bad choices, and he made the right choice to get himself out of it. Like, what is your thought on that? Was he emulating white people to get in that situation? Was he emulating black people?
It doesn't even really. That doesn't even really matter at that point in time. I mean, you're trying to survive. You're trying to. It's not about emulating anybody. You're trying to survive and trying to bounce back.
But I want you to
trying to do things even better.
Because I want to know some of the aspects of emulating white people. Because we hear that a lot in this space, like acting white, emulating white, even though we live in a certain culture.
Blacks do their own thing. They don't consider the whole white world of trying to achieve or be or look at themselves as somebody if they don't necessarily achieve in the white world.
But see, that's where I get confused at, because on one hand, I hear a lot of people on the other side say that this whole world is a white world. They say that this is a white supremacy world. Do you agree with that it's a white supremacy world? Or do you disagree with that?
To a degree. This is why it's so prevalent for men to group up and counter that. Now, if that is true.
Now, but you
because if it's true, if you actually from your perception see it like that, so then what's the counter to that? I better group up with my black men and counter this whole thing then.
But Neely Fuller disagrees with you on that, and he's the father of white supremacy theory. He says that that's not necessarily the right thing to do. He says it starts at the individual. How is it that you have to, as an individual, you have to.
Okay, what about Akon's group? Akon is an African dude. He's made his mark. He's got a group of dudes.
Is he ADOS?
I don't know what he is, but he's moving in a group of black men who got millions of money, and they making moves and owning things and making moves in the world, which all black men should be doing.
I think he's like Nigerian or something, bro. So he has a whole country to go back to. We're talking about ADOS here in America, the American perspective for black ADOS people. That's what we've been talking about the whole time. You know that. So he's Akon's from Senegal.
Facts.
A whole different cultural situation. Senegal has a country. They have 2, 3, 4 official languages. They dominate. They are sovereign. You cannot compare the two. We're talking about ADOS, Black American perspective, and how it's separate from the white world that it's actually surrounded by. I don't think that there's a black bubble to escape the white situation, because most of the black neighborhoods in America are almost all owned by non-black people. Did you know that? non-ADOS people. The homes they live in, the stores that populate their streets, almost all of it is non-ADOS people that own that, man.
So we should be countering that by owning things, right? Our thing should be gathering the real estate and saying that we own it.
Hold on. I don't want to go to that point yet. I'm just trying to get to this point of the world, the white world versus the black world, because from my belief is that we're all living in this society that still all the things that I see are dominated by mostly white people. So I'm trying to figure out how you think you're escaping that. You're not even in your own home. If you don't even own your home, you don't own the land that it's on. You don't. I mean, where's the ownership part where you're able to escape?
The escapism is in the owning. Is in owning.
And we don't own anything for the most part as a collective group, as you say, right?
Right.
So where is this escapism coming from? Even when you're in prison, you ain't escaping. They own
I just answered it. Owning. We have to group up and buy things and say this is ours.
As of today, I'm just saying we haven't done it yet. So what does that say about where we're at? I get what you're saying.
That means we have to do the work. That means we have a whole lot of work to do, brother. We have to group up as a group. That's our conversation is right there. We have to get together as a group.
You keep going back to the group thing, even though Mr. Neely Fuller, who is often misquoted by so-called Black women first feminists, they always quote Mr. Neely Fuller, but he says the exact opposite. He says you have to start at the individual level by creating a personal code that's constructive, and then that constructive code will influence people that are on the same kind of code that have a self-interest, and then you build from there. That's what Mr. Neely Fuller said.
Okay, now let's take that from there. We got MOT, or let's take anybody for example. We got $100,000 man. We have to create more $100,000 men. So right, the individual $100,000 guy, we got to get him. We got to get another $100,000 guy and another $100,000 guy. We got to create an army of the same type of individuals.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that part. But how
are we going to do that with this domestic counterpart? You can't do that. What you're thinking is simple.
This is not about women. This is not about women.
Okay, you're trying to create these men out of nothing and out of nowhere. That doesn't happen. King Sigma went earlier to the pedigree. Now I know you don't want to put women in this, but this is a pedigree problem. If we could work together as people, none of this, that would solve most of the conversations in this YouTube sector, if it could. So you have to include them of the why portion. So you just can't say men are not where they're supposed to be, and we're not going to talk about women. You can't do that because we know what type of household
I don't see where they fall in the discussion. If I'm saying MOT, I want to pool my monies with yours, and I want to buy that right there. I don't see where women come in the conversation at all.
Here's the question. I think what MOT is getting at is
but that's a different conversation.
The socialization part, because you were saying that we need to get this, we need to create these six-figure type of guys, and I think the point that he was making is that starts with the child rearing portion. So, because what's happening is that so many black men they're black boys at that time, they're being cut down by not getting the proper mental, spiritual nourishment from their household environment. So by the time they get to 18, they're so damaged and remedial that they can't even get to that six-figure position because they don't have the proper culture to compete. And the lucky ones that are able to deprogram themselves, those are like, to me, those are heroes, man. The ones that can come through that fire and being deprogram themselves and actually sit down at a table with an MOT, that is becoming more and more rare as these years pass by. So to get to where you want us to go, you have to start at the cultural origin. You can't escape the child rearing, bro. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to talk about it, but
we can.
But you have to understand. But you have to understand that more functional black boys are not being created as time goes on. Less functional boys are created as time goes on. But when you talk about pulling your money with certain individuals, the reason why you can't do it with most because they have this cultural mindset that they're going to screw over and do whatever they can for a damn bag.
Yeah, but we are not those guys.
You can't just all.
We're not those guys, though.
But how do I know? That you revert back
we have our own shared common interests. We have our own shared common interests that we basically let each other know all the time. We're separating ourselves right now.
Now, Eric, can I?
So I mean, as we take things to another level, think we can get deeper into conversation, deeper into action.
Okay, Eric, here's an example of action. Like, what is your top talent? What is your top skill set?
Leadership, gathering men together, getting on one accord, getting men focused on one thing, getting one track minded.
Okay, what is your
that's my talent.
Now that might be that's your talent. Now, what is your marketable skill that you're currently exchanging in the marketplace right now for money?
Connections, connecting these type of people together.
So your job, so you're getting paid, right? So you're a recruiter or an HR person right now.
In some senses, yes, and definitely in some sense.
So you're paid by companies or individuals.
Wait. Are you asking what I personally? Wait. I'm losing context. Are you asking me what I'm personally?
What I'm trying to get at is that, okay, you talking about this grouping thing, and what I'm saying is that the best way to bring people together is to exchange talents and exchange services and goods with them, bro. That's the
I agree.
way to bring people together. So what I'm saying is that, okay, MOT is in the bug drive. I'm a government worker right now, so I'm in the public sector. I'm not even in the private sector. But for someone like an MOT who's in the private sector, it would be more of a direct exchange for goods type of situation. So what I was trying to get at is that, like, if he's a guy that's a trucking company and you have something that you can offer him that meets his needs, that's going to create a relationship right there. That exchange is what I was getting.
Right. Something for him to import and export.
Whatever it may be. It could be, maybe you said you're an HR guy and you connect guys. So there's an opportunity right there. You see what I'm saying? That's where the business
Absolutely.
is. So like another guy might be listening in. He might be like a computer programmer. Maybe someone like an MOT needs a website. Boom. That's a relationship that's built off of what you can do for him and what he can do for you. And what I'm saying is that we as Black Americans, we need more of a basis in what we can do for each other in terms of the marketplace, because we live in a marketplace. A lot of people I hear in these spaces talk like we live in China or some communist country, but we don't. This is a country built on exchange. And that's why we don't get anywhere as a group of numerous people, because we keep trying to use a communist mentality in a market economy that's that really demands that you be giving something in exchange for another person's attention on average. That's all I'm saying. I feel like you're saying come together, but you're not telling us what's to bring us together outside of being Black men. That ain't enough, bro.
The thing that brings us together outside of being Black men is ownership. We want to own something and call it ours.
But you don't necessarily have
we don't need to start with anybody but with our own group. If we all claim SYSBM and we all have certain talents and certain things that's the pool, that's the group right there that we pool our resources to and pour our resources into to obtain the real estate and to obtain things and call it ours.
We got to take it one step.
I agree.
We got to take it.
I agree.
Here's what I'm trying to get at. Okay. First, you got to start with skill development, right? Then you got to go with skill exchange.
No. Hold on. Let me cut you off. I think you talking futuristic. We already have the men with the skills.
How do you, you said ownership. How the hell can you own anything if you can't generate any income?
Hold on. Are we a group of men? If we're 300 men right now, and we all generate income. We all, hold on, let me finish. We all 300 men. We all generate income. We all have money to pool into something. What do you mean? We're our own capital.
But everyone don't have the same goals, brothers. What I'm saying, so you can't.
That's why I'm saying if we're SYSBM and we all do have the same goal to save ourselves, we would want to come together and say, this is how we say, let's obtain this so we have a safe haven to save ourselves in. Let's now save ourselves and go off to an island together on our boat.
There might be only 5 people in that group of 300 that can help you meet that goal.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as long as we get the job done.
Okay,
so you're trying to get us to create something on the behalf of a group. That's what I'm hearing.
He's still going back to the
right?
same point, bro.
I mean, it's an
Yeah,
idea. It's an idea.
I
It
know,
doesn't have to
I know.
be.
We
It's just
got
an
too many
idea. It's
ideas.
just an idea.
You know,
Just
we got so many ideas out here, but we don't do anything. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I agree. This is why I said let's claim something. Let's claim who we are, and then put our money and resources
what,
into it,
what,
and
why
make
do
the
you think-
idea a reality.
why, but what is stopping you from doing that now is what I'm trying to get at. What is stopping you from doing this?
Nothing. We just haven't said this is the
Why do you
group, this
keep
is the
saying
monies,
we?
and this is the
No,
this is.
no. I didn't ask you what we are doing. You can't speak for 300 other black men. I said, why aren't you doing it right now? Not the other black 300 men.
Oh,
You, the one.
well, it's all about what group do you want to do it with?
Oh,
Oh my
God.
God. So.
Dude,
Okay. Hey,
dude, it is save yourself, black man, not save a group of black men.
exactly.
The only way that you can save yourself is by acclimating to the environment where you are. You don't need a monastery for that. You don't need a group
Well,
of buildings for that.
aren't we becoming more global? It's not really, I mean, we can set up shop anywhere,
Why do you keep saying
and it's
we?
not so much where you.
Yeah, I mean, but what is this
that
we
you
shit?
keep on talking about? Who is this we? Who is this we, man? Who is this we?
As an individual, you
That's
can do
fine.
but so much, but as a group, you can
What's
accomplish much
stopping
more.
you?
That was just the
What's stopping
idea of
you?
thinking
What's stopping
part.
you, Era, from doing the global business that you want to do? What's stopping you?
That I only have $20 to do it with.
Okay, there, bingo.
That's what's
Thank
stopping
you,
me.
brother. That's all you had to say. Damn. Your situation is a problem of capital, right? So that means that you need to.
Not if we're a group. That's what I was trying to say. But that's just. Well, I don't want to impose my ideas on this particular set of men or anything like that. It's not what I'm saying. It was just my personal ideas. I'll save that personally for what I'm doing or something like that. I'm not trying to impose on.
Okay, let's take an example. Let's take an example. So MOT is wealthier than us, right? I'm lower middle class right now, and you got only $20 to contribute. What is the basis of this exchange between us three in that situation? What is the basis of the exchange? You got $20.
The basis of the exchange is okay.
So I got a regular gig. You know what I'm saying? I just work a regular job. I'm cool. I'm good right now. I like where I'm at. I don't want to do anything more than what I'm doing right now because that's what I am cool with right now. But MOT is trying to build a fucking city or something, and you got $20. You need to tell him why he needs to do business with you. That's what I'm trying to get at. Where's the exchange for the basis of this relationship that you want with him?
He doesn't even want to share in the ideas. So I don't even have any. I don't have any leverage to come in at. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just saying I want to be down with the group with my $20. Here's my 20.
But what can we do with what you said? Real estate. What real estate can he buy with the $20 exactly? What?
No,
what real estate can he buy with $20?
It's more of it's not even that a guy with 100,000. It's if we just take our $20. If I got 3 guys with $20, we got 60 now. So let's take our 60, and this costs 50.
What can you buy with $60? What can you buy?
It was just an example. It wasn't the actual factual. Like, I mean, we can take the best of us and do whatever we want to do, but only if you want to do it. Like, but once again, I'm not trying to impose my ideas on guys who are not thinking along those lines. It won't even compute.
I'm not saying that you're trying to impose your idea. I'm asking a basic, practical question. What is the basis of you and him doing business outside of just words?
That I want to be in business with him and accomplish a goal with him.
Okay.
That would be the basis.
Where does business start at? What exactly do you want to do? You want to work? He might be hiring. Do you want to drive trucks for him?
It doesn't. I don't know. I'm just saying. This is all like in theory. Like it doesn't. I mean,
hold on, bro. You yourself.
I'm not saying me personally. I'm just saying hypothetically.
We gotta talk hypothetically though. We are on a panel. We don't
because these are not things that you see as a reality. So they're obviously hypothetical.
I just said he has a trucking company, and the reality is that if you drive trucks, he might want to do business with you if you fit what he's looking for.
Oh, so now you're bringing me into reality. Okay, got you. Okay, so he has a trucking company.
Exchange. That's what I meant when I was trying to tell you that A business basis starts with exchanging something for something. So I'm trying to get you to put.
I haven't begun to talk business with anybody yet. I'm just talking hypothetically. Like I haven't actually begun to discuss any business. I'm just talking. You presenting all these things to me. I'm just talking hypothetically with you. Like
so hypothetically, in a situation where this is what you got going for yourself right now. You're able-bodied, and you got $20, and you got a guy that has a business. I don't think he can do anything with your $20, but he can do something with you being an able-bodied person, possibly. So there you go. That's the beginning of your group that you want, a business relationship, right? You got two things going for you: $20, and you're an able-bodied person, and you're smart enough to do the job. That's the basis of your group that you want right there. You exchanging your labor for his the cash that he has in his pocket to build up on your capital. Don't you agree that that's a good way to start a relationship?
Right.
That's all I was trying to say, bro. So I'll just leave it at that. That was my point. That's all I wanted to get you to admit, that giving something for something is the best basics for a relationship, and it's the most durable ones. Because
I could always agree with you with that from the beginning. Definitely, got to have something to trade off with or something to work with to get somewhere. So
yeah, but a lot of people they don't want to trade. But I'll leave it to you, MOT. Thanks for having me on. I know you got some questions for him before he get off too. But thanks for having me on. I actually think this was a very constructive conversation, and I appreciate you, Era. That's why we got to do this.
Appreciate you all the time, kid. Absolutely, agreed.
We got to do this with each other, because this is how we can improve ourselves, is by doing what we're doing here. We got to ask the questions of each other, bro. We got to. So you guys all have
absolutely. I totally agree. I definitely enjoy it all the time.
But I'll give it to MOT.
And no, man, he pretty much gets it. So yeah. So Game Changer still there? Oh, maybe not. Well, all right. So here's the thing. I could tell that you do not agree with SYSP because you still.
No, I do. I do though. MOT. Save yourself, black man. Come on, I do.
All right. So I have a question. So what do you think of other people's illegitimate criticisms of the group? Like for me personally, people who never wanted to see black men separate and become powerful, or dudes who never wanted to be powerful as black men themselves. That's what I see as the problem.
I agree.
Because all we're doing is just saying separate and be elite and make good decisions and choices that's going to benefit you versus a community of people that I don't believe in a black community. I don't believe in a black family. I don't believe in any of that shit. I think all of that stuff had its heyday and it's gone. And most of the people who talk about they caring about the black family did nothing about criminalistic pieces of shit, fake pimps, hustlers, and all that kind of shit. They never did a goddamn thing against those people. And they're so
well, that's where I might disagree with you with that. Like, I think deep in the heart of people that's
I mean,
because I believe in the heart of my people. I believe in the heart of I'll explain it. I believe in the heart of my people. We all want that. We all want a good family, good situations, and to be that. I think life leads us.
We're what's there.
Life leads us down a lot of different roads, and we end up in a lot of different bad situations. And if you want to separate from those type of people, I totally agree with what you want to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I can't disagree with that. You know what I mean? But I don't condemn people to be bad people and things like that. But outside of that, I totally agree. I definitely I hear you.
Yeah, it's just like, look, most, and I'm talking about 99% of most of family, I had to get the fuck away from. The motherfuckers in the South, they think like fucking reptiles. They steal from each other in the goddamn city. They try to fuck each other's wives and all this kind of goofy ass shit. Why the fuck would I want to live around shit like that? Yeah.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No good. And you did right to get away. But you were one of the able ones who could think like that and were able to do it. It's not that the rest don't think like that and don't want to do it. That's all I'm saying. So I get what you're saying.
I'm not blaming those people for not doing what I did. What I'm saying is My choices led me to where I am. Their choices led them to still continuously be where they are. It's not like
Hmm.
they don't know that doing some different shit can get them in a different position. They just choose to do what they want to do and want people
Right.
to help and bail them the fuck out.
Right.
And when
No
that
good.
shit doesn't work, they result to doing all type of crazy shit that
Yeah.
that,
No.
that
No good.
I really can't fuck with for the
I
most part.
got you totally. I'm that same way. If you're not no good and you can't be of use and think forward, then I gotta definitely separate from you. So there's definitely no argument there.
That's the deal.
So
So
would
if the
you, MOT, would you be willing to bring along the brothers and sisters that want to come along
under what circumstance? Like I don't
if they're
understand the
willing to follow
context.
your tutelage?
Sure, I guess, but
So would you
but
say that
you
the
can't
problem
be
is
here.
that they're choosing their leaders wrong?
Yeah, I mean the leaders of movements they've already chosen. I mean it's just that the reason why I do not want to bring these people along is because when I have tried it in the past, they just turn around and do some other shit with it. Then I have to kick them all out because you got a dude who thinks that, well, I just made a come up and I need this shit badly, so therefore, fuck you. I'm like, okay, well, fuck all of this. My fucks are worth more than your fucks. That's why you have to deal with the shit, man, because everybody is going to bring these uncultured reptiles back into the fucking spot one way or another, man. And you got to have a clean break from that shit. You got to have a brand new track record that you want to have. And once you try to start trying to save motherfuckers with the little shit you got, especially the wrong types of motherfuckers, I can't fuck with it. That's why it's best to just
Nah,
separate and
yeah,
leave all
that's
this
why
shit
it's about
alone and
saving
behind.
yourself. That's why it's about
Correct.
saving yourself. It's not about saving somebody else. You save yourself.
Correct. I mean, they gotta have a long ass track record for me to start wanting to, fuck with people monetarily wise and otherwise. I mean, because I used to be the guy with the great intentions and the pie in the sky fucking idea. Then you get tore out the fucking frame. Now you look like fucking Swiss cheese and nobody gives a fuck. Why? Because they still expect you to go out there and give these motherfuckers a chance anyway.
Well, I just think we just didn't have a lot of MOTs. You wasn't around some other guys like you yourself. Like I believe we are those elite men. We
I
just
wasn't
haven't,
around anybody like that. I had to do all this shit myself.
right. That's what I'm saying, MOT. We need more guys like you around you accomplishing and doing great things. I mean, that changes the tide right there. It's the actual people. It's the mix of people.
But I mean, what I notice in the black community is that they avoid following brothers like MOT,
That's the
but they
deal.
want what he has without the
I can
discipline and
Correct.
explain
attention.
that.
You can?
When they're
Okay.
adults though, when you're adult and you're ready to lead, when you're ready to be a mature adult, and it's not about culture, it's actually about being a family man, being able to be in position to offer that. Then it's about following MOT. It's about leaving everything else behind and getting on MOT's program, because that's my ultimate goal, mission, and what I must accomplish.
Yeah, but most people don't do that, and you know that they haven't done that, and they don't have the capacity to do that. Well,
And they stay
what we're
right where
operating
they
off
at.
of, yeah, what we're operating off of is the track record. That's what we're operating off of. The overall track
I
record
feel
of
you.
what's going on here. And what I'm saying is, for me, there's benchmarking. Benchmarking means track record. Like, okay,
Hmm.
have you navigated enough of this society and left all this bullshit alone to the simple fact that I could fuck with you on some business shit? A lot of
Hmm.
motherfuckers you just can't do that shit with. And a lot more feign like they are ready, and then you bring them to the fucking fold, and here they are fucking with ADOS domestic reptiles again.
I got you. So we got to weed those guys out and kind of get that elite group.
well, I am part of the elite group, and this
I
track
feel
record
you.
that that they have, that they impose, is part of that. So for me personally, Your ass ain't got an operational household, and if your fucking woman bosses you to fuck around and some ADOS typical fucking bullshit, I can't fuck with you because I don't want them
I hear
numbers to
you on
grow.
that.
Even at the point to where I'm willing to limit my own growth to make sure that number don't fucking grow. Period. I will not team with people like that. I can't do it. You show any abject disrespect to fucking men, I don't want to be around you. One time you do that shit, it's over. There is no giving motherfuckers multiple opportunities and chances. These people have way too many chances. Actually, when you fuck up
I
all your
agree.
chances, you tend to get a hell of a lot more chances than you fucking worth. And the people who are not, who who, who actually need the chance don't fucking get it. That's the shit.
This is
And
true.
then
This is true.
and and then all of a sudden there's all these people in fucking disrepair and need, and then you try to pick up one, you get fucking like it's like dude. At some point I'm supposed to get tired of this shit. I'm supposed to want it.
You're not even supposed to be dealing with it. You know what I mean? Especially if you know better.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
I,
I don't do it.
you know what I
I mean,
mean?
you
I
know
mean,
what?
you know.
There is
Hmm.
gonna be a lot more MOTs, but they're not gonna be created in these fucking black households that are currently here. It's
I
not.
get
It's
it.
never
I
gonna
get you.
fucking work. And this is why
I
why
think we're
I
more
say
global anyway.
correct. I mean, I'm doing business in Africa and shit, and China and shit. Like, I can't bring motherfuckers along for the ride to fuck my shit up. I can't do it.
Absolutely not. Can't
Hey,
afford it.
MOT,
Not one slip up. Not one slip up.
MOT, brother.
Yeah.
Your super chats are adding up. Shout out to
Oh,
O'Shea Duke Jackson.
or damn, I can't see shit. Hold on a second. Let me use this other tablet. Going on my phone. Shit. Hold on a second. 157 people watching. Where O'Shea? Damn. See, man, that's the thing, man. Call them out if you could, dude, because I can't see them on this phone.
Um, some of them are gone now. Dang. Let me see. What do you select? Like pop out chat?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with this thing. This is why I'm going to Zoom. It's better than that shit.
Oh, dang.
Well,
All right,
the
let
problem
me
with
see what I
StreamYard is you
can't
can't
see.
have
Hold
a
on one
separate
second.
window because with the conventional YouTube stream, you could have a separate windows where where just your super chats show up, but you can't do that with StreamYards.
Oh shit. That's crazy, man. All right, man. Well, sorry for the people who super chatted and I didn't call that shit out. My bad, man. It's just that when y'all see it and I don't, y'all should say something. All right. Well, thank you all for the super chats and yeah, man. Go ahead, game changer. Thanks so much for
No,
super chat,
that's
OJ.
what I wanted to say that you were getting some super chats.
Yeah, it's
I'll monitor because I was looking at StreamYard too, but I'll take a look and see what I can get. But Xanatos
all right.
did O'Shea sent some, so shout out to them. Let
All
me
right,
see
cool.
what I can find because they only let me go back so far.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's the fucking point of like stopping this shit from going back so far?
Yeah, it only go back so far, and they all
Yeah.
find out.
So
So
my bad, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I do care that people do donate to the stream and shit, but I just, what I'm saying, I was tripping on that. But yeah. Like a big problem is game changer. It's just that I'm not saying you're doing this, Ezra, but people don't want to understand how bad shit is. And this is why I specifically want to leave ADOS women behind. Because every time we have a conversation like this, they just hulk out and say, well, just build it any fucking way. And I'm like, okay, you're leaving. I don't want nobody around me with that fucking attitude. You got to go. You got to have minimum fucking standards. Yeah.
King Leo, peace MOT in the chat panel. Keep up the good work, or keep up the good content. Appreciate you, bro. King Leo,
cool. Thanks, man. Yeah. And that's the thing, man. It's just that you have to realize that these people have to be left behind, man. Like, if you engaged in all this shit here, and you don't show any significant points of wanting to change, there's nothing wrong with wanting to leave people behind. And
Absolutely not.
a lot of people think that, but man, but that means my motherfucking uncle gonna get left behind. So I'm just gonna be an anchor and hold everybody back. I'm like, dude, you're
That's
not listening,
bullshit.
man.
That's bullshit.
Tell you, man, I hear this shit every fucking day. Every fucking day. I hear some stupid shit like this all the fucking time, man. So it's like, if you're specifically not gonna raise your boys to be shit, like I have women who come up who want to be down, and their fucking kids are a fucking mess, and they really think that black men is just gonna take a fucking risk on them and make the situation unfucking believable. And you have these uncultured fucking reptiles who just come out of nowhere who try to make everything about a bitch. And so I'm like, no, these things are operating the way it's supposed to operate. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I get it.
Like we
I mean, I get it.
we need to stop using things like collective and group and all that shit unless you're like an accomplished person. Because otherwise, people make it seem like there's two groups of people. There is people who's going to be rewarded. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's going on with sound? What's that? Super Trey, is that you?
Ew.
Hello?
I hear him.
Yeah, well, that's the problem here, man. It's just that we can't keep it real with people because people are in their feelings or they're fucking sexually compromised to the point to where they have to agree with everything that women fucking say and all that kind of stupid ass shit. And it's like, it's hard to do business with people who don't understand basic fucking order.
I get that. I mean, you get that. So to keep those people out the space and to definitely
Oh,
not do
sure.
business with them.
All the time.
Right.
All the time.
Right.
Yeah, all the time.
Right.
All the time.
So I think, A-alike minds who think alike, who see alike, you know what I mean, who be alike, act alike, we see the same things. And, people who don't will naturally fall off or can't get down anyway.
What happened to Tris?
Oh,
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. Hey, man, so, all right, so here's the rules, man. If somebody come in this bitch and they don't belong here, just fucking ignore them. Don't even time them out. Just let that motherfucker talk like they like they the only person on the planet Earth. That's way more effective than timing the motherfucker out and ignoring and hiding them. Just let the motherfuckers talk as if nobody fucking hears them. That's much more funny. You know what I'm saying?
I got it.
I'm like, oh, how did I get here? No response.
Right.
Oh,
You
there's a
don't
lot
fit
of
in.
people in
You're
here.
not.
No response.
Yeah.
Just don't even fucking say nothing.
Right.
Like shit, if I stumble onto a fucking Klan rally, I'm like, okay,
Right.
see myself in, see myself out. I'm not gonna announce it. I'm in the wrong fucking place. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
Yeah, man,
people who get it just get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that black men need to be unabashed about what the fuck we want and making motherfuckers
I
suffer the
totally agree.
consequences when they don't fucking acclimate to the fucking group. Because there's too many people who sexually compromised out here, man, who actually think that bowing down to what a woman wants and then trying to humiliate fucking guys about game and all this stupid ass shit. Like, man, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? If you have any individual accomplishments outside of bowing down to some bitch, I'm willing to fucking listen.
But I think when you have the accomplishments or when you're in a certain space in life, then you can entertain that stuff more.
I don't think so. I mean, Now, how many times do you want guns to go off while you have cabin pressure on at high fucking altitude? All it takes is one fucking shot to blow the whole goddamn plane apart.
Hey,
So, what did you think? What I was saying earlier about hookup culture and pump and dump culture? Do you think that that is the root of this select non-select argument?
No, I never thought that was the root or even a part of the select and non-select argument. Now, what I didn't like about the select and non-select argument was him not policing his terms and allowing anybody to use them, because they ended up in the hands of the wrong fucking people. They ended up in the hands of the people who destroyed the community in the first place and tried to make it look like I get to be select and I don't get to take responsibility for my actions, and I'm going to talk shit to motherfuckers who are actually doing shit. So when you come up with a term that's going to be used by domestic fucking reptiles and you don't fucking police that shit, then I'll just start going after you every time you open your fucking mouth about some shit. Because at the end of the day, if you're actually helping a team of people I want fucking destroyed, you become a part of the group of people who I do want destroyed. Because the thing is, we shouldn't be coming up with words to explain bullshit fucking behavior. It's just uncultured bullshit fucking behavior. That's it. Because
hookup culture and pump and dump is what rich do to the poor all the time anyway.
Well, I mean, that's because of the that's
well,
because
if you're
of the court
rich in
system,
something,
and dudes don't want to.
Mhm.
No, that's not exactly how it works. Like these judges and shit, all this shit can be controlled. People just don't want to participate in the system. They want the system to reward them before their actual participation. This is why this shit don't work. They want the government to work for them. They don't want to even be marginally held responsible for shit that's happening within the government. They don't want to keep up with politics. They know all these lyrics to every fucking song in the universe. It's like, how could they not be running the fucking show?
well, to me, pump and dump means I don't value
I don't value.
what
I don't value them. I don't value
I'm
them.
dealing with.
I don't value them. We're past that. The time
Well,
of you
this is
to be a valuable. Wait, hold on. Let me explain why it's effective. I don't value them. Period. You're not going to be making these people wives in this culture. This is the outcome of the input that they've done. Their behavior has led me to believe that these people are not to be trusted for any reason. Their culture to lie about everything and their circumstances to anyone who's willing to fucking listen. And you have most of these guys who egg this shit on because anything they can get out of another man will eventually come to them. That's why you have to slap the whole Megillah and start the fuck over without them. And for me personally, I want to rip up pieces of asphalt and throw it at them while I fucking do it. Because at the end of the day, they had their fucking chance. Culture or no culture, they made those decisions based on what the fuck they wanted. Now we're here, didn't raise the boys correctly, kept running to the government on average, self-esteem based degrees and all this shit. Supposed to be the most educated motherfucker, but the kids are a fucking mess. And somehow I'm supposed to still be relegated to only picking this motherfucker? Shit don't make no sense, man. I understand how attractive women have no fucking nothing within this culture right here. What's the use of working out and eating right and looking good if an ugly bitch can go get a train ran on her every time she open her fucking mouth? But at the end of the day, that woman should still be covered if she know how to pick decent fucking men. This is why I say pump and dump culture will weed out the motherfuckers who want to be weekend pussy and the motherfuckers who want to actually be a goddamn wife. Like in Germany, there are clear fucking prostitutes. And there's clearly the women who clearly aren't. So you need a way of pretty much shaking down to see where people are at. And you hold people to their track record.
So MOT, what makes a quality woman, or what makes a woman quality for you that you could deal with, and not qualify her as a pump and dump?
Well,
No, no,
it,
no, 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 no. I mean, if she's feminine and cooperative, that should be enough. But anything I say beyond that, I'm pretty much negotiating those things away of what I just said. Women know how to fucking act. There ain't no two ways about it. Because here's the thing: you ain't gonna become some partial pump and dump slash good woman. This is how come I don't make proclamations on what women are supposed to do. All they gotta do is have self control and not fuck with this shit. Give us somebody and vet men fucking properly. Now, if they don't do that, they're gonna become pump and dump, have kids by random motherfuckers. Either way, I don't care. I don't value the shit because I'm trying to create one household. I'm not trying to create one community that I give a fuck about. I'm trying to create one household that I give a fuck about.
I
but
get you
MOT,
because it's just
when you use the example of prostitution, that's still a meritocracy. Pump and dump culture is not a meritocracy.
No,
Like
of
if
course
you
not.
have say $100, and you can use it on whatever prostitute that costs $100 or less that you choose, which means that they have to compete with themselves. Pump and dump, however, is just take anybody who's willing to allow those circumstances. And that's
Not
what I mean by
necessarily.
beneficially unattractive.
I mean, because I mean, within the pump and dump culture, the woman still has to be attractive enough for the man to even fuck with her in the first place.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is because not every woman is a part of that culture, it basically becomes a lady's choice scenario, is what I'm getting at. Because there are more men who are willing to be a part of the pump and dump culture than there are women at any given time. Does that make sense?
For me, my standards are higher for women who I would fuck with.
Yeah,
But
but
at the end of the day, I do understand what you're saying. Niggas will fuck anything. So the any woman who's a one or above or have enough chromosomes to be a woman will be the woman most likely getting all the fucking play.
well, I'm saying in pump and dump culture, men are forced to. I mean, in order to maintain, because there's only so many women. It takes an extraordinary amount of women to have a hit it and quit it lifestyle over a prolonged period of time. Like I say, if
I mean,
you
but
have
that's what
sex
we have
every
now.
day and
That's what we
you're
have.
doing the pump and dump thing, it takes 365 women a year, which means that you eventually are going to run out of your supply of attractive women willing to have sex with you. You just are.
Well, I agree with that.
Well, I
But at
think
the end of the day, this
So
still is
the
based on individual choice.
only recourse is unattractive women.
well,
Like once
well
you've exhausted your supply.
I think one
I
of the
go ahead,
biggest
Super Chris.
problems with the whole pump and dump culture, because I've been there and done that, right? And so the reason why you end up pumping and dumping is because you find yourself consistently encountering women who are of low quality and low yield. They're low yield endeavors. So
Yeah.
why keep a woman around if she offers little beyond sexual access? And a lot of these women, and it goes beyond even just being attractive. Like, again, like if you have an actual quality woman, then you actually want to end up spending more time with that particular woman. But because these women are not quality, and because what they've given to you, they've given to everybody else, is really like, what's the
Correct.
compelling factor to even remain in contact with these women once you've extrapolated a little bit of sexual gratification?
Well, that's because Super Triz is that it's played on both ends. It's not pump and dump is not really a exclusively male thing. The women are starting to do it too. So
No, 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 no. The women have been doing it. The men are just
yeah,
now catching on to it.
okay, well, women have been doing it too, which means that you can find a woman of physical quality that you're interested in. However, she was just looking for, and this happened to me on more than one occasion. She was just looking for a one night stand. I mean, I've seen that happen, which means that a lot of men are unwillingly forced into the culture. Like it's become the dominant mating culture in America.
I mean, but this shit is still a choice though. Like me, I wouldn't, on average, find myself even trying to deal with anybody here. I'd rather go somewhere else where quality is already at. The culture already hands down quality women already. You know, I
Mhm.
don't have to go fight for shit there. I'm okay with pump and dump culture because I'm gonna have quality and I don't have to deal with these motherfuckers here locally.
Well,
I
you're
don't
not
have
okay
to.
with it because you're looking to mate outside of it.
Yeah,
So yeah, so I just want to criticize pump and dump culture, and I think that that's one of the side effects of it is this
that's
contention.
what we have now though. That's what we have now though.
Right, right. That is the standing mating culture in America, not just Black America.
Yeah,
That yeah, throughout.
yeah, yeah. I mean, cause yeah. I mean, I'm going to these small towns. I see single motherhood there. So
Well, there's a lot of factors that contribute to the pump and dump culture, and you have to kind of go back and start looking at some of the factors. Like again, you just mentioned single motherhood, so you have daughters without paternal oversight. You know, you don't have the fathers actually vetting male suitors, and so you end up with a woman
that's what I'm saying.
consistently making bad choices. So that's part of it, right there. So then you have to. So, but then because men who merely want sexual access to a variety of women find that they benefit from these precarious situations. This is the reason why the situation doesn't change as long as people benefit from it. But the thing about it is that you know you have to ask yourself at some point, like when you really want to make progress and you really trying to, people talk about collective mindset, but it's collective when they're benefiting off of somebody else, but it's not collective when somebody's benefiting off of them, because you can have these same guys who are, pumping and dumping and players and dating coaches, this, that, and third, but they don't want their daughter
Yeah,
being part of that quote unquote hookup culture.
yeah, and that's kind of hypocritical because at the end of the day, nobody was fighting for the right shit until they had a fucking daughter. So it's kind of be like I said, if we're gonna do some shit in a lack of order, that's the reason why I can't fuck with nobody here on average. Why? I'm not digging through this shit, and I like seeing uncultured reptile after uncultured reptile tell me about how I can't pull a bitch. I'm like, the words are already in your mouth. Who the fuck I don't want to deal with? And the whole fact that they think they're more successful than the next man, I'm like, you still sound like a fucking clown. Like that's just what we are with this shit, man. It's just way out of control, and I don't think I should be taking risks like that with my life though. Just so that way a person can get my shit and possibly do whatever the fuck they want to with it. It just don't make any sense to me. Not from a risk management perspective, because I look at most things from a risk management perspective.
Right.
That
No, I mean I think that once the culture changes into something that that's
and
more
it
long,
will, and
yeah.
it will.
Well, it has to because we're dealing with something that's unsustainable. You
Well,
know.
Wasn't there a girl on your panel game changer who said that she has not been in a quote unquote relationship, but she's been with lots of men and shit? So I'm like, that's the deal. So she just been pumping and dumping for like however long she's been on the fucking planet Earth, and she ain't never been in no relationship because she's never been in one.
So
Um,
when at
and
the
on
point
my
in
panel,
time
Yeah,
at the point in time that she decides to enter a relationship, then the question becomes, what is she gonna offer the partner that she decides to enter a relationship with? You can't offer something within the confines of a relationship that you've given away to people outside of a relationship. Like, what's the point?
yeah.
well, I mean,
Exactly.
she can offer convenience and access to it.
But see, how is it convenient when you have to deal with all the headache of consistently dealing with the same woman over and over again? Because once that honeymoon phase is over, then you're dealing with the real woman nagging and complaining, blah blah blah. This and the third. Obviously,
Well, here's how I look at it. Here's how I look at it.
Excuse me.
Era, is that you?
What?
No, I heard something in the background. So here's how I look at it. You can either farm or you can either hunt. Hunting means that you get some ass and then you go out and hunt for some more ass, and then you go out and hunt for some more ass, and then you go out and hunt for some more ass.
Yeah, tedious, tiresome.
I think that men, especially when you reach a certain age, that may have been fun at a certain point, but I think you reach a certain age where you're just sick of that shit. Some guys will champion it because it's all they have, but generally you get sick of that shit. So I think it's a reasonable alternative for both man and woman to just end that shit and say, look, let's get something more sustainable, either a rotation or something else, because this isn't going to do it.
But see,
just like I don't want to go out fishing every time I want to eat fish, I wouldn't want to do that shit either. Go ahead.
But see, there's the problem. There is no let's. See, let's implies that we're coming together on one accord. No. See, here's the thing, right? There's different metrics for what a man's role is in a relationship and what a woman's role is in a relationship. So a woman can't come to a relationship with the same track record as me as a man and say, hey, okay, let's get together. No. Because again, what does that woman bring to the relationship? Like, I'm bringing like if you ask a woman what they want out of a man, it's going to be a long laundry list of things that the woman wants. You look at how, if you start taking into consideration how does a woman benefit from a relationship versus how does a man benefit from a relationship, you'll find that it's heavily weighed in favor of the woman as far as who benefits, especially in America. So from that particular perspective, all a woman can really offer is chastity. Like, and I know this is a stretch. Like, we're not dealing with virgins over here, but at the end of the day, like, if a woman has as many sexual partners as me as a man, that's a problem. Like, again, she's trying to offer me something that she's already offered to everybody else. See,
no, agree.
I can honestly say that, like when it comes to like behavior that befitting of a relationship, like me actually, catering to a woman, treating a woman, showering a woman with affection, giving women gifts. It ain't but two women that can honestly say I've ever did that for them. Two women in my entire life. Because that's the difference between
relationship
being in a relationship
is in our hands.
Pumping and dumping, right? So there's a clear delineation between how Super Triz acts in a relationship versus how Super Triz acts in a pump and dump category. But see, with these women out here, there is no delineation.
Yeah,
they do the exact same things with the
guys.
They
did the pump and dump shit.
They do the exact same things with the guys they pump and dump with versus the guys they're in a relationship with. As a matter of fact, the guys that they're in a relationship with get the short end of the stick. They get even worse treatment.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
So there's several problems, but I think that both sides are unhappy and it's time to renegotiate the current mating culture with the understanding that both sides are unhappy. What's going on?
Here's the problem with that.
Uh-huh.
The woman gets the better deal because she don't have any vitality left. That's on her for engaging in this culture in the first place. This is why I want the pump and dump culture. So that way, if a woman cannot keep her fucking chastity or her fucking legs closed, she'll eventually have no value any fucking way. It's the easy way of checking value.
Right.
That's the way I see it as value.
Okay, I mean, I don't see it going down that way. That's me personally. I just don't.
Well, see, what I think MOT is saying is that anybody could say they're a good woman, right? But we don't know you're a good woman until you actually make the conscious decision in lieu of the ability to be not a good woman, but to still be good. So like a woman could, have unlimited access to as many men that she wants to, but she makes a conscious decision that I'm not gonna be like these other women. I'm not gonna be hoeing around and just giving myself to any and everybody. But
Agreed.
but see, that's the difference though. And so the only way you can actually find that out is through whole culture. The presence of whole culture, the normalization of whole culture. And so a woman has to actually make a conscious decision not to participate in that whole culture.
Bingo. And that's why I want the pump and dump culture to stay. Because if the women engage in that fucking culture, I don't want you retiring. I want you to stay out
I
there
don't want the,
forever and run that race.
what
I
the pump
mean,
and comp. Go ahead.
no,
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, look, it kind of defeats the purpose if you help them
Well, what the,
renegotiate at the end of their stick when they don't offer shit. They
Well,
don't
see,
what
offer
the,
anything.
but see,
what the
MOT,
pump and dump
that's the
culture is doing is it's creating it's canceling any alternative avenues of people outside of the culture, meaning that any avenue that two people would normally get together under gets saturated with pump and dumps. So if you were to make a app saying absolutely no fuck niggas and thoughts in this particular application, guess what's going to eventually come up? Fuck niggas and thoughts. If you were to make a nightclub saying no fuck niggas and thought, this is not a hookup culture type place. This is where you go for long-term relationships. Guess what you're going to come up with? Fuck niggas and thoughts. They invade every single avenue
Correct.
so that being said, and they corrupt you. They make it to the point where decent women and decent men who are not a part of that particular culture just don't want to go. And that's true for
Boom.
dating, anything. It's even true for church. It's true for every avenue of meeting. So I think that it's actually causing a devastating effect. So I
Yes.
featured so last night on my panel or on my show, I talked about this woman Tish, right? And basically I explored her journey through the wall. Basically, this is a woman who has hit the wall slowly, and through her webpage, she was just slowly going through the wall as she merged her entire existence through the wall. So she started off with no boyfriend, alpha widowed, buying sperm and injecting it into her vagina. So that is her merging through the wall. And then, after buying sperm at about $1,000 a pop, over and over again, she realized that she couldn't conceive, and there's that. And she was looking for a boyfriend while trying to get pregnant by some stranger who came in a cup years ago. And then
Yeah, but
she
game changer. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. All
wait,
those things are based on her decision making process. But go ahead.
okay, but I'm going somewhere with that.
All right.
So when it came time, when her complete, wall hitting process was done, she got the most, and she did a boyfriend tag on him, and I recorded on the thing. She got the most basic mic ever. Basic grad dude.
Oh, so she had, so she found a franchise player.
But what I'm saying is she did that because she came to a point where she couldn't find anything else. She was looking for, she got tired of the hookup culture, is my point.
I'm so happy for her.
No, well,
Yes,
first of all, I mean,
how it
like,
is.
listen to that scenario, right? Let me
Mhm.
tell you something. Any woman who goes out and goes to a sperm bank or tries to get some type of random sperm somehow, there's something wrong with that woman. Like I've dated
Oh
a
my
couple. Well,
God.
I won't say I've dated, but I've encountered a couple women. I remember one woman in particular, right? So we had to start, dealing with each other, and then she goes out and I guess she decides just randomly just decides to adopt some kids, and I'm
I know
like
people
what,
like that too, man.
like what in that? Okay, so it's like so now you've gone from a single woman to a single mom, and you expect me to still deal with you?
Like I said, this is why I want the pump and dump culture to say. Because if women did not know how to act during that time period, when it comes time for them to retire, they're gonna have the hardest life ever. And I don't care. At the end of the
Yeah.
day, yeah, this
Well,
is why I
but
wanted to stay.
that's not really the results that we're getting. I mean, in theory, that works, but like this chick, a lot of young ladies can learn from her mistake. The problem is that she has 100 views on these videos, and like the Chrissies, the Cynthia G's, the Crystalline Karazins get thousands every time they show up. So the message that they're getting is something different.
Yeah.
Well,
They don't really see, because I mean, her situation is tragic. She basically hit her fertility window.
Mhm.
no, but hold on. See, this is what we got to stop doing. We got to stop using stuff like tragic, because that implies some type of sympathy or empathy for
Or
somebody's
victimhood.
situation that
I
the
do have
situation that they
sympathy
put
for her.
themselves in. Like I'm a firm believer that some people we got to just let die, and I mean
No,
that
I
literally.
don't think she entirely put herself into it. Personally, I don't.
Really? With
Yeah,
their own
really.
personal decision making processes throughout years and years and years of passing up decent motherfuckers to go do what the fuck she wanted to do. You really think she's a victim somehow?
Or not
Yeah,
only that,
yeah.
MOT, not only passing up decent guys, but ignoring scrutiny for weirdo behavior, because I guarantee you she's a weirdo. And that's
Yeah,
part of the problem why she couldn't find a decent man in her prime years.
I don't
See, a
think
lot
she.
of
No,
I
I
people
think
mean,
she is a
she
a
probably
weirdo.
lot
didn't want one.
Well, no. See, I don't think that she's a weirdo. Excuse me. I do think that she's a weirdo, but I don't think that she received any scrutiny for it, because they don't really scrutinize each other for any type of behavior that's negative. So scroll, please. Oh, hold on. Let me put it up, and I'll show you why they don't scrutinize each other for any type of behavior. Scroll, please.
Did you change it?
Well, I'm changing it now. Hold on one moment. Don't speak against the sisterhood or the sisters in it. So they're not going to scrutinize each other for any type of weirdo behavior. She could be as weird as she wants and never receive any scrutiny for it.
And this is
Uh,
why I want her to suffer for her actions.
but see, she is a victim of this. Okay, put it like this: it could
Dude, she's
happen.
a victim of her own actions, game changer.
No, it could happen to me. Um, it would happen to me because I'm older than her, and if I had the fertility issues that women have, I would be infertile too, likely. So it could happen to both of us, but it happened to her because these circumstances were against her.
well. Here's the reason why uh there is no situation of victimhood, because you have women, well, men for that matter too, but a lot of women will do certain things or conduct themselves in certain ways that they know damn well they wouldn't tolerate from a man that doing that to them. Like some of the behaviors that they display, they know damn well they would have no patience for it from a man. So obviously they understand the concept of errant behavior, tact, and finesse. They understand that concept.
Well, okay, let's. I agree, but I don't think that that's the case here. In her case, she was alpha widowed. I think that men can be alpha widowed too. We just don't have. Very few of us have been with alpha females to really get into that situation.
Whoa,
Whoa.
alpha. Hold, slow down. We
Alpha widow? Alpha
we gotta
female?
break that down.
Okay, so MOT, I'll break it down. MOT, you say that their behavior is a result of an overabundance of unearned dick.
Correct.
Likely from men who are more handsome than they are pretty.
Yep.
Most men, particularly black men, do not suffer from a condition or a circumstance where we receive a overabundance of unearned pussy from women who are more beautiful than we are handsome. We simply don't. If we did, we would remain single until we're her age.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that she did anything different than what we would do under the same circumstances. It's just that her biology is far different.
Well, no, but here's the problem. Again, women and men operate under entirely different metrics, right?
Wrong.
So for a woman to engage in wanton sexual behavior is not becoming of a woman. Period.
Well, what I'm saying is they're being taught to operate under our metrics with this Sex in the City bullshit and stuff like that. And they're behaving as if they got a penis.
But see, here's the thing, right? Regardless of the underlying cause or etiology behind the symptoms that we see, it's the end result that matters to men like me.
Correct.
So I don't care what the hell is the reason why she's doing what she's doing. When I know that there's an alternative, when I know that there's women out there that exude femininity, I know that there's women out there that act like they got some damn sense. I'm not dealing with broken women, period. I'm not doing it.
Okay, I can see that. I'm not saying I would want to deal with her. She's squirting somebody's sperm. She got a syringe that she uses to squirt people's sperm in her. I mean, I wouldn't deal with her. I'm just saying I feel bad for her.
But see, not only are we not dealing with her, we're not feeling bad for her. We're not making excuses for her.
That's right. I mean, because you made victimhood.
MOT, see, what we do is we take that rope, and while she's climbing up the rope of redemption, we take the Rambo knife out of our back pocket and start cutting that rope. And we look her dead in the eye while we cutting it.
I'm just saying I feel bad for this shit.
That's what we do.
1 vote for bad for the chick, 2 votes for not bad for the chick. That's how it's gonna work.
But you know what, MOT? I think. See, what happens is that we allow empathy and sympathy cloud better judgment.
I mean, but this is.
I mean, like, can she do anything for me? Well, she can. She just can't have kids for me, and that's it. Like, I want kids, so
Even if I don't want kids, I'm not dealing with no ran through that got kids. Even if she don't got kids, I'm not. There's no wife enough ran throughs. What's the point? It's pointless.
Fellas, we're men. You know what I'm saying? No woman can force herself on us. It's all in our choice.
Correct. This is why I don't believe in the men and the whole bitches choose and all that goofy ass shit. Like, dude, listen, you make a choice on who you gonna spend money on and time with, unless you ain't got no fucking self-control. Period. Which is still the man's problem. She shows interest, you decide to accept. This woman is not a victim of any kind. She's not to be felt sorry for any reason. She got herself in this situation by not playing this fucking game the way it's supposed to be played. She
But
played it in another shape or format for this shit.
she was told to
Done.
play the game this way. Society at large told her to play the game this way.
She accepted her role that way.
She thought that that was the way to win. I'm just saying she was lied to. She believed the lie. We all seen it. She grew up and she's seen Sex in the City and all that Mrs. Doubtfire bullshit, and she just assumed that this is what you're supposed to do. However, real life didn't work that way, and by the time she realized it, she had like 3 eggs left.
Well, see, you're working, you're speaking under the assumption that she did what she did, that her course of actions were based on external stimuli that mandated that's what she should be doing. But in actuality, it was an intrinsic stimuli of personal gratification. She looked at ways that she could get over, irregardless of anybody else. And she had no concept of trajectory, not thinking ahead and saying, okay, on this current trajectory at this velocity, I will hit the wall at this point in time.
Well, I mean, but you gotta understand that, you know, she is a woman and she's not smart like that. So
there you go.
That has nothing to do with us, dude. Nothing to do with us. Yo, what's going on, Sir Church a lot?
Exactly. Those are women's
on, man?
problems.
Tomorrow. What's up, fellas?
What's going on, man?
Peace.
Peace.
First time on, man. First time you seen you on anybody's panel, man. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know. I just had the opportunity to step on. I've seen you guys talking about this topic about this one woman, and I just wanted to kind of bring a Trick's perspective of this. Game Changer, how old is that woman?
If I had to look at her, well, she's not in her 20s. If I had to look at her, I'd say mid-30s.
Mid-30s?
Early 40s, well preserved.
See, and women like that who are in their mid-30s, don't have any kids, can't conceive kids, wasted their entire their late teens, their early 20s, their early 30s for that matter. At this point, all she's worth is just a pump and dump. And if she wants to make the best use of what's left of her before hitting the wall, she's better off just selling herself, in my view.
Well, you know what? Also, she would make a good side piece if she stayed fit, kept herself up, kept her mouth closed.
She did. She does.
No, but keep her mouth closed too. See, there's a component to that, because see, what you're doing is you're actually providing a reprieve from the main chick. A lot of times the main chick, you're past the honeymoon phase and they're nagging and they're complaining and all this other stuff, and so you need a reprieve. So in order to fulfill the role of a side chick, she has to come without all of that extra emotional baggage. Like, whatever she's going through, she got to keep that to herself.
I agree. What she started at a deficit, like most American chicks, not just black ones. They start at a deficit.
Whoa. Deficit of what? Deficit of what?
Of personal growth. Most Americans, by international standards and historical standards, are pretty fucking stupid and immature. Meaning that the maturity level that, say, a 1940s 17-year-old is the equivalent to, like the maturity level of a 2020, 31-year-old. Like, it's a deficit, which is why we had like 17-year-old fighter pilots in World War II and won. And, it takes a man till he's 35 to get to that point. So people are maturing a lot slower. As a result of her maturing a lot slower, her body doesn't realize that. Like, the lessons in life that she would have learned at an early fertile age, she's not realizing it until she's down to her last dozen eggs.
Yeah,
I mean, and that's not her fault.
I mean, so she couldn't look up biology, fertility. I mean, this woman is not a victim. Like, like all the men she could have been with throughout all those years, from like 13 to like 30. Let's just say it's 35.
Mm-hmm.
13 to 35. She had, okay, let's take 18 years. She had 15 years to find what the fuck she needed to find, and she didn't find it. Now, the type of empathy that you're trying to show for this girl, you would not have for a guy in the same circumstance, biology aside. Like a man who hasn't, like 40-year-old virgin shit. I don't see candlelight vigils and all that shit for like 40-year virgins. Like this woman has made a pretty specific mistake of not choosing a guy. Now she has no fertility, and now she's fucked. I'm happy that she is where she's at, and this is why I want pump and dump culture to stay. Because if you stay on the carousel too fucking long, and the music fucking stops, you ain't gonna have nowhere to sit. And the only way to make sure that you have people who are worthy and who are not is to have this system that's still in place. While
And
I
no,
go outside the
okay.
culture and deal with other people who don't have any access to this shit. Boom.
Could I
Problem
could I
solved.
add something to the pot real quick? I just
So
wanted
go
to
ahead.
say, like listening to you guys, I was thinking of the fact that the issue that Game Changer is bringing up, um, what we're starting to see, man, because of how the culture has changed over the last 40 years or so, you have more and more women hitting 35
A
unwed, man.
lot. A
Yeah.
lot.
This shit is about to blow because just think about what Game Changer is saying. And when you start really thinking about it, this population of women that's millennials now, and that's already Gen X women between the ages of like 30 to 45 right now, I think the next generation is going to be even worse as more and more men exercise their options outside of America. More
Why do you
men,
think SYSBM is such a fucking problem? Because ain't
yeah,
nobody taking
I,
these motherfuckers, man.
yeah, yeah. And so I'm listening to you two talk about it, and I was thinking like about the magnitude of how this supply is growing and growing because men are saying we already know from a factual standpoint that men want younger women. That's a fact.
right.
So they did some surveys recently and it was pretty funny. So they surveyed men from like the ages of 18 to like 75 or something. And do you know that like up to 75, all the men wanted the same woman about 21 years old?
Yeah.
All the men, no matter if she was 18, no matter if he was like 75, the age was about 21 or so that they thought that a woman was at her prime. And I think that a woman's fertility window, isn't it like between 16 to like 28?
Yeah, 27.
And her peak is like 25, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. So the fertility window peaks at 25 and the window is like until about 20, then it starts to go downhill for her. And what you're getting is a lot of these women, they got that thing beat out from the age of about 15 to, 30. And then all of a sudden they go into like emergency find a dude to marry them mode. And that shit has dried up just in the last
I'm
decade.
telling you.
And
I'm
it's going to
telling you.
really dry up this decade. And I'll give you a good example. I mentioned Judge Joe Brown because he's always triggering people on Twitter. And he was talking about that. And you got an old man like him talking about that. It was funny. Here's a man that's about 74, but he's out there in LA. And he was talking about how he goes to the nightclubs out there still. And he said that even as a 74, I think he's like 69, something like that. He still goes to the club. And he said that it's horrible out here. He said he wouldn't want to be a young man in this culture because of the pick are so thin. And he's an old OG. And he's out there in LA. He's been in Hollywood. He's been a lawyer, 45, 50 years. So this whole growing supply of women that are not in high demand.
It's about to
Whoa,
explode.
whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, 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 whoa. This is
Agreed.
it's not a supply. See, we gotta be careful of the nomenclature because supply, that alludes to a provision. This is not a supply. This is just an overabundance of liability. That's what this is. And so this is
That's a good point.
exactly why we shouldn't feel sorry for these women because what's going to happen is that see as these women age, right? And a lot of these women have been marginally productive, right? And a lot of these women not only have they been marginally productive, they haven't provision for their future because again, they have no sense and no concept of trajectory. So as they age, they're going to need people to take care of them, right? from a financial standpoint, from a companionship standpoint, and this is why men have to stand tall and stand firm, 10 toes down.
It don't
We're
make much
not
sense for me.
saving none of. We ain't saving none of them.
They should have understood that when they made that deal with by breaking the social contract and the sexual contract, that this is the reality. Because again, like I said, most men up to the age of 75 are seeking younger women, and for now, there's enough of a supply of women turning adult age to for those men to be with, especially those that have the most resources. And those women, it's not looking good, bro. It's not looking good for them.
Women are going younger themselves. As women age, they're going younger themselves.
Yeah, you know what, Eric? You're right about that. I'm seeing a lot of older women with younger dudes too. Yeah.
Sigma, she didn't break the social contract. She's not a boomer. She's not. This is a woman in her mid-30s, early 40s at worst. She didn't break the social contract. She grew up in this world the same as the young man that Joe Brown is talking about. They're both victims of this fucked up world that was left to us by the boomers.
No, I disagree with that.
Here's the thing, though. Here's why I reject this is why I reject your conclusion. Though you're right that it was a situation where the second wave feminist decided to shred that contract. We do have certain choices. Me, as a younger man, I've made certain choices of things that I'm not going to do. My cousins and my brothers, they all showed me early what not to do. They all had kids when they were 16, 17. I said, hell no, I'm not ending up like them. So I made a decision not to go with that, as Era was talking about, what is quote unquote black redneck cultural. That's a norm within that culture. I rejected that culture. I made a choice. These women had a choice. No one told you to go out there. And all my life, women have always told me a woman can do what a man can do. I've never really disputed it because I'm like, okay, well, let's see. Because it was an experiment, right? It was a social experiment.
Right.
And we're seeing the consequences of this 50-year social experiment.
And she was a lab rat. She wasn't born. She was born into it. Listen. I'll put myself in the situation. You know, I rode a different carousel. And I done that because the culture told me to as a young black man growing up in sexual liberation, which is what they call hookup culture now. And they called free love back in the previous generation. And it's all the repackaged same shit. You know, we fell for it. So, you know, if I find myself past what a woman would consider a fertility window because I spent my 20s, you know, with my dick out, and a large portion of my 30s too, then I have to take part ownership of that, and I do. But I look back and say, wait a minute, everything, that very air that I breathe told me that this is how it's supposed to be. Now, the world proved to be far different. But you know, that's the thing.
Well, you have to own that, though.
I do own that. Doesn't mean that I feel bad for those in my situation.
Oh, so you're saying that you feel bad for those in your situation?
Yes, I'm saying she's in my situation. It's just that my sperm still swim.
So then your fertility window is not closed then?
No, that's the only difference. I'm saying that we all fell victim to the rhetoric of the time. Just as she did.
But here's what I would say about that, though.
It affects us differently.
When it comes to
it affects both genders differently.
Yeah, of course it do, but I wasn't walking around like, you know, doing this like.
But Game Changer, check this out, and I want to kind of piggyback off of what King Sigma said in terms of him learning from family members growing up. I learned from growing up. I used to play basketball. I played basketball in college and everything like that. Growing up, I learned from guys who basically failed. Whenever I would be outside shooting hoops, some drug addict would come up to me, see me shooting hoops, and say, "Hey, don't make the decisions I did. You know, I had talent. I took drugs, and I failed. You know, don't be like me. Stay in them books. Stay with that ball." And I always took that to heart. This woman that you're describing, I'm sure she has family members, females who have absolutely failed over the past 30 and 40 years that have told her stories about their failures that she could have taken from. That's why I don't feel sorry for her. And that's why I don't think that she's a victim.
Scroll, please.
She's heard these stories. And instead of taking these stories to heart, she ignored these stories, and she made her own decisions. So that's why I don't feel sorry for her the way that you feel sorry for her. Nor do I think she's a victim. She made her choice, and she needs to live with it.
Yeah, I don't see these victims.
But see, here's the thing, though. She's counting on your sympathy and empathy because she
Why?
knows that
It has
she's
no
going to
value.
support. Excuse me?
My sympathy has no value.
Yes,
Well, no,
it does.
Yes, it does.
have
Yes, it
value.
does because it creates a general
For public
sentiment.
policy, it
You have a
does.
collection, because see, individually, maybe not, but when you have a collection of individuals, it creates a public sentiment, and public sentiment means that the laws and legislation will be enacted, or if they're already enacted, they will be maintained to provision for people in their old age that have made wrong decisions in their youth. So now somebody like that, they're going to take money and resources from people because they have to have some level of support because these women, as they get old, they're not going to be as productive, health issues. Now, see, they should have had kids that's going to take care of them. You see what I'm saying? Like everybody else make the sacrifice and the compromise. I can't go to the club. I got to stay home with my kids. But later on in life, it's those kids that's going to take care of them.
I mean, it's
now,
not like we.
But now society has to take care of them.
And like Super Trez said, and I agree with what Super Trez said, and I want to go to another point that was actually made by Obsidian. He asked the question of who's going to take care of all these Gen X women, and he did the calculations and the math, and he said it would take about $30,000 on average to take care of each single childless Gen X woman. And I did the further math, and I found that it would cost like $180 billion. And
wow.
The reason why I bring up that number is because, Game Changer, you said, hey, my sympathy has no value. But if enough people have sympathy, all of a sudden that sympathy will be projected upon the lawmakers, and the lawmakers will do something about it. And let me just say this, I held a live stream the other day. I was making tricking predictions from 2020 to 2030. And one of the predictions I made was that the number of passports that's being given out is probably going to explode to about 35 million.
Now, can I stop you there real quick, Sir Tricks? Because I want to ask him what you said. I just want to stop, but I just
okay. Go ahead.
Now, when you were saying that, you know what I was thinking of? I've been listening to like the greater red pill white men, right? Did you know that they're getting passports way more than black men, white men?
Yeah.
Right.
And they actually got a growing movement of Indian men and Asian men here in America that are also trying to get the hell up out of here and go other places too. So this whole I guess
Indian men, they just got here.
Yeah. I was reading something. It was actually one of these articles that the dude that
but when the Indian women get Americanized, they don't want them anymore.
Don't want
and I understand.
And I got that from that dude. Go ahead.
And here's the thing I wanted to add on to about the increase of passports that's being given out.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, I don't think that I don't think our lawmakers are going to take it sitting down. I don't think they're going to just look at a whole bunch of men getting passports, going out the country and getting women who are culturally different from what the American woman is, especially if American women vote and they complain to lawmakers. I don't think they're going to take it sitting down. That's why I said
before, though. But the thing is, they tried that before. It got rejected. And now it's not going to.
How did they try it?
Well, America has done to try the bachelor tax before. You do realize that this is like the third or fourth manifestation of the bachelor movement in America, right?
Right. No. I know there was one back in the 1800s. It was pretty similar to MGTOW, actually.
But you know what ended up happening?
What
they couldn't control the men. They had to force the change upon the women. And that's what has happened every time is that they had to force the change upon the women because we aren't the first group of men that have said that this current supply of women is not good enough. So we're going to go somewhere else. And what happens is that those men will do what they're going to do. But because of the pressure that it puts on that society, they have to change. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably what's going to happen. Because again, everyone's talking about the black men, but ain't no one talking about all these white dudes that are expatriated and saying that they want an Asian woman. I heard a white separatist racist say that he wants an Asian woman. A lot of those dudes are getting Asian women, not white women.
And you know why? It's because in their twisted mind, Asian women are okay because they have white skin, and the way the baby comes out, they'll come out like real, like what's that actor name? What's his name? He starred in that movie, that shooting movie.
Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves. Yeah, because the child will come out looking like him.
Yeah,
and they're okay with that.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was half Japanese.
Yep. So just in terms of like what the lawmakers can do if they see a bunch of men just bouncing out of the country. You said that one solution that they'll have is to force change upon the women. But we know in this day and age, especially in the information age, there's going to be an awareness of lawmakers trying to force change upon the women, and women are going to rebel against it. So my thing is, I think that the lawmakers are going to try and do something against the traveling in and out of this country with men. I feel like they're going to try and restrict certain countries that we go to to force us to kind of stay here. King said, well, I kind of want to get your thought on that type of theory right there. Do you think something like that can work?
I don't see it, man. I've been trying to find a lot more information on that, but I don't see it because it's just the world is so global today, and there's so many countries that are being lifted up to a point where, so let's say that there's like bad trade relations, or they say a no-fly zone like what's currently going on in Iraq and Iran, but then brothers be like, well, I'm just going to go to Dubai, or they'll say, well, I'm going to London, or they'll say I'm going to Berlin or Tokyo. It's highly unlikely that they would ban all flights to everywhere, because the only reason that they would do that is because of a situation like what's going on with Iraq or Iran or a failed treaty. It's just too many places that, because of this internet age, because of the way that Bitcoin works, it's going to be, it's almost unlikely. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's very unlikely, man. And remember, women, even though they're 1% more than men, they tend to vote with their men. The only group that doesn't match their men almost vote for the most part is American black women. White women, they have the highest rate of voting with their men. That ain't going to change. See, because that's not going to change. And remember, it's more likely because now Trump got two things going for him. He has a war and he has a good economy. So the way I see it, those numbers are going up. So if white women voted 55% last time for Trump in a war economy, that's a good economy already, it's probably going to be like 60 plus. The white men vote 73%, 74% for Trump. That's probably going to be 80 plus. I mean, I don't see that happening, man. I think that what's going to happen, you're going to see a lot of these women that we were talking about are 35 to 45. They are going to have learned, I think, their lesson. And since most of them do have kids, remember, the majority of these women have children. So I think they're going to look at what happened to them. And some of the women are going to see enough men leaving. And they're going to be like, we can't let this happen to our daughters. I think that's the best hope, not a government policy. I think it should be a corporate decision by the women themselves to say. What's that?
No, I think that will take place. I was just agreeing.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's going to be the women themselves, and I've always believed that. And that's why I like listening to the women when they actually talk some sense, because I've heard women come on here and that tell the truth, and they've admitted that they say, look, we're doing what we can because we don't have no discipline. No one's checking us. But when men start actually saying, fuck you.
Who gonna check us, boo?
Yeah, but once they see more men saying, you know what, I don't even want to deal with you, because remember, you already had the last generation of black men saying that they didn't want to deal with the attitudes or whatever, but they still wanted to fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Now what you have is this new generation of men saying, not only do I not want to deal with your attitude, I don't even want to fuck you anymore. That's a big change. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's a huge change. So I think that those women that are 35 to 45 now,
they're being denied.
Yeah, when they're 45 and 55, I think what will happen is that they will say to their daughters, look, we had all that wild stuff, and here's the consequences, because they're going to see a whole large supply of spinsters. And then these girls are going to be like, I don't want to be like you, mom. I don't want to be like aunts. How can we compete in this next generation? So I think that's the test.
With Gen Z, I can see that, but then again, they could end up turning out like that girl that Game Changer is talking about. They could end up hearing the message and letting it go one ear and out the other, because this society allows so much freedom, and they tell these women that they can be just like the men, that these girls may actually hear the message and think, okay, well, that did happen, but at the same time, society is just letting me do what I want, so I'm going to choose doing what I want, until, of course, they become like their aunts and their moms who made mistakes before them. So I would hope that it gets through to the Gen Z females, but I don't know.
But here's the thing, though. Here's what I'm saying. It's not my problem.
Hold on right quick. Here's the thing. I want others to look upon a woman who is taking her journey through the wall with great sympathy and shame. Because right now, what's going on is that society is revering these women. They're championing these women. I think that they should be looked down upon with sympathy and shame. As an example
of sympathy, but I agree with the shame part.
No, sympathy without action is useless.
I would say
I can have sympathy for a life-saved kid in a third world with AIDS, but not let them stay in my home.
Well, I would say indifference with shame, because I don't really give a fuck, to be honest with you. I really don't, and I wish I did, but I don't give a fuck. No, but you said sympathy and shame. I think just the shame itself will be enough. I really believe that, man.
No. I mean, here's the sir. Shame, disdain, indifference. That's the proper message. Shame, disdain, indifference.
Now, this woman was lied to by the boomers. And an entire
she could go out there to Sex in the City lady. She can go around.
Yeah, that's what I mean. She's been lied to by those Sex in the City bitches. That had kids when they were like 52 and shit. She's been lied to by all these bitches. Who all of a sudden, when she was like 45 years old, some rich jawline nigga just came and, married her and ordered takeout and bought her shoes every day. Like, they've been lied to. They've been hoodwinked. Bamboozled, led astray, run amok.
They have, but at the same time, they have examples in front of them. They have women in front of them who have failed. Like you could see, they can see these examples that have failed. I have younger female family members who can see these women have failed. And I actually pointed it out to one of these female family members of mine. I said, see how our cousin so-and-so, our auntie so-and-so failed here? You're doing the exact same thing. And, maybe I am too, but I'm in my early 30s. And like you said, Game Changer, our biology is a lot different. I'm still going to have sperm at the end of my 30s. I'm not sure if this female family member is going to have eggs the closer she gets to the wall. So I'm trying to put her up on game now, but I'm telling you, a lot of these chicks, they just refuse to listen. This society has got their minds warped, and even in the most extreme situations, I'm not sure they're going to still turn around. I think they're still going to go with what's still been going on.
No, they're gonna ride it until the wheels fall off, is what I'm saying. They're gonna ride it until the wheels fall off. But my belief, and I'm taking this from the white side because I'm hearing a lot of these white dudes, man. They always got these articles on expatriating. They travel a lot and they talk about how good it is amongst the white dudes. And so I'm looking at what they're doing. I'm like, okay, now I'm hearing all these black men saying that they want to move around. And I think that it's gonna be forced upon them to change or die alone.
No, see, here's the thing, fellas. I mean, from time to time, I offer sympathy penis when a woman meets the physical criteria. If you find yourself in this woman's situation, I say, look, I feel bad for you. Would you like some penis? I give you some penis if you like. I mean, if it makes you feel better, you can have some penis.
Is it really sympathy penis? If you said the woman looks good, that's not sympathy penis, man.
If she meets a physical criteria, but she still gets the bar.
No, you don't get to make that choice, Game Changer.
I say, listen, I understand your plight and your suffering. You were misled. If you would like some sympathy,
how about some dick?
Okay, well,
Yeah,
if you're gonna be, if you really trying to, if you were really sympathetic though, you would fuck the fat ones too. If you were really sympathetic, you would fuck the fat ones too, though.
No, but I mean, I'm not. That's
No. That's not how it works.
So you're not
No,
sympathetic.
that's not how it works.
No.
but I'm not
He
sympathetic to
is
her being fat.
strategically
That's a whole
sympathetic.
different. That is a whole different segment. Like that's a whole different thing for being sympathetic too. I'm not sympathetic for her fatness, but no, I'm sympathetic to the infertility of a woman who meets my physical criteria. I'm sympathetic to that. Therefore, penis. Like I'm a nice.
Can I ask you a question, Game Chat? Are you
I would
sympathetic
have
towards
fucked
the fat ones,
25-year-old
but
bird.
not necessarily sexually attracted to them too?
Well, I'm not sexually attracted to them, but fat is a whole different choice. It's a whole different life decision that they made. You know, that's a whole different thing to be sympathetic towards.
You got a super chat, bro.
Okay, yeah. I am a 42-year-old bus driver, and I had this 19-year-old chick approach me for my number. I can see them getting more desperate over the last few years. I don't know if that's desperate, but I think she's learning from the mistakes of women your age. Definitely.
Oh, these young women, they ain't playing around.
I see some learning from past mistakes in a younger one. I see some remnants of it, but not completely. It's not in full throttle like I think it should be. But you see some remnants out there.
I just don't never lose faith, man. I see. I'm a person that I just don't never lose faith. I think that sometimes you got to lose a generation or two, and I think we might have a situation where the Gen X and the millennial women will provide a lesson for the Zennial women, or at least the Generation Alpha chicks. So the young first grade girl, thus Generation Alpha, maybe it's going to be her generation. What are they like? That's 12 years from now where they'll hit 18 or something like that. So maybe that's what it ends up being, is that it takes Gen X, millennial women, and Zennials, or part of Zennials, for the Generation Alpha girls to be saved. It may be that situation, but that's only 12 years, man. It's only 12 years before Generation Alpha turns 18, the first ones. So maybe that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a lot of women suffering, because again, if you take most men between the ages of 25 to 45 in the highest marriage range, most of them dudes will say that they want a woman that's younger, at least 5 to 7 years younger, most dudes. So that's just how it is. And with them having options out of the country now, shit, man, who knows what the next decade is going to look like? Who knows?
True.
Because I've been thinking about that as well. The fact that, man, I'm just seeing too many. I ain't never seen this many black men talking about leaving, man. I actually, maybe you guys saw this, but it's a brother from this space that has a channel. He created a SYSBM advertisement, like a sign, electronic sign at his barbershop in a strip mall.
So scroll, please.
I mean, this thing is spreading fast, man.
He created a sign in his barbershop.
Yeah, like the barbershops, we have like the electronic advertisements on the outside of their shop and inside.
Right.
And in the city that he lives in, I think it's Miami, he created like a SYSBM advertisement to scroll all day long outside of his barbershop, and it's in a strip mall area in like Miami.
Wow.
Yeah,
MOT.
That's an interesting idea. We should if it's successful, that is, we should think about replicating that.
It's coming. I'm already starting to see it on Twitter now. I finally saw that it's starting to hit on Twitter. It's going to hit on SYSBM on Instagram soon. So the message is getting out. Pretty much the way I see it, it's going to become the male version of Black Girl Magic as a idiom. So SYSBM, like saying like amen kind of thing. It's almost gonna, I think it's gonna get to that point because it's such a catchy acronym.
Mm-hmm.
It's like cut the check or something like that. It's catchy. And the brother was doing a video here on YouTube showing that, hey man, here's my SYSBM electronic sign. And so I don't know, he's in Miami. So I mean,
man,
one celebrity, all it's gonna take is, you know what? Put it like this. You won't believe me.
Patterson came close. He came very close.
I wouldn't be shocked if the breakfast. Here's my prediction, because I know how much these celebrities watch us now. I found out how much they're watching us now. I wouldn't be surprised if by June of this year, the Breakfast Club says something about SYSBM. That's how much I'm sold right now.
So I want to draw your attention to the scroll because in the chat room, a lady said something like, don't have babies with black men or you will be a single mother.
All failures of the black.
Once again, that's written in the scrolls. All failures of the black community is due to white supremacy or black men, depending on the circumstance.
Scroll number 3, right?
Yeah.
Wait. It's
Where did this come from, Game Changer?
all failures is due or all failures are due? Which one is it?
All failures of the black community is due. Well, I mean, this is my interpretation. So the scroll was written a day after slavery by a group of black women who weren't really literate, as we understand the term now. So I had to use some AI techniques to translate. So please excuse the grammar of it. Nevertheless, the point stands is that it's to blame white supremacy or black men, depending on the circumstances. Now, she's saying that if you have a baby with a black man, you will wind up being a single mother.
I'm gonna have to update that, bro. And I'm gonna tell you why, man. Matter of fact, it was Sir Trix-a-Lot that sent me some today, because Sir Trix-a-Lot be following a lot of like what these anti-black women be saying, these anti-black men.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, wait till y'all hear this,
bro. The more I see the stuff that you be sending me, and the stuff I've been researching on my own and being Kid Organic with the Mr. Clean Chronicles, I don't believe that these black women that would blame anything on white supremacy anymore. They want white people. They want to be around white people. They want the validation of white people. Mostly everything is black men's fault. And you can go check Sir Trick's Twitter page because he got the receipts from these women, just hundreds of these women every day. They're not talking about white supremacy, bro. They're talking about black men, black men, black men, black men. These black women for the most part today in 2020 don't give a fuck about no white supremacy.
Even the black women who we do stuff for, like one of the tweets that I shared with you, the black woman in it said, "Oh, I passed all my classes by just using my iPhone."
Screen share it, man. Bring it up. Let everyone else.
Oh man, this is man. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Real quick.
Black women ain't worried about no white supremacy, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Real quick, MOT. I'm about to hop off.
Yeah, what's up, y'all?
In the background. Edward Anderson in the background, and I think.
Can you hear me?
All right, Superman.
I can hear you, Edward.
Well, Trix-a-Lot, Edward Anderson is here, so I don't know if you have to hop off.
You want me to hop off?
Edward, no, he's here. He's here.
Edward's here. Somebody has to hop off.
Bring up that screen, though, Sir Trix-a-Lot, because I want everyone to see what you're talking about.
Well, I just wanted to say too, like that dude that put that up, man. That's Young Grizzly. He's from the good old days, when I used to be on BGS's platform. So he said he did it because he heard me, talking shit about it. Not the first time. He sent me an email on it too, saying showing me the video. So yeah, shout out to him, man. That's all it takes, man. And a lot more barbers have that digital technology. They got them in DMVs where we're at. But whether it's a flyer that somebody can download as a PDF or what, I was joking with him and I said you should just do hashtag Black Manosphere and then you ease them into the SYSBM through that. But we'll see. 2020 is gonna be interesting. It's already popping off.
I like the advertisement that he created. It was kind of cool, man. I'm like, damn, and I know, it's one of those things that I just
he's a tech guy, he's a server guy. So yeah.
I think that the term, I'm making a prediction right now. The term SYSBM in a year, maximum 24 months will be equivalent to black girl magic for black men. And the public will know what that shit means. Because it's almost like black men saying amen in a way,
Well, the problem is the reason why you got people that are so threatened is because they're threatened by the very conversation. The more they force the issue, the more, motherfuckers are going to have to respond just to keep what the energy and resources that they think they have. Mm-hmm. That's really where we're at. So, yeah.
Right quick. Because I'm not in a position to type right now, but Bap, I have a question for you. How many eggs do you have left? Could you type your response in the chat room?
Man, she probably a goof. She probably our fucking AIDS, goofy bitch. Like, I would listen to her and the Courtney. Like, here's my thing. Hold on. This is the cognitive dissonance that a lot of these chicks have. It's like you saying, don't do this with black men, do this with black men. Guess what? Do you not understand how childish that is? You are literally around black men telling black men what not to do. I'm not around black men. The black men that I have, they don't think this way. Then where the fuck are they at? Why aren't you over there? Like that, this kills me.
It
like,
is.
why are you here?
I agree
Well,
with you.
no, I mean, but
I 100%
that,
agree with Edward, bro. I 100% agree with him because that shit be killing me too. I'll be like,
Because
it don't even make any sense. Y'all, these women could be anywhere. Where's Waldo?
Because I don't mind women listening. Look, I appreciate anybody listening, including like the female listeners that listen on my shit. And if they have actually valid shit to say, I will respond to that. But when you got motherfuckers like Lacey is like the worst one. She always in male spaces talking shit. You used to have people like called JP.
Damn, you know her name too?
Well, that's a fucking acronym. The bitch, the avatar. That's how much she's around. Whether it's O'Shea, my shit, she always when motherfuckers are talking hella shit.
Her game changer.
Lacey Thomas. I mean, it's not her name. It's the acronym she put on there.
Well, Game Changer put out that dog whistle by saying he had sympathy, and she heard it, and she showed up.
Oh well, man. Look, as far as that, I just charge that the Game Changer. You sometimes write yourself in the wall.
Well, no, I don't want to happen to any other women. That's why I asked, like, Bat, how many eggs do you have left, and what are you doing about this egg situation that you have? Like, no, like, do you have like a dozen? Like, do you have like how many eggs can you fit on a refrigerator thing?
She don't know, man.
Do you have left, and what are you doing about getting a sperm to it?
Game Changer, I wouldn't be surprised.
She's here. She's here.
You probably know more about a woman's ovulation cycle than the average woman does these days. These women don't get
Jada Black is always talking shit about these women that's in they linger around. Look, it's not about saying that women are absolutely not welcome. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, why waste your time being emotionally triggered to the point where you're just saying dumb shit to where you're just still down to trolling? If you have some legitimate questions to ask, first of all, y'all motherfuckers need to come the fuck here and start verbalizing it. Because she was asking why I'm always timed out, because on Fantastic Stream, because y'all don't come in. Fantastic, if y'all come show up and talk, y'all get a chance to say something and get called the fuck out. But if you sit there and y'all want to troll, ain't nobody got time for that. Fuck you, because you ain't even saying nothing worth responding to. That's why you get timed out. You sit here and you find the nearest female, this shut up Courtney. Yeah, I hear you. I'm not getting trapped by these black men.
But you and Game Changer already gave her all the male attention that she needs for the night, so she won. Game Changer, sympathy.
That's why I time them out. That's why dudes do that.
And Edward, you gave her. You already gave her the night.
So she may have won like a battle. But as far as
I always got room to call a bitch stupid.
But you calling her a bitch
Game Changer, take your screen share down so I can bring mine up.
The reason I'm saying, Edward, you think that you calling her a bitch hurt her feelings. Actually, she likes that kind of thing. She likes
some motherfuckers like to get slapped and they see that as a love language. Hey, that's not my problem. By the way, that alliance between the sister and the government, just to get back on topic, look, these Z's ain't got access to the government like that. First of all, let's say this. The Xers, because y'all spoke on this, the Xers could be born and die on government assistance. And when I say be born or die, let me say it this way. They could live their whole adult life on government assistance with bastard baby making. The millennials ran into a buzzsaw where the half to later ones are starting to see shit like Section 8 and shit like this being removed.
Right.
So, and the Z's are not going to have access to it because a lot of the shit is already gone. Like, you already got Trump. It ain't no guarantee Democrats to go, and Democrats don't really give a fuck about black women like that, outside of everybody else. And you already see the transition between the priority going to immigrants and going to everybody but black people, and black women included in that, because they're just that goofy to support the Democratic Party. My point is, these Z's are not going to have access to that shit. Now, they may still, what they'll probably do if y'all talking about, what they're going to still do the bullshit, is they're going to go full prostitute. They're going to go full whole life.
Damn. Well, even in the last debate that I watched for the Democrats, dude, it was so shameful what they did to the black women who they call the backbone of the Democratic Party. They had one question about black people, and then they turned that shit into a question about illegal immigration. So that tells you all you need to know.
Oh yeah, that's a con. And it's always, look, y'all gotta understand. Telling black women what they want to hear and telling women in
Hey,
general
somebody got a
what
lot of
they want to.
feedback. Someone got a
Oh, this
lot of
might be
feedback.
me.
Yeah.
Well, I think that we have to address the rotten egg problem going on in the black community. I think that, you know, women who's 31 and older should take account for their eggs, that they should monitor their eggs regularly, you know.
That would be a good idea, but
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about with that. I mean, sometimes stuff go left field. At the end of the day, when they want a baby and that need to get a baby happens, you know, they're gonna find one. You know, I just actually got. Luckily, these chicks actually just got married, but these are women that I know. One of them is I dated. Look, when women want a baby, there's always a dude willing to volunteer it. The problem is the quality of dudes, and it's the after effects that they don't like to deal with. Because if you choose a nigga just because you want a baby, well then if you get a sperm donor, that's all you're getting is a sperm donor.
Well,
you know, if you act,
I'll give you an example how bad stuff is. Now maybe I'm getting older now, bro. I'm getting older, but I was reading a story, man, in the news. It was like this beatdown of these teenage girls of another. So the girl was 19 and she slept with like a 12-year-old boy, and she was beaten down by his sisters because she at 19 already had herpes and gave it to like an 11 or 12-year-old boy.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
What the fuck? I mean, what is going on? What the hell is going on?
I mean, you know, you see it all. You saw this years ago where some of these women are on these reality shows to try to maintain attention. They will hug their like 4, 5, or 6-year-old boys bare breasted. Yeah, I saw that on Facebook today. And by the way, Jess Hilarious did that. You know, Corey Holcomb called her out for that. She did that about 3 years ago. And so, I mean, these women have been doing that incestuous pedo shit. It's just because they do it, it's not considered pedo. This is why when you know who the motherfucker is, who's always talking about pedo shit. He would never raise his mouth to say nothing about what no female is doing, because to him that doesn't exist. He'll be on that, yeah, man, the little nigga, you know, got his cherry pop, good there, some stupid
That
shit
ain't
like
even
that.
the part that threw me off the most. That ain't the part. It's the part that a 19-year-old girl has herpes. That's what fucked me up. Because again, like I said, I'm out of the loop. I'm just shocked by how young the STD thing is now. So it's like talking to some nurses, they've told me that they're getting more and more cases of young people like under 21 having AIDS and all this crazy shit.
Yeah. I saw, like, it was one chick that was running her mouth. I think it was Sweet Lady. It was Sweet Lady on BGS and shit. When I was even giving her business too, but I wasn't up there at the time. She said verbally, you go over there and still see it, where she said, well, like 50% of people that are sexually active have HPV. And she said it like that's just some shit to have. Like me saying, well, you know, a certain percentage of people have had the measles and the flu. And I'm like,
HPV is very common. It's more than 50%.
I thought HPV.
No, I get all that.
It's like 75% at this point. 75%.
Yeah, but my point is the mindset. Because my point, though, I get all that, but my point is not her accuracy. It's just the mindset of, well, that just explains it away. Like, okay, that's acceptable now. Like, no, you still a dirty bitch. The fuck? And these are the same chicks. These are the same chicks that talk about you going overseas. You getting these motherfuckers got a disease. I'm like, bitch, you got more diseases than they do. That's what y'all don't understand.
Why you think that a lot of these women are having so many complications in terms of getting cervical cancer? Because HPV is like that can lead to like cervical cancer. So these women are acting like it's nothing, but that's why you're seeing more and more young women having to get like different kinds of procedures done on their vaginas because they had HPV so young and it's rotting away at their fallopian tubes and shit. So yeah, it is true that 75% have it, but actually it's a vaccine for it now. It's so prevalent that they came up with a vaccine for it because it was hurting so many women and they already have such a low birth rate. Yeah. But that cervical cancer ain't no joke, man. They think
now somebody says something interesting in the chat room, and that is that HPV is spread by the penis and the vagina. You see, that's how sexually transmitted diseases work. They're spread by the genitalia of both parties.
They say that like they add some real good information. This is the here's the funny thing. I mean, y'all are fucking the same motherfuckers. So this is the thing. Y'all want to blame all black men when it's like 20% of black men. Like y'all are fucking the same people. A lot of this shit is I ain't gonna say shit don't happen in the rural areas because they do. They ain't got nothing to do but be fucking. But a lot of these urban environments, again, you all act like you all are waking up with this shit just happening to you. You all actually go and actively seek it out. And if it ain't you, you know a group of hoes that are your friends that do it, that you all live vicariously through. So again, a lot of this back and forth, this shit, black women, a lot of these black females have been saying the same basic shit for 10 years now. Like, and you go over there, like for instance, I'm not trying to bring up other YouTubers, but you got YouTuber because a white dude, they paid for her paid for this chick's college tuition, paid it off, and when she graduated, these fucking bedouins and shit are just swooning. Now, I don't have a problem with black women dating out. I'd say all black women, I'd rather you date out, shut the fuck up, and let them do that torture shit to y'all, not that, whatever white men do, then y'all run y'all mouth on black men ain't shit. For real. I even help you. But these are the same chicks that had a problem with Robert Smith and black men. They're sitting there. They had an issue with that, but with this, they spread and making a video. This is what we need to see. And the reason why I bring that up is because a lot of these chicks, it's colorism. I'm telling you, and I'm gonna tell you right now, colorism is just how they say anger and fear is the pathway to the dark side. Colorism is a pathway to the bedwentry. When you hear women talk about colorism over and over and over and over again, it is the pathway to bedwentry. It is like if A, B, C, D, it's like C. It's like C to D, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because a lot of these women that used to be fake pro-blacks, they used to listen to Jason Black, listen to his bullshit. Well, not Jason Black bullshit, but listen to the white supremacy shit, and then they fall away from that because they realize that they have to actually be a certain standard or attract the type of man Jason Black is talking about. So they're like, fuck that. But what they do is they start talking about colorism, and really what colorism is their universal cheat code to say black men ain't shit over and over and over and over again. You notice how these women never really have the same heat for colorism when it's like white men or non-black men. At that point, they want to understand. So really what they're declaring... yeah, go ahead.
Well, here's a problem, man. Fucking with that colorism shit make you go from like single A battery vibrators to like fucking D battery fucking vibrators, man.
Damn.
That shit ain't gonna fucking help you out, man.
No, that's not. But that's not the point. The point is for them. The point in their mind is basically they're struggling with an addiction. What people do not understand what the myth of white womanhood really is. When you have the disease called the myth of white womanhood, this disease tells you that no man can validate you other than a white man or a non-black man. You have an inability to be validated by your own men. Which, by the way, is fuck black men for a second. I'm just talking about the health of the psyche of a woman. If you lose attraction for your own men to that level, or you objectify them to that level, you put yourself in what I call this psychological Chinese finger trap. So on the one hand, you're in a society that does not value you. It's going to tell you. I mean, look. Think about it.
Your speaker hitting your.
Okay, my bad. All right, I'm holding it right now. So,
Third Tricks a lot after Edward's done, man. Tell us about that Twitter page.
Yeah, and then I'll back off a little bit. But on the one hand, you have these TV shows and shit that is doing nothing but showing, and black women actively look at them. That's why they're there, of showing nothing but black women in front of white men. But the reality is you wouldn't have white incels, if white incels were actually willing to date black women. The percentages have not increased past the 5% mark when it comes to marriage rates and shit like that. It has not changed. White men are just not into black women. I'm sorry. It's true.
Here's the exception, though. What I've learned by going through my Surviving Bottom Shelf Brad series is that white men are only interested in pumping and dumping them and sending them back to you. That's about it.
But a lot of them don't even like to admit that they do that. That's how bad. That's how much of a stigma it is. And by the way, black women. And by the way, black women that are like eights, nines, and tens, they kind of don't count because that operates in what I would
Because
call
everybody goes
universal beauty.
8, 9, 10. That's why.
Well,
That's
I mean,
universal beauty. But yeah,
that's the difference. Like
But
they
I
have
want to
to
get his Twitter. Can Search Big show us a Twitter page though? Because it kind of backs what.
yeah. No. All right, yeah.
Show that page with the sign.
So I seen this on Twitter today, and I shared it, and I made sure I shared it with a lot of the SYSBM. Hold on, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
so I shared it with a lot of the SYSBM guys, and here you can see a screenshot from another Twitter user here, and it is of a woman who is saying, you can see what she's saying right here. It says, "I really survived my last semester with absolutely no laptop. I wrote all of my papers on my phone, which was annoying as heck, and I ended up getting 4 A's, 2 C's, blah, blah, blah." Okay, so she did good, right? And she got her degree and whatever, right? And then this happens. This dude named Francis J. Smith said, "Do you need a computer?" And she said, "Yes." And he said, "What's your Cash App?" And like a simp, he sends her $1,100.
Fuck it. Wow.
So
Damn.
Wow.
So you think the worst is over, right? No, the worst is not over.
Whoa.
So let me show you this. The worst is not over. It is about to get a lot worse than what I just showed you.
Damn, I'm just looking at that.
1,100 for no goddamn reason.
Yeah, no value added. No value added.
How worse can it get?
So some people did some digging around and they found out that she's actually a black misandrist. All right. And that she actually goes in on black men. All right. And as you can see right here, she says, "Black men don't have the weight and sources to teach women content. Most of the ideas that black men hold are taken directly from the white man and what he wants to keep black families in order." See, that's a projection. That's
actually,
bullshit.
it's the opposite. They write notes and then take the shit back because we tell them what's coming for them. So that's why white boys stay sneak listening to us.
Exactly. Oh, but there's more. She said right here, black men think we are invincible because we save them too. Okay.
That's code for tricking. That's code for tricking with room and board.
That's when they say something like that. Who is they saving exactly, bro?
Oh my god!
The dudes that the in-house human dildos that they have, that they think the nigga not gonna leave once he gets straight because she got him off the fucking street because she needed somebody to fuck. Now these females are going gay because of that, because they think those women won't leave, and then those women cheat with dick. That's why they're going crazy.
Well, that's what they're talking about. But it's funny how, like, based on what you're saying, it's like to them, the 20% is all black men. That's what cracks me up when I hear these conversations. The 80% of black men that are not included in this kind of stereotyping are shamed and smeared because of a handful of guys. That's the shit that be killing me about.
Well, to them, they are all black men because those are the only black men they're sexually attracted to, at least that they can get, because those black women are culturally fucked up. It's all about culture. Like O'Shea was talking about nigga juice, and I was like, it's culture.
I'm tired of hearing about their strength and them saving, though, because the black community is in the worst state it's been in fucking since slavery. What the fuck are they saving exactly? What?
Basically, they're allowing a dude to live under them in Section 8 or whatever child support situation they have. I mean, it's basically tricking. It's tricking. That's all it is.
It's tax season tricking.
Yeah, that's the tax.
Exactly. And you know, hey, I gotta tell you, hey, can we be honest for a second? Can we be honest? And I'm a cape for the sisters a little bit. I bet if I had a woman that needed, in order for her to she had to give me really good sex in order to be able to live rent free, and she had no other options but to be on the fucking street or do that, I bet you that'd be the best sex I ever had. And so I can imagine, I can imagine that these dudes are fucking for room and shelter. They're fucking to not be in the cold. I bet you these niggas are hitting that shit right, because it's either that or die.
Yeah, I mean, it is happening. It does happen. It does.
So I can see why they like it. But hey, at the end of the day, you still got a grown child. And here's the thing: the grown child shit is very valid, because again, I refer to you to all that bare-breasted hugging, that my son is my king shit. That's that same shit. Except one person you fucking anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
So here's another one, right? And this one is really funny. She said, I used to desire to feel protected by black men. There's that whole black men don't protect black women.
God, these bitches got like a program that they just
that and colorism are the top two. We need to rank them top two black female bullshit. That colorism are always the top two. That and colorism.
Do they got like a
that colorism and the white woman? Those are the top three.
Do they got like a fucking Amber Alert or something that tell these bitches they talking points? Because they be on code on that shit, man. Like
look, well, it's like a book like Rich Dad Poor Dad. Niggas ain't shit and easy read. Top 10 reasons.
Same fucking worn out dusty.
Yo, that bitch, and that's been sold more than the goddamn King James Bible.
And but they don't say nothing about these false accusations that black women are going public all through the end of 2019 saying that these black men tried to kidnap me. And then the shit was all lies.
Oh shit! Just like in the eyes of white supremacy, there's no such. If a white woman says a black man raped him by act that he had sex with her, that's true because white supremacy considers it that. There's no lie that a black woman can tell on a black man that is negative.
And that's
like that is not negative.
I'm starting to question even the Jim Crow narrative. I heard the Jim Crow narrative.
Jim Crow narrative? What?
Oh, that's been. Are you talking about the color purple narrative? Oh, that's been a lie. That was not true. That was not as true. And look, black men ain't never beat black women's asses anymore. Look, throughout history in this country, black men have probably smacked our women. Black men have smacked up our women the least of any other race, including American Indians. We've been the least likely to do it. That's why they act the way they act. That's it. Like, you show me any group of women that get their ass beat like black women like to say, and then they actually act the way black women act. Please show me any ethnic group, race, religion, any segment it any way you want.
I think most of that shit. I'm starting to really think that a lot of black women played a way bigger role in setting black men up during that Jim Crow period than we know, bro.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Because I'm seeing like okay, now make this make sense. All right, so during Jim Crow, we had all these lynchings and killings and things like that of black men. Now here you are in 2019, and you had all these random ass black women just lying and saying that black men kidnapped them and raped them.
Out the blue.
No fucking where.
I mean, who you think they blaming? Who you think they blaming today? Who you think they blaming today when they talk about black women are missing? You know they blaming that on black men. It's just low key not said because it can't be proven.
But you gotta watch out for Becky though. Becky gonna false accuse you though.
I mean, look at the Jason Pope situation. If it's 1 to 600, you really think you see these bitches wearing a rebel flag and shit? Or by the way, I got one for you. How many non-black men have you seen that have murdered and killed black men? We ain't even talking the damn police. That they got a black woman on their arm, like Aaron Hernandez or some shit like that. Cops too.
You forgot Dominique Clayton. Shit.
Yeah, and they got a black woman that's willing to get on the stand.
So yeah. I want to let him finish his Twitter thing before we keep going in.
Oh, okay. No. If y'all want to keep talking, that's cool.
No, we want you to finish your script, man.
Oh, okay. So after she went with the whole black men don't protect black women trope, she then said, and it's sad that it is gone away from me, realizing how hard it is to find. I know I must protect myself from them too. So it's the whole black men are going to beat me down trope. It's the whole April Mason's cousin. This man was following me throughout the store, even though he was like nowhere near her. It's that type of trope,
bro. This is
white supremacy. I mean, this is racism. At this point,
this is the shit that they told you that white women was doing to black men in Jim Crow, and now you got black women in 2020 talking like Miss Ann from the 30s. I mean, this shit. Crazy.
You know how this is one phenomenon that all women do. It's just that they can get away with it. Like women, and not just black women, because white women have done it too. They can get away with it because society allows them to get away with it with black men. So it happens to us more than anything because they can't really get away with straight up lying on white men, not at this level. outside of isolated situations is women because they want attention, just like how these chicks in the chat, which I don't see the chat, they'll say like the most retarded shit in order to get attention, so we respond like we did. Women, and this is all women by the way to a certain extent, they will say things that are the most out there until they reach a point at which it's constant attention that they're getting. So they'll say rape, kidnap, abuse, because they know, hey, this is giving me attention and validation, so I'm gonna go with this lie. And black women are addicted to the microphone. This is why in the damn talk show circuit in the 90s, what did they do? They said, with all this DL black men are lying, black men are leaving their kids. None of this shit was that true back then. And here's what's bad: too many dudes believe that shit. How many motherfuckers do you have that will come to us talking about, well, man, you know, the black woman's got a point? I mean, how many motherfuckers you know that say Cynthia G done got a point? And I'm like, I don't know what niggas you around. I know, like, you know, but
MOT,
What's that?
scroll please, right quick. I know you have his thing up. All right.
Hey, you want me to take my screen down real fast?
No. I mean, we'll put it back up. I just want to, because this is to Edward's point: damage the image and reputation of black men and boys whenever possible. So it's been pre-written that they're programmed to do this. That's part of the sisterhood, Edward. But go ahead.
Oh no, I already know that, and that's why when people, I call it all the gynocracy, and that's why when people try to.
I want to ask you, now that we read the scrolls, because you've been going through the scrolls, please explain to me how the sisterhood scrolls relates to them being the most loyal woman and being under your authority. How does that even connect? Where's the connection?
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? They're not under our.
Most of the black men,
that's what they say.
Say that it's their woman. How did your scrolls connect to confirming that? Does it confirm or refute that?
Wait, say that last part again.
Do your scrolls confirm the loyalty and the jurisdiction of the black woman in relation to the black men, or does it refute it? Your scrolls, which one?
Actually, it confirms the illusion and the intent of it. Here, I'll show you. Let's see. Not that one. Champion individual black women. Let's see. All the success of the community is due to the black woman. So you see, the scroll talks about that, creating this image, this false image of this black superwoman. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah. So yes, there is a scroll for that as well.
Well, I'm talking about even more. I'm talking more to the dudes who claim that he has so much authority over these women that they're his women.
I'll answer that. The reason why dudes say that is because dudes say that these women, what these dudes believe ultimately is these women are all you have, so therefore they have no other option. They will never come out and say that, but that's why they believe this is your woman. They don't have these options like, well, we can go get African women, well, we can go get Afro-Latinas, or we can go interracial. They don't have that belief. And this is why they always talk about extinction when they refer to SYSBM. Like I saw it on Instagram. They talk about gender war is extinction. Gender war is extinction. Or the white man wants you to do gender war.
Oh, please.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a scroll for that too, Edward. Here, let's see.
Damn. Here's a scroll for that.
he found
so your children can be used as hostages if and only if you love them less than your enemy. Meaning that they can use your children against you or prospects thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I say fuck your daughters when people try to bring their daughters up, because that's just a hostage situation. Because if you raise your daughter right, you don't got to worry about pump and dumping, because she won't be attracted to shit like that. Remember, it's not about, like, I'm not taking away what dudes do, but at the end of the day, dudes pumping and dumping ain't nobody saying, well, you need to rape these bitches. No, these chicks are down. You know, women, I mean, shit, when fuck pumping and dumping, women are running trains, women are doing crazy. Man, I had a chick one time that told me, you know, she said some stupid shit after I fucked her, talking about, you, like, yeah, I gotta go out. I said, you going out? What, you going out on a date? And she said, no, only for food, so it doesn't count. Now, this was a chick I wasn't going with, but I was like, What the
Dinner
fuck?
dinner
Like,
whores. They call them dinner whores, man.
well, yeah, I knew that, but the fact that she would just say that, like, oh, it's cool because I'm fucking you, so you getting the best part of the deal,
That
you
ain't shit,
know?
man. I don't know.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
ain't
I
nothing.
ain't talked to that chick again because I was like,
If
your
you think
pussy ain't
that's
that good
something,
for you to be acting like that. Because
if you think that's something, just wait until the first time that you bang a woman and then she wakes up and then she tell you that she about to go get married the next day or some shit like that. That's when you'll really be a believer. I don't put
but
nothing
yeah,
past these females, bro. Like
no,
there ain't. You just don't put nothing past them, man.
yeah, this is why Danielle made that joke on the BGS for Women shit. Talk about why are you telling her secrets? She said in a jokingly way, but that's what she meant because that's how they see them, and she ain't even the one supposedly doing the agitated bullshit. Here's the thing: you not only have the women that are doing bullshit, you have a lot of women that are co-collaborators and they defend their right to do the bullshit, even
Oh, of
though
course
these
it is.
women are not necessarily doing it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It could be a bad thing, but I just don't put nothing past a woman. I just don't. Like
You
it's how I
can't.
was raised. It's how I've grown up. I don't even know no other mode of thinking. And I think that's what maybe Game Changer was talking about earlier, about the fact that we're all victims of a culture that was passed down to us, and
Yeah.
this is the kind of culture that I understand. I don't understand anything different because I've never seen anything. That's why when I read about the stories and I see some of the footage that brothers is experiencing in these other cultures, I have even been to some of those cultures and I feel it. I could feel something about it. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I
I
know.
gotta scroll from your ass. A woman will do what she can get away with and what's
I got one of
accepted.
those up in there too.
There is no limit. Whatever you think she won't do, you're not strong enough in the force, my son. You just don't know.
I
That's
think
and
women
I'm
like
not
it
saying
like
all
that, bro.
women are like that, but most of them. My new thing is, well, some but not all. No, most but not all.
I think they like it like that, bro. I'm actually, I hear a lot of brothers in this over here use the term a good man. I've never called myself a good or a bad man before because it's a weird term for me, but I just think women like it like that, man. When I picture like the average woman, I ain't talking about all of them. I'm talking about the average Western woman. I picture like a pig having the choice to going and sit down like on some clean grass, or seeing like a big pen full of mud and having a choice between the two and walking straight into the mud and just being so joyful and so gleeful and like attacking you if you try to take it to like the green grass. That's what I
Well, I
do.
mean, the biggest enemy is the programming, the culture. You know, a woman is only going to be it's like a droid where it's the imprint of the programming, and that's the society. And nobody really denies how fucked up the society, the culture is. I mean, overall culture is, and it's even more fucked up in the black community. So a lot of people interpret what we're saying is like a commentary on the woman. The woman is only the manifestation of the culture that she comes out of. She's a representation of that culture. So most men, this is why most men don't have a problem, even though they're doing, let's say they are like going SYSBM or they're dating interculturally, which let's keep it real. If a black woman is ADOS comes around and act like she got some fucking sense, she's gonna get treated like a woman that has some fucking sense. What SYSBM people, and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, believe is it's not about saying no black woman ever. It's about saying I know what you generally are about. So all of y'all are going to be dealt with on a case by case basis. You're going to have to earn the right to get respected. It's not going to be this thing where it's like, okay, you're a black woman, I'm a black man. We have this shared history because of racism. So I'm going to do more than I would do for anyone else. No, fuck that. This is a pay as you go fucking program. This is like what is the damn car dealership where you do pay buy here, pay here. That's what the fuck that is with interest. Ain't no damn we giving you good credit. Your credit is fucked up. I want to see the pay stubs as far as culturally. I mean, you have to show me. And black women don't like that because that removes their ability to actually get resources. It's kind of like imagine. Look, you deal with businesses when it comes to stock evaluation shit like that, flipping them. Imagine if a business, and I know businesses like this, if they don't know how to pay their the accounts payable on time, they're always fucking late. And it gets to a point where motherfuckers limit the capital they can get access to, but because of that shit. That very much limits how much the business can operate. And they're
Mm-hmm.
gonna be upset. That affects everything. And it's the same thing with our women. dudes are saying they're going to redirect resources to where they can get the better return on investment as far as time, energy, resources. You're not going to be able to use race or use any of this shit as this universal get out of jail free card. So
Yeah.
women are attacking that because they see that as a threat, because that limits their ability to actually live a lifestyle. Because now everything they got, they actually have to get. They can no longer get the actual comforts that a woman can get based on the energy that men get by pursuing them. That's really what black women are complaining about when they complain about colorism. It's this that energy as far as financial, emotional, as well as physical that they don't get. Women can get sex.
I think that the main thing
Yeah.
that you mentioned is the part about credit. I mean, you got to understand that credit basically in its most common term means trust. And I think that's what's happened is that the trust factor has been violated, and it's been so openly done over the last few years because of this social media. What is it that David Carroll says? The worst thing that ever happened to Black America was the internet. I'm actually starting to agree with him because I never knew the depth of what you guys in this space call Black female fuckery until I really started watching social media. Like the shit that these women put out there and they say themselves, it's unbelievable.
Oh shit, I'm from Chicago. So this is the only difference is these women got to get mad in order for them to say it in real life. So you got to know so you got to trigger their anger. But and even if you would do to get pussy, I know dudes that can get. I get pussy. I know dudes get plenty of pussy. They reject the female. They straight up call gay. You know.
I'm not even talking about that. That's mild. I'm talking about what I saw to end 2019, dude. I don't know why we're over like we're understating the fact that we had Black women in the national news falsely accusing Black men in major cities that are known for police brutality of being kidnapped.
Oh, they've been doing that. But I get it. No, and I get it. It's just them getting caught. I get what you're saying. The fact that it raised the national news just shows how common it must be because it's not seen as like a big deal. Yeah, I mean, like, Black women have been getting in Chicago. It's well known that a third of the Black on Black crime is activated. I'm not even talking about what women do. I'm talking about it's activated by women and their lies. Dudes going on, they call them send-off missions, which are basically suicidal missions to protect the honor of a woman off a woman lying. It happens a lot. Ask Ramil about the shit. Ask Marcus. It's well known. And niggas are stupid.
That all this talk about Jim Crow, I'm really starting to ask how many Black men are in a grave or in a prison because of some shit like what happened with a old girl down there in Atlanta and the broad in New York just in December. That was just in 1 month, man. I'm really wondering how many Black. Okay, then we had Antonio Brown that happened this year as well, with him being accused of something. I'm just really starting to wonder. Then we had the Brian Banks movie, that whole thing with Brian Banks. I'm really starting to wonder.
None of these women address, by the way. They always love to skate by that shit. Like again, the hatred. It is. Look. Black male hatred with their Black women, it is an economy. A lot of people don't understand that. You cannot say Black, you can't say what you want to about manosphere shit and say what you want to about Black men talking that shit. There is not an economy behind it. There's an economy. Think about it. I don't mean to bring up YouTubers, but fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Cynthia G is literally getting her rent paid in Seattle off saying niggas ain't shit. She ain't doing nothing. That's all she's doing. By the way, Chrissy, same thing. A lot of it is funded by Black men too, by the way. Shout out to Miss Research. It's funded, and I'm not talking about in promotion. I'm talking about Chrissy most of her money was given to her by Black men to start that website. And that was per her word. What? Divine dark skin. Niggas feeling sorry. That was what Chrissy said. And you know she ain't gonna lie about that. That was what she said. You know,
and I just want to interject. I just want to interject to tell Game Changer. So when you bring up sympathy, that your sympathy means nothing. You got to understand. You know, sympathy can create momentum, and Edward Anderson just told us right now the type of momentum it created. It got this broad an entire website by dudes who felt sorry for her. Oh, you can go ahead.
I will say no. It wasn't necessarily they felt sorry for Chrissy. What it was, it's actually worse. What it was,
she's still a sad individual.
what it was is they listened to the bullshit she was saying because she didn't go full niggas ain't shit. She always left it out there. These dudes with these 50-50 dudes, these dudes do always say, well, man, it's shit. I know the black woman fucked up, but this shit that we did to make her fucked up. Those are the worst type of niggas. But those are really like the dudes that'll say, well, Cynthia G has some good points every once in a while. Maybe if we do better, she won't be like that. Anyway, what did Paris do? When Paris first came on the scene, she did the literally exact script that Chrissy did. Except she was a little bit less about talking shit about men. And then she had a beef with Chrissy. And then as soon as she got her followers up, she zoomed to she's past Chrissy now. She's like at 200. Look, I only know this because it was on Suggested Engine. She had 1,775 subscribers on a video titled "What the fuck is wrong with black men?" Literally, what the a fucking $K is wrong with black men? And she had 1,700 people listening. And now she's gone full bore caping for white daddy. Cause see the thing that she was different on is she got her African dude to say, look, I'm not a colorist, so I've solved that problem. But you got to remember, a lot of Africans have this tribal issue. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them have this tribal issue with black men. So if you notice, and I told Dynas about this, I said, you promoting black women getting with African men, that's fine. You got to realize, just like when they get with white men, they start having these anti-black male shit start manifesting, and their children start manifesting that. That shit happens to a lesser degree with Africans. And Paris is actually a perfect example. And look at the money she's making just off YouTube views, off talking shit about black men. It's an economy that they can actually plug the fuck into. And in the 90s, what you think? Oprah became a billionaire off niggas ain't shit. Martha Stewart became a billionaire off cooking. Oprah became a billionaire off niggas ain't shit. And look at what she's doing now. Russell Simmons.
Yeah.
50's just a dude that don't give a fuck. That's why he called her out. And Russell's hurt because Russell was one of them simp ass motherfuckers. They say, well, man, I'm not like that. I'm not like them toxic black men. And I realize it doesn't matter. It's because you're a black man. It don't matter you was with Kimura. You're a black man. You're a target. 50 Cent understands shit like that. Look at what 50 Cent's mom, I'm not saying he's the greatest dad, but look at what that boy that was in that music video with him. Look at how that woman corrupted her son against him. Like, that is some evil shit. When he was paying her good child support, he was funding her having a normal lifestyle. Don't matter. And you ain't gonna tell me 50 Cent is a lame.
This is why I don't like when people purposefully lie about the conditions of the quote-unquote our people shit. Like, dude, I'm like, dude, listen, man. At this point in time, I don't know, man. I sit around.
No, man, you can't say that because you letting everybody know what our fuckery is. You airing out our business as if these women didn't do that shit in the 90s. But go ahead.
You're off code.
Yeah, right, man. So, I'm like, so where were you niggas at in the 90s?
Nowhere. Up these bitches.
Well, man, she got some shit to say. Because the black man, there is some shit that the black man got to be accountable to. Where? I ain't got no kids. I can tell you right now, every bitch I done every bitch I'd ever cared about they were not better off without me, but they ain't worse off, I'll say that. They ain't worse off as far as, I'm one of the fuckery niggas. See, the problem is them niggas have what I call, I'm gonna term, this needs to be a hashtag, dick guilt, black dick guilt. They know they done took some good women and probably like a rag churn them chicks out. And now they see that in their daughters and now they're scared. And I'm like, I'm sorry, nigga. I haven't
I ran into this today on Mr. Fantastic panel where a motherfucker was all like, what do you mean, Moti? The motherfucker, I raised a goddamn daughter. And what if you're the pump and dump system? And I'm like, you know what? I still don't give a fuck. Period.
Those are usually pump and dump niggas, by the way, too. They're former pump and dump niggas. Yeah, man,
Yeah.
I did some shit in the streets. I did some shit I'm not proud of when it comes to women. Okay, you did. I did it.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm
somebody
like,
stole dope.
I'm like, man, look. At the end of the day, the cultural track record is the cultural track record. They were never going to be on top forever, and they were all abusing the same specific type of system, the same specific type of way. The problem is that I can hardly have sympathy for you if you did something that gained you pleasure over a period of time, 15 or 16 years, in fact. It's just that all these dudes come in with this shame and like, oh, who hurt you? That's a long time to keep hurt. Why the fuck would you do that if you don't date them? I'm like, dude, listen, man. It's my opinions and I have them. These outcomes are some shit I'm gonna be graded by. So why the fuck can I not be fucking like talking about the goddamn input? Like it don't make sense to me.
If you're not threatened by what you don't, if you don't engage, if you're not threatened, then you wouldn't engage. That's the real. Like you got women, and here's the thing. Look, let's keep it real. Like you wouldn't engage if you didn't think there was something to it. Here's the thing: a lot of the females that I just mentioned, they do a hell of a lot more engagement juice than what black men do. But here's the funny thing that they don't realize, because I'm waiting for somebody to say that, and I haven't heard it yet. But what I will say is, if what the difference is, they do the juice they do is because that shit is already established. It's the same thing with like black female hair. It's easy because it's already an established market that everybody's intensely engaged in. The reality of the situation is the shit we talk about has room to grow. And the more it grows, the more effective it's going to be. But as
Oh
far as
yeah,
changing the system, because the shit that
dude.
shit all I'm talking about is shit that most black women believe anyway. So it's already established. So it's not going to upset the order of things. So saying that you have these women are doing this and doing that, well, that doesn't matter because that shit is shit already black women believe. They just want to drink the emotional syrup of it. But one thing I wanted to bring to the table too is O'Shea said something very interesting on his Rumble, and I didn't hear the shit where they were wilding the fuck out. I just heard what was LAR Obsidian. He was talking about this concept of nigga juice, and he was saying how, and I'm glad Xanatos is on here because he brought Xanatos up, talking about, well, if you see Xanatos just on face value, you might not say nothing, but it's when he starts talking, communicating, these women are gonna detect this quote unquote lack of nigga juice, and he's saying it has nothing to do with looks, it has everything to do with this concept of nigga juice, which is basically black redneckism, by the way, as David Carroll would say. That's what it is. But I don't know if y'all know that, but I'll say this and I'll get y'all thoughts on it. My thing is, and I said this and O'Shea put it up on the screen, I said, that's just you understanding of what I've always said. And this is a big reason I brought you up, Clutch. I bring you up, Clutch, is it has nothing to do with Clutch being a lame or all that shaming bullshit y'all say. It has everything to do with Clutch is not culturally compatible with fucking rednecks, whether they're black or white. That's the difference. And y'all don't understand. You motherfuckers are rednecks. And me, I got nigga juice in me. I just refuse. It's like black magic. I refuse to use it. That's what that is. Because I'm better than that. But you got people where they're defined by the black magic, aka nigga juice. And this is why these niggas think they're better, even though they're fucking poor. Because they got this hyper masculine bullshit called nigga juice. Let's keep it real. Black men, like a lot of these niggas lean on the very stereotypical promotion. Nobody would give a fuck about these black men if it wasn't about, I'm talking about the ones I'm talking about, if it wasn't about the stereotypical promotion of hip hop and shit like that. So they're subsidized. But anyway, I just want to get y'all thoughts on that concept that he brought to bear.
All right. First of all, my man O'Shea, shout out to LAR.
Yeah.
Y'all aren't going to keep bringing me up and not inviting me to the damn panel. That's a start. And second, if I'm going to make money off of being if I'm going to be the face of
Clutch is going to trademark his name. That's where this is leading. Hey, I'm not mad at you.
Oh, I'm going to be more than that. If I'm going to be the face of the non-nigga juice black guy, then let's go. Well, let's go.
Oh, what, you want to have like some perfume, non-nigga juice?
Well, like what it is when they get wind of SYSBM and we gotta do another
Oh my
word for
God.
it, we're
Could
gonna
you
be like fuck
imagine?
it. We're gonna be like fuck it. I'm going clutch. That's what SYSBM gonna mean on the code. What does that
I'm going
mean?
clutch. Going clutch, bitch. Going clutch.
There's no Patterson. You know what? Fuck this. Go clutch, guys. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Dude, I'm telling you right now, man.
Yo,
This
motherfuckers are gonna start putting their
SYSBM
two
shit.
fingers together in an X. They're gonna start putting their two fingers together in an X, like the white supremacist side. And then people will be like, and then the black women be in the room, they ain't even know what the fuck it is. That's gonna be code for like, where the non-black strag, where the non-strags at? Hey, these are some good ideas right now, man.
Yeah, I'm not.
Could you imagine like a bat signal in the fucking sky with like the Santos clutch emblem on it?
And it'll be two, and here's the thing, it'll be, if you want to get retarded about it, it'll be two middle fingers.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's Santos clutch telling you to go fuck yourself.
Like, what does going clutch mean? I'm going to Arizona. I'm going to Las Vegas. Go look up Donovan Sharp. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
That's the end result. Like because Donovan Sharp used to be big. Shout out to him. He still can get bitches. And I give him credit for showing his picture, because a lot of people don't have the balls to do that. But look at Donovan Sharp. He literally example of self-improvement. He said, "Fuck it. My mom was black. My mom, he admits that, his issue with mine. Yeah, he said, look, I'm not dealing with these chicks. He said, look, I'm getting my chick. I'm getting my weight down. And he's a perfect example of dudes going SYSBM before that was even called that. Dudes are doing that without not knowing what it is. That's what they don't understand anyway.
I'm telling you, man. We're going to be in front of like middle schools and shit with SYSBM. Like, what the fuck is that mean?
You're like, don't say that. Just tell them go clutch. That's more catchy. Just tell them go clutch. They'll figure it out.
Oh
little storybooks, little ebooks that we're sharing. You never go clutch.
Where's your black pride?
Yeah, like that's what people don't understand about fucking up a name. We can always change the name, but like black men. Here's the thing: black men were never Black men were never truly MGTOW, as the white boys would say. SYSBM is kind of the real black definition of what MGTOW would be, because black men was never gonna not fuck. Black men, that's not what defines MGTOW in the black community. Going your own way means getting away from that strag and that strag like culture, because that's what it is. It's a fight against the culture, and that's why men say it. And because the reason why people look, this is why I bring you up. I don't bring you up as like the non-nigga Jew. I brought you up is because what a lot of these dudes don't understand is they think it's this one-size-fits-all solution. Well, if I just deal with white women, everything will be fine. No, you got to worry about that white bitch a little bit too. You don't go blind for no woman. I'm not now. There's degrees, or what they say in which are lesser evils, but you don't go blind for no woman. And by the way, Donovan Sharp is the same way. But the thing about it is, so for you don't go out of your way to always do this, but if a white person's acting rednecky, you know the difference. There's dudes that will sit there and say SYSBM and then turn around and they try to think that they gotta side with white society. When I say side with white society, they'll start validating like obvious white bullshit. Outside of racism, they'll validate like obvious white bullshit. I'm like, no. White people can be full of shit too. You just call balls and strikes. And you always call balls and strikes more than a lot of these people that say SYSBM do. So I always say, okay, if you want to look at what SYSBM is as far as an actual practice, because you talk about the elite way and all that, I say you and Donovan Sharp. Now, some people will say I'm biased because light skin, but that's not what it is. I would say MOTU as well are good examples of like what that is in practice.
Yeah. I mean, but I've been living this SYSBM shit for like 20-something fucking years. I mean, like, dude, ever since in the military, you see so many domestic disputes, and when you're a cop on the outside, it's like, dude, just stop fucking with these motherfuckers. Like, it's too easy to cut one piece of this pie out and just leave and go somewhere else. It's too easy.
It really is, and they know it's too easy, and that's why they're so threatened by even the mention of it. It ain't like, again, it's not like this shit is as big as some of those other channels I mentioned. But at the end of the day,
Xanatos is backstage.
What's that?
Xanatos is backstage. Yeah,
he must have dropped off. But yeah, man. So it's they're that threatened by it, and like as soon as I showed my picture, it didn't take nothing but 2 seconds for motherfucker to call me a buttermilk nigga.
Wow.
And yeah, J Speed. And here's the funny thing: if I wanted to be an asshole about that, because sometimes I let a lot of stuff pass, but this is me channeling my inner nigga juice. I wouldn't have sat there and started hollering. I would have said, dude, you say nigga, because that's why he got mad, because I was calling him a nigga. But he was acting like one, by the way, because when LAR gets mad, you know you done fucked up, because he never gets mad.
LAR?
Yeah, LAR cussed his ass out too. Because he said, look, you'll love this. So he said that most of LAR's videos are about pimps and hoes. That is quote. What? That is not me. That is not me just saying that. That is literally. And if you don't believe me, I will email you a screenshot. It's in a link of the video because Jay Speed still has it up, where he has my name on there called Buttermilk Nigga. He has LARs as pimps and hoes. Now LAR has done over 3,500 videos. Less than .000
videos a day. What are you talking about?
And so that's how I knew he was full of shit at that point. But here's the thing: if I wanted to be an asshole, what I would have said is, you call me a buttermilk Negro, but you used to be in the nation. There's nothing wrong with the nation. But if Farrakhan were to walk his ass in your room right now, you will stand attention so fucking fast, your spine might not be able to bend no more. Like, nigga, you wake up and go to sleep by Muhammad and Farrakhan, who are light skinned. So and then Malcolm X, who by the way is in the light skin tag too. Don't sit here and say that shit on some I'm mad because you gotta remember, if you understand his age, he came up in the 80s and 90s, which is code for when light skinned people were cleaning up the bitches. So so when that shit comes out, but I laughed at him. In fact, I made it a name. I said, yeah, you call me buttermilk nigga. That doesn't bother me. Because he was trying to say, well, you're not really black. Fuck you. Because, but I didn't tell him that because I didn't want to really go in like that. But, man, I'm like, bad. Shit, man. I got shit. I'm like, well, I won't say KRS-One because he's on some charges. I'm like, bad, man. I got something for a lot of motherfuckers if they think that I can't go there. But I refuse to do it. Because I'm not like that. And at the end of the day, if certain women don't want me because of that, there's more than enough. Shit, I'll go get an Afro-Latina. Shit, get a Dominican. They ain't on that shit.
What's
well, Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Hey, yeah. I wanted to ask, man, buddy who bought that laptop for that chick, man, did they show him, like, all her tweets and shit?
Trick.
I think, buddy.
Yeah, Tricks. Yeah, he got a question for you.
Hey, did they show that guy who bought the laptop old girl tweets?
So Tricks alive. You're muted if you're talking.
I don't know, but I can believe it. There's dudes that are that goofy, man, where they really get their rocks off giving money to bitches. I'm like, shit, you might as well go to the strip club if you're going to do that. You might as well go to the strip club if you're going to do that. Shit, I mean, at least shit.
Doing papers on her phone for college, that ain't even possible for you to fucking turn in.
Man, I bet that hoe wasn't even going to school.
Well, I need Sigma to come back and talk about, every black dude is, you want to talk about dudes that are lame. Every black dude knows about trading pussy for a paper, pussy for 7,000 words.
See,
or be like, just suck the dick, just suck, yeah.
And see, man, I mean, damn, man.
Talk about I'm the most educated. Papers. Yeah, I'm the most educated. First of all, that I'm the most educated woman bullshit was only for like 2011. Black women been holding on to that shit like motherfuckers hold on to we black kings from Kush and Kemet. I mean, like, get the fuck out of here. Y'all hit that 1 year. Like, are you fucking serious? Y'all the most educated. Like, so okay, if y'all the most educated, how come y'all can't crack that nugget how to get a fucking man?
Or raise your boys to be something that's actually it's something that can take care of you.
See, that's what
Outside
I'm
of
That's
saying.
sports.
Hey, fellas,
that's gonna be something.
fellas,
Yeah.
thanks for having me. I'm about to hop off. Give somebody else a chance at the panel.
All right,
All
cool, man.
right.
All right,
All right.
later, man.
All right.
But and
Yeah.
BGS and shout out, people can say what they want to about BGS, but when he did bring up his daughter as an example of that shit, saying how you got a degree and then like your boy like because he has to push the issue, you know what I'm saying? And I believe that. I really believe that because I've
Yeah, I heard
seen
what he
that.
said, man. And you know what?
Damn,
It's
man.
like
Like,
the most educated women don't have any incubators going for early childhood development.
nothing. Don't even care.
You know what I'm saying? They don't have their own PTA situations.
No, because it's all about them. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. I get that humans are selfish creatures, but where it becomes an issue is fuck black men for a second. It's so much about you. It's not that it's about you. It's about you in the moment. See, other women have this they understand the immediate, the interim, and long term. And let's be clear, white women have fucked up their men too, to a certain extent. Fucked up their long term prospects to a certain extent. So I'm not saying everything is perfect. It's only black women that fuck it up. What I am saying is black women are the worst at understanding long term consequences to short term actions. Like these women, when they did what they did in the 60s, they didn't think black women would wind up. If they could see what black women are today, they would not believe that really happened. They would believe that that's a lie. If somebody actually showed them that shit, the ghost of black female fuckery future, they would no. They would take the blue pill. They said, no, fuck that. They go cipher. Because the reality is they would not believe it. Because they would believe that black woman is just too strong to allow that shit to happen. They'd assume that black men somehow was involved in actually bringing black women to that level. The point is this. At the end of the day, that short term, black women are very short term with their selfishness. They're not long term. This is why stepdaddyism isn't a thing like it used to be. Because they fucked that up. And so what happens is they deal with long-term consequences for short-term decisions, and then they spend the rest of their life, whether it's in the church, whether it's on media, whether it's whatever, trying to basically have what I call a golden parachute. They're trying to be bailed out of their decisions, and the only way they quite frankly know how to do that is to shame and blame. And here's the thing they don't understand. SYSBM is a mute button, and they have no answer for that. It's basically, okay, you keep talking, but I'm muting and I'm doing something else.
Yeah, but see, now you're looking at us digging into all these issues and shit, bro. And that's what's going on now. There's no rebuttal for this shit. That's why it's all shaming and it's all like semantics and it's a whole bunch of shit that ain't even real.
The denial is either shaming or denial. I love the denial. I love
the denial. Yep.
Yeah. Shit, man, you don't know? Do you know all women, nigga? Have you fucked all women? By the way, you notice how these dudes love to talk about.
Edward, you couldn't find one good woman.
Do you notice how these?
You couldn't find one good woman.
Not
tons
one.
of good women out here. Tons.
Yeah,
that's why I kind of feel bad for guys who just don't want to expand their options, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, all women got the same type of behavior patterns and shit. But man, when you get the best of 1% over here, the best 5% over here, it's just a bigger pool, man.
And what kills me with a lot of these dudes, and this is how I always get them if I really want to shut them down. These will be the same. The dudes will be the same Negroes, niggas, that will sit there and they will say there is no excuses why you can't get pussy. Zero. You're lame. You're an
Oh,
incel. If they're gonna throw that charge at somebody, but let you tell them that there's no excuse to get this money when it comes to business and improving yourself economically. Oh, that's when they dust off that white supremacy handbook. You can't say that. Immigrants. White supremacy.
Yeah,
Okay, so why is it
yeah.
that it can't be white
That's
supremacy's
one
fault
reason for
about
stopping me
pussy?
from trying.
Well,
Yo,
nigga,
that's
you
a
need
fact.
to build yourself up. You need to do all of this. You need to do all of that, man. You need to stop complaining. Well, that's the same thing when it comes to starting a fucking side hustle. I don't want to hear about white. This is where Ramil comes into play. I don't want to hear about white supremacy or you need reparations to start a fucking business or only got $25. I don't give a fuck. How do you only have $25? Like what the fuck is that? Like, are
Yeah,
you
that's a
serious?
fact, bro.
Like you
That's a
can bake
fact.
fucking cookie. You can, all these Hispanics getting these fucking food carts. These motherfuckers. I got them. Somebody's got a soul food cart right now. Thank God they're black. Like you can hustle up some money, man. Don't get the fuck out of here. Oh, we got $25, so I can't do it. But when it comes to pussy, that same nigga. Oh man, ain't no reason you can't get the pussy out here. Shit, ain't the pussy you need. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's
Yeah.
the same nigga.
Niggas real optimistic about some pussy, man.
You start because a lot of black men are afraid of business, and that's the problem. So they try to shame it or make. This is why a lot of these motherfuckers love Tony and Yvette so much, because literally Tony and Yvette are anti-black business. They are literally sabotaging people. I ain't fucked Tariq. I ain't talking about Tariq. They have literally been caught fucking with other. They have been caught fucking with black females' money, like business money. Like they were just talking about that shit on Twitter. Like Yvette is a fucking snitch. Like I was like, God damn. And by the way, I know I'm going in a little bit of a tangent. Professor Black Truth. If y'all don't listen, y'all need to listen because if y'all sometimes Jason can kind of be a little bit too in your face about shit in a kind of way that turns dudes off. But Professor Black Truth is always stick to the facts. Professor Black Truth, he called it out. He didn't call Boyce Watkins by name, but he said, yo, you literally got an agent factory over at somebody's, area side of the fence. And I can't ignore it. It's like you may be doing this by accident, but the way you're doing it, it's like it's by design. It's like you've literally had like 3 or 4 agents come out back to back to back to back to back. The fuck are you doing over there?
Yeah, I
don't have nothing against Jason.
By the way, he gave Terry some push too.
Boyce he's so blue pilled. He's such a simp. He doesn't. He really lacks the discernment to see who these females really are. Like to really evaluate who they are and get rid of them and eliminate them right away. I think he got caught up in a lawsuit with another female too. It was
talk about Paris. That was some bullshit with Paris.
See? But still,
Paris bitch ass. But
still, he's always getting caught up with these females. He lacks judgment with these women.
This is how bad the judgment is, Sir Mix-a-Lot. Or Sir Trix-a-Lot. Trix-a-Lot, I got it. Trix-a-Lot. This is how bad it is. Let's say, okay, you for bitches for women first. Right? Okay, let's now say, okay, fine, I'll give you that. That's what the hill you want to die on. Okay, let's look at the women you're choosing. Now, I've used to listen to boys. I haven't listened for a couple of years, but I used to listen to boys back when Erica was on there. And Andre is still over there. I remember when Erica and Andre used to do their little stuff. It's another woman by the name of Tawana Freeman who's really cool. Butterfly Shanta is really cool. All these motherfuckers are married to black men. And they are, they don't talk that. They ain't talk that bullshit yet. I know people talk about what you said, April. They ain't talk that shit. Anyway, the point is, Erica is probably the best person when it comes to actually communicating economics to millennials and stuff like that, as far as who he had access to. You type in Erica Williams in Boyce's search. What do you see? You see a couple of videos here or there, and you don't never see Boyce on there with her. You type in Cynthia G. Every fucking video, maybe -2 or 3, got Boyce on there, literally branding himself. I'm talking about partnering with Cynthia G and her bullshit. So I'm like, your forum is on economics. The fuck did you have Cynthia G on here for? When you had somebody like Erica, granted, Erica has 30,000 subscribers now, but she would have been at 50 or 60 right now. His Boyce would have gave her a leg up. So I can get on you about the men because he should have pushed up Andre a lot more too. But even if I give you that, it's the women you choose. You literally don't choose black women that actually have a pretty solid sensibility about black men and actually are adding value to your platform. You literally choose because he chose the bitch. What's that Jewish chick? You know, that was like the white Jewish woman that was saying some low key racist shit, so he got away from her. Cause she's on there. It's like, dude, it's the women you choose, even when I only filter for only women. That is
Nah, he
highly
trash, bro.
suspect.
Now
He
you said
trash, bro.
you said that there was actually a correct woman that he could have chose that would have been better named. What would you say her name was?
Don't believe me. Everybody knows what I say about Erica Shonda Williams. Most dudes are pretty universal saying, okay, she ain't said the fuck shit yet. She pretty much knows a little bit what she talk about when it comes to business, right?
Right.
And you see her platform, right?
But
when
here's
she had
my
like when she had like 2,000 to 3,000 subs, she was on Boyce's channel, but she was on there by herself. And what happened was Boyce never came over there and actually built her up. Versus all the other people I'm talking about, Boyce did a side by side video with them, interacting with them. So he literally, and this is Erica's one. Tawana Freeman's another one. He was better with Shanta, but because she has a doctorate, she just got her doctorate, and she has her own practice. So we're talking about women that actually have accomplished some shit. But he literally went away from them, and they had to build their own platforms. And he focused on Yvette Carnell. He focused on Cynthia G. Now, what a lot of people don't say about Cynthia G, and I'm gonna be fair because people always talk about I'm capable for Tariq. Boys didn't launch Cynthia G. It was actually Tariq. A lot of people don't know that. But Boyce railed gunned Cynthia G. So basically, Tariq introduced Cynthia G kind of to Boyce, and then Boyce put him on the platform, which that's an L that Tariq got to take, just like how Tariq got to take that L in the original version of his show that he does when he has them chicks in there. Did like 2 or 3 of them chicks were fucked up. One was a bad one, the other one tried to get him caught up. So he has a mixed history on that shit too. To be fair, I won't call that shit out.
He fired that chick live on air. I saw it. That shit was
fun. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, hey, and I give him credit, but at the same time, he hired him. He hired the bitch.
Yeah, you should have fucking.
Man, say, man, don't have women in your business, man.
And then
Real
Cynthia
talk,
G told
man.
her,
Fuck the hoe.
well, maybe you should get a lawyer and talk to a lawyer or some shit like that. She was trying to butter her up to try and sue Tariq too.
So Tricks, so now you know, but Tricks, guess what? Both of those motherfuckers were introduced to the lexicon by Tariq.
Yeah.
That's what makes that crazy. So I'm not gonna act like Boyce is the only one to be doing that bullshit. No, Boyce is the most habitual about it, and Tariq tends to learn his lesson. But Tariq still be doing that shit when he want to save a bitch, and I'm like, and see that's the problem with him.
So Edward, you
said
niggas should just stop trying to help these hoes.
That's what I think they should stop.
I mean, hey, if you want to if you want to take that route, I'm not gonna hold it against you. But what I will say is,
I will.
Okay, I will say this. I will say this.
Was boosting
because see, the problem is then people will come at me talking about
boosting up these hoes. Then he wouldn't have these type of problems right now. He wouldn't be in court getting sued for suspected tricking. From what I've been hearing in the streets, he wouldn't have been through none of this if he was boosting
Dame Dash is another one that love helping hoes, especially non-melanated. Dame Dash is actually the perfect example.
Stop helping these bitches, man.
Dame Dash is
I say it again, bro. These niggas supposed to be men of business. I can't take none of their advice, bro. None of it, bro. Everything they've been teaching going out the fucking window. They put themselves in jeopardy.
You can do that. I mean, you want look. Hey, that's on you. But what I'm saying is because
nah, bro, niggas ain't got no advice for me, bro.
I'm just telling you, whatever conclusions you all want to draw to, I leave that for you to draw to them. Just ain't nobody gonna tell me that I'm just ignoring facts because a lot of motherfuckers didn't know that about Tariq. They didn't know Cynthia G was introduced by Tariq. Now Tariq didn't have her all over the platform and shit, but he's the one. That's why she got in.
Listen, Dame Dash partnered with one of his baby mamas, and he thought that shit was gonna offset his child support. That nigga has no financial advice to give me, bro.
Right.
Well, Dame Dash is a perfect example of going of showing a blind spot to non-black women. My thing is, if you're that much of a sucker, then they're gonna still fuck with you because you're advertising yourself to be a sucker. Kimora Lee kind of did the same shit to Russell Simmons. So a lot of these dudes, you cannot be blue pill for non-black women and then be red pill for black women and think you might not get the same results. A lot of NBA players get fucked over like that. Again, I'm not telling you got to give black women a pass at all. What I'm saying is fuckery happens everywhere. Now, obviously, black women on some different shit when it comes to that shit. But
Man,
also
black,
these
white,
women,
yellow, green. Don't let none of
yeah,
these hoes in your business, man.
yeah. And these dudes be proud of that shit. That be they like their crowning fucking achievement. Yeah,
Yo,
man, we
Kimora did
started
get that
Rich
baby
Award.
fat shit off, bro. She did
Huh?
get
Until
that
she
shit
slapped
off,
the
bro.
Sonic rings out your motherfucking ass. Like, come on, man.
Well,
That bitch
I
got a
mean, yeah,
whole
yeah, but that was on. I'm not gonna take away her credit for building a business, but let's keep it all the way
nah,
real.
bro. She literally took baby fat from fat form. Bro,
Yeah,
he gave that bitch a lunch pad, bro.
exactly.
Fuck
That's what I was
that,
gonna
dog.
say.
You
No,
got me fucked up, bro.
that's exactly what I was gonna say. Because I thought you were saying, well, she built baby fat. I'm like, no, they kind of launched it. So
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
He let her in his
Oh,
business.
okay. That's what you were saying. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. He probably set up the distribution, the manufacturing, all that shit. For what? For the bitch to run off with it. Man, you got me
Now
fucked
he'll
up.
say, well, it's because of women. I had to have a woman lead. Okay, I see you that, and I give you Nelly.
Oh,
Nelly does apple bottom. He ain't need no bitch to launch that shit. That's his. Nelly knows the fuck
Yep.
he, because Nelly tried to put a case on that bitch to try to get him for the thing, and that's another thing. These
good.
dudes don't be wanting to put cases on these bitches. Put a
I will.
judgment on that bitch.
Heartbeat.
Stop,
Show your
stop. Oh
ass
well,
up.
if
it's okay. You got away with it. No, you got
if
because these
if
women believe
no
they can throw arrows and there's no consequences to that shit.
if you're a black man with resources and you got the capability to do so, use that attorney and go after them. We got to start going after them. You're absolutely right about that, Edward.
Yeah, like Tavis Smiley. Tavis Smiley should be suing everybody. And yeah,
Oh
use the
yeah.
race card. That's what just like that hustle rush card, which is why I don't really give a fuck about Russell Simmons too. By the way, because of that rush card hustle. Cause that shit, he was leeching black people with that shit. The
Oh,
rush
that
card
shit
for
was
your
lit, bro.
Achieve
I
I
looked,
financial
think, bro, that
freedom
was
by
a
getting his
jug, bro.
card.
He
nigga,
was
I looked
finessing
at
with
all
that
them
bitch.
fees. I looked at all them fees and shit, man. That was gang hustling. Like if you compare that rush card to like the Walmart Go Bank card, like you were literally that he was pimping black people. That's some pimping right there. The rush card for your financial empowerment. Compare them fees. It was like $15 a month. It was like fees for everything. $3 if you pull money out. $15 if you don't do direct
You
deposit.
think that's bad? Wait till you see Ty City card.
Hey, I'm not knocking the hustle, but don't knock me calling that shit out either. No, I'm talking about with Rush because there was other products on the market, and I believe in supporting black people, but I don't believe in getting hustled like that. No. That's no. And so that's why Russell thought he was one of these dudes that was in the quote unquote gay mafia, the black gay mafia shit. So he was untouchable. That's why he come out with that emasculization, that yoga shit,
Nah, that nigga
And
out
it's
the
like,
country, bro. Relax, bro. He know the heat on his ass. He gone.
hey, well,
Yeah,
hey,
He
he'll
he's
left,
be
smart.
right
bro.
He's
back.
He
smart.
liquidated all his shit. He chopped out, bro.
He is in the
He
country
out there
where you
But
chilling
that's
with
can't.
the
Rolo
thing,
for
though, bro.
laughing,
He's in the
dog.
country where
I
you
miss
can't be
Fat Farm. I used to
extradited.
like them shoes. I used to like them Fat Farm shoes, man. I used to like Fat Farm.
See, and that's the thing, though, right? Because now you got Dame Dash. He just got hit with another allegation out of nowhere. He might need to leave the country because once they
That
start
nigga.
coming, bro, the allegations they never stop, bro. Because once one bitch get paid off, that's when the sharks start
Yeah, cause now,
coming
cause
around.
now they know. Oh, this nigga paying. Oh yeah. And Dame is like a prime target for that shit too, cause he ain't got
Yeah.
no protection. That's why he be going to bed cursing Jay-Z, man. I know he do, man, cause Kanye would have, cause Kanye would have probably been his biggest financial backer, but Kanye went with the winning team. You can say what you want to about Jay-Z, that's fucked up, but Dame didn't want to evolve. Dame believe in these bitches too much. That's actually what his downfall was too. He one of these niggas with swag will always save you, but when you come an old nigga Especially they gonna get their money just like how they got it from Bill Cosby. If Bill Cosby was probably the hardest one to get. If they got Bill Cosby, then they know they can get anybody at that point. Bill Cosby and R. Kelly, they know they can get anybody if they really focus on it. So
Man,
now it's not even
free
white
Bill
folks
Cosby,
doing it.
man. While we on the topic, man, free Bill Cosby, man.
And
No,
the
he
fact
got
black
turned out
women
for
let
it
that
fucking
happen.
yeah. I mean, he got turned out for his appeal. They didn't even want to
Yeah,
hear
like
that.
they
Like,
gonna leave
God
him in there.
damn.
They
Yeah.
about to let him die in there, man. And that because
there's a reason why Bill Cosby's going to die in prison, why R. Kelly won't. And it's because...
Well, that's a shot at Byron Allen, in my opinion, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, but it's all because of the swag pass. I mean, R. Kelly had enough nigga juice that the community voted him out.
And what's funny is R. Kelly is pretty much everybody kind of like when you think about the reputation he has with the underage shit, and there's more evidence. Look, it's well known what R. Kelly is in Chicago,
Bro, he
but it's
went platinum
also
5 times after that shit.
But it's also
I don't think he's going to do much time because of
No, he
how
ain't gonna
much
do
blame
time,
you, but because of how much blame you can put on the parents that they allowed this shit to actually go
yeah, and
on.
that's
That they knew
also
it was
yeah, and
going
that's what
on.
they're gonna try. And that's also well known that the parents were willing enablers of it, and that's gonna and see that's the shit that I was talking about the women, the parents being allowed to skate because you can't go
He's
after the
going to
men
plead.
without going after the women. You know,
Well,
if you do that.
they using shit from the first case. That's
Well,
another reason why they might not get that for.
well, when you mention the 5 times platinum thing, like if you look at all of the shows or the radio stations that R. Kelly played in, black people was playing his shit "Step to the Name of Love" like nothing had happened. Like Tom Joyner, all of them. You know why? Because they got mainly female audiences, or at least if the females ain't making noise, the dudes ain't gonna really give a fuck. Because the dudes are not gonna protest. Because they don't give a fuck about R. Kelly and them protesting like that. Because they like, why would? It's the same reason why that Muhammad dude, when he threw a brick in that Chinese salon or Korean salon. Why? And he got arrested,
That's
and the
my
women.
guy, man. That's
But what
my
I'm
guy,
saying,
man.
I'm not throwing him under the bus. I'm just saying, like, he threw a brick in there, and then what did the black
Yeah.
women do? What did the black
Brick
women do? They went
Squad.
back in that bitch the next day. That's why dudes don't make noise about shit like that. So
I
what
heard
happened?
one.
Because
It's
No, go
Try
Brick
to
ahead.
set it right for
Squad,
Brick
bro.
Boy. Come on, man.
Brick
Try to set it
Squad.
right.
You
yeah,
said
and the
what
women bailed
happened?
him out. So again, you see how an economy works and how black women like. Look at what they did with the dude that owned Shea Moisture. He owned it. They went at him over a fucking commercial. Now he's still apologizing with that Essence magazine. This dude done launched $100 million for only black female entrepreneurship as an apology to black women. Then he basically bought Essence, and Essence is pretty much residual validation for black women, and they still on his ass. And he ain't even ADOS. He's Nigerian. So you see how fast an economy. This is why motherfuckers with Tony, they talk about economics don't work. I'm like, that's bullshit. Yeah, I can show you plenty of examples, even in the black community, how that shit can work. And the reality of the situation is, it works when people want it to work because you see how people move. So
Nah, it do work, man. And you know what? I've offered my services to people from the manosphere. I've serviced people's trucks. I've done inspections for people, all kind of shit, just out of the manosphere.
yeah, I mean, it's a lot more people that talk. Like, shout out to Sub Zero. Like, dudes be talking about motherfuckers ain't doing shit. That's not really true. And here's the thing: when that stops being an excuse, when they start seeing more dudes travel, because God forbid somebody creates an economic engine that a lot of black men can tap into and actually do a couple of tasks in order to make some decent change to actually create some options for them. God forbid somebody does that and figures that out. Just like God forbid, shout out to Young Grizzly when he did what he did with that damn side. These motherfuckers don't know what that shit is, and even if they did, you could always remix it with the Go Clutch shit, or you could remix it with the Manosphere shit, and then like you could do that shit on Twitter. So the reality is, when that shit happens, there's nothing that's gonna be said because these people gonna want to avoid the conversation. They're gonna be talking about this is some weirdo friend shit, but at the end of the day, the stats are the stats. People see what they see on the ground, so it's really not gonna matter. So if motherfuckers are sitting there arguing, well, why are you so angry about a sign? Well, because that sign promotes black hatred to black men. How? How does that promote? How is that any different than some shit you see on the Oprah Winfrey Network? Have you heard what it says? Oh my God! So you saying none of that shit's true? Like, I'm not gonna come here anymore if you have that. Well, they may try that shit if they know what's going on. But guess what? If you do that shit in enough places, they're not gonna be able to do that anymore because there's gonna be enough places. So, and by the way, that's the beauty. Most of these black barbershops don't depend on women anyway, so it wouldn't matter. Except for
Yeah, but some
sons.
of them just simple ass niggas on the inside, so they're gonna be here ask the same questions like, "Oh, I kind of agree with you," and then all of a sudden you let them fucking talk. They don't agree with your ass at all. Oh.
They are, or when they say I'm not a feminist, and then they give you 9 out of 10 things a feminist would say, but I'm not a feminist.
Oh yeah. That's a big thing, bro. There's a lot of people who say they something, then when you talk to them, be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
You're like, go ahead, no. Oh, I forget who panel it was on. I think it was Game Changer panel, maybe. No, there's a person who asked about SYSBM. He quite literally like, I don't know what the thing means. Okay, man, it's all right. That's SYSBM. And then like, I had a woman who fucking emailed me. She was like, "What the fuck do we get out of SYSBM?" I'm like, "What the fuck? The fuck is wrong with you?" So I sent them back like question marks. I'm like, "Do you even know what the thing means?" And she was like, "Yeah, but still." And I'm like, "Nah."
Wait, she emailed you saying this?
I done got term papers emailed to me.
Oh God,
anybody did anybody see Cynthia G get kicked off of O'Shea tonight?
No, so that's what happened. Look, when I see them motherfuckers, it's certain people I see them on. I'm like, no.
He finally grew a spine and kicked her off.
Yeah, she got booted today.
I ain't gonna say. Well, no, because it was her. Look, I'm not gonna comment on that. But it was too much.
I don't want to put Mana Tomorrow or Edward Anderson or Xanatos Clutch in no position, but that's what I'm just saying personally. He finally.
Well, and you have a right to. You have a right to that opinion.
Yeah,
you have a right to that opinion.
Show topic.
It was pro-blacks can't stop black men from dating interracially. Pro-black shaming tactics can't stop black men from dating interracially.
Oh,
so they
my
had
God.
So
did she forced this she forced a correlation between homosexuality and interracial dating, bro.
What?
And it is mental gymnastics, bro. It's straight up mental gymnastics.
Wait a minute, time out. So you're interracially dating another woman. Now you gay. Am I hearing that right?
Yeah, I mean, Deity said it before too. It was on some fake ass Hebrew Israelite shit. She said it with and look, people got their opinion on anybody I speak on, but she said that with BGS. She held that down. Yeah, because it's a form of homosexuality. Like, you dumb. I said, okay, Deity, give me an example of what a good man is to you. Well, he has to have dreads and gold teeth. I was like, oh my God.
Dreads and gold teeth? What?
She really said, no, I swear, ass Sigma and Fantastic. She really said, I said, and that wasn't even on the same panel. It was a different panel. It was Fantastic. And she was talking, I said, okay, I like to probe these chicks. I have a question. So, you in Miami, whatever. So, because she talking about, like, men around me, don't act like this. I said, okay. What is a good man to you? Yeah, I said, what is a good man to you, Deity? And then that's it. I just said, and I want to hear what you had to say. Well, dreads, which already I was like, what? But then I was like, okay, because dudes can be good men and have dreads. But then she said gold teeth. I was like, oh, wow. And then we didn't get to go any further because somebody jumped in. But I was like, okay, you want to trick that
man? I'm telling you, the way she be going on, I know she got some bum ass pussy, but it's just not. You just got to get out of there real quick. You gotta.
First of all, Deity is light. That's another thing. Deity is light skinned too. So my thing that I would throw at Deity is like, well, no, that's what she says. So I'm like, if I put you around near an actual black woman,
believing these bitches.
I'm not saying that. Hold on, Ty. Keep in mind, because I can use that against her. I don't care if she look good or not. What I'm saying is, if that's true and you're light skinned, then and you're in Miami, with Latin America Central, guess what? If I put you near an actual black woman, like phenotypically, do you look more like a Latino bitch or do you look more like a black chick? Because if you look more like a Latino chick, then clearly that's why you get the kind of that's why nobody says the shit that they say, because you're not actually not being categorized as a black woman to a lot of these dudes. And by the way, that would make perfect sense when you hear what the fuck she says, because she over fucking compensates with all that hyper pro black Hebrew bullshit. Is she compensates by trying to be ultra black.
I can't deal with these Hebrew Israelites, man, because my brother used to
You
show
don't
me
even
like
have to explain.
videos and
I call passing the crack pipe.
Yeah, I mean, man, like these niggas look like.
Every time I hear the Most
niggas,
High,
they look like
well,
Power Rangers.
No, you see it in the chat. You see, I don't mean to cut you off, MOT, but you see it in the chat when they start saying that Most High. My next thing is, all right, pass the crack pipe. We about to go in. Anyway, my bad, MOT. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, like, man, like these niggas be like yelling at strangers, dog. I'm like, oh man. This is what your God wants you doing, your fam? Are you fucking
The black woman is Most High. God damn it!
I'm like, okay. Your beard ain't been kept up. Got this fucking hat on. It's a group of niggas in downtown fucking.
They in Durham too.
And you niggas are yelling at people like man, like look.
Nah, it's lit, MOT. It's lit.
I'm not even talking about them. I'm talking about the fake ones on YouTube. That's what I'm talking. Not YouTube, but social media. Like I'm not even talking about real Hebrew Israelite necessarily. I'm talking about the ones that try to claim it on some pro-black sexual control shit. Like real talk. Like and so, but going back to I didn't see what happened on the niggathon. I didn't.
No,
I didn't see
it was a niggathon. They she was just saying, you know, interracial dating is going up along with homosexuality, so they must be related.
So what about Taz? Did Taz believe that
shit? Wait, yeah, say that again.
I mean, come on, bro. Taz backed up, bro.
Ty City, wait.
And that shit. That? And I'm sitting there watching it. I was like, at first I thought she was going off on the deep end, and Taz wasn't going. He was like, all right, bitch, you're on your own with that. That's his dog, man. I can't knock him, bro. They ride till the wheels fall off, bro.
Well, everybody ain't full black. That's the thing that kills me. See, here's the funny thing. See, real talk. And see, I just the only way to deal with Taz is either you got to be a female, because you don't gotta really have a lot of juice for him if you're a female. Just go look up that thing when they were talking about Ados and how that what her name, the real Danielle, how he got mad at her and how he acted the way he acted. Go look at that and see that. Because that tells you, also, she another light-skinned chick, too. So, a lot of times, these light-skinned chicks, he be particular kind, too. But another thing, too, is, my thing with him is, you can talk the interracial card all day. And I love how he uses terms like mutts and shit. Because my thing is, I don't care. Like, how can you, look, I'm not trying to talk shit about Nyla, but at the end of the day, Nyla is not a fully black woman. Like, you can't slice that in any kind of metric. So how are you sitting there and you want to say, was she Cuban? Cuban ain't necessarily black. You know, that's just like Dominican ain't necessarily black. I don't know why people like Gloria Estefan is also Cuban. Just like Christina Milian. It's a fucking nationality. So stop. But my point is, it's like, okay, she's pretty much in the category of a mixed chick. Like, let's just call it that. So when I hear him say, "Oh, these fucking mutts," I'm like, "Nigga, you kind of married to one, and you're proud. You're like super proud of it. So you really gonna try to put her and say this is the same black female as like even like Erica or something like that? Like you can't. Like, come on, let's stop playing." But see, for him, he wants a pass. That's why when I hear him go so extra hard on that, I'm like, dude, you can't not know that. That's that Dame Dash school of color struck bullshit. And that'll be the first thing Cynthia G say when she get mad at him. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna say nothing about the real Dana because I'm supposed to be on her show this week, and I don't want her to back out. But
Well, I'm not. Well, no, look, I'm not saying nothing bad about. Actually, she was saying the realest shit on there on that panel. So this is nothing negative. But basically,
no,
Cass,
hell
no, I'm
no,
gonna tell.
bro. She said Cory Booker was gonna get reparations, fam. Relax, dog. She was saying some dumbass shit.
No. This is what she's okay. This is
Oh
what she
shit.
said. This is what she said, and this is what I heard. She said that she didn't say that Cory Booker was gonna sign a thing and get reparations for everybody. She said that he's at his black ass if he knew it was good for him would vote for that shit because he needs black people in order to maintain. That's what she said. Now, what I'm
She said it
referring
word for
to.
word, bro. That shit
Okay,
was
fine.
funny
If
as
she
hell.
said that, then fine. That's not what I'm talking about, though.
Oh, okay. But nah, it's some dumbass shit, bro. That shit was stupid, bro. I couldn't even
You
listen
heard the
to the
same.
whole thing, bro.
Look,
I ain't
I'm
gonna
not
lie, it was
debating
funny
that because
when
that
when
wasn't even
Cass
my
called her a
overall. That's
bitch.
not
It
even
was
my
funny.
overall. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, that he called her. So you heard it. He called her a bitch, and then she cussed him out. And then it's how he responded to that, which informed me a lot about a lot of shit. Like, because he was not doing the same shit, that he was doing, with everybody else. And it's always like that. Say, okay, so if it's a light skinned chick, he tends to heal. If it's a black chick, for the most part, he tends to heal. If it's a dude, that's when he want to go all that rah shit. Because here's the thing, I'm not saying that dudes are
Hell,
supposed to cuss out.
speakers crackling and shit.
Okay, my bad. I'm not saying dudes are supposed to cuss out females, but what I am
Really?
saying is, if a
Nah,
woman disrespects
nah.
you, hold on.
Edwin, I gotta chime in, bro. It is
Well,
totally
you ain't
okay
let
to
me
cuss a
finish.
bitch out, bro.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if a woman disrespects you and you don't respond, that's a different thing than you just because what the dudes like to say is they like to say you niggas love cussing at women, but y'all won't say that same shit to a dude. But the opposite is
Wrong.
also true.
But
That's what I'm
yeah,
talking about.
yeah, but a dude knows not to do that shit. Bitches deserve to get cooked immediately.
Yeah, so when you're the opposite, so that means that's who your leaders are. That's who's leading you. That's what I mean when I say it. When you can tell by how people heal. So anyway, at the end of the day, yeah, that rides on homosexuality. I mean, but you gotta realize, look at who Cynthia G is. Like the thing that gets on my nerves is I know, like
She
black, and you
funny,
say the
man.
same.
I don't get why
She
people
is
don't find the
so
humor in it,
goddamn
bro. It's fucking
insufferable,
funny
man.
as shit, dog.
I'm telling you, man. Like
But people
dude,
take her serious.
I
It's
cannot
just funny to me, bro.
understand.
Black
I mean,
men
man,
take her serious.
how?
Black men
Cause
take RBR serious.
dude, Cynthia G probably has like a black doll in the house that she stick like sewing needles in this motherfucker, like
Cynthia,
all day.
I can believe that.
Cynthia G said that the social status of a white woman is damaged whenever she get with a black man, right? And that white men don't want her anymore. And then she goes to say
I
that
mean,
they're
that's
taking
true.
wealth back to the white man that don't want them. And I'm like, what the fuck? That don't make no fucking sense.
No, I mean, okay, so the social shit, like it's very because white men don't fuck for the most part fuck with black women that fuck black men. They prefer their black women to A, not be wanted by black men, so that's why they like the skinny type, and B, they know ain't never fucked a black dude. But it's the same thing with white women as well. Even though, but when it comes to the wealth, here's the problem with Cynthia G is everything she fucking says is self-serving. So at the end of the day, everything she's gonna say is from the position of don't date that white bitch. What I keep telling people, white women is
I
not
would
your
love
problem.
to interview her.
These Latin bitches are your problem. These Latin chicks are your issue because they have the body type and they have basically the upgrade to sisters,
Hey,
mentally as
time out,
well
time
as.
out. Can I say something to somebody in the chat? I know y'all don't like this shit, but
All right,
No,
uh,
fine.
man.
BAP said, of course, Ty City will argue with women. Go and find a video of me arguing with a woman, just arguing with a fucking woman on YouTube. I give you $1 million. I don't argue with women. Anyways,
Hey, look.
hey, you need to
Parade
cam
rest.
up, bitch. Cam up, bitch. Come on the
See,
panel and cam up.
look,
Don't even say nothing. Just cam up.
all right, look. In order to disarm people like BAP, all you need to do is work on the body. This has been proven multiple times to disarm even the most daggle of daggles. I have proven this multiple times on O'Shea's Hangouts, where you will have these Bebe's kids who will call me educated lame and cornball. Once I came up, the same women that they have been trying to impress for years by going on this tangent and trying to live up to the script, these women will not fall for it. Trust me. This is how.
Well, here's the thing, bro. This is what's going on. These women come into male spaces and they get non-sexual attention. They don't have to do their hair, makeup, or dress up. They can turn their phone on, get on our fucking nerves, and just soak up. It's like being the only bitch in the club. That's what it's like.
Oh yeah, but
that's why I say if the bitch don't get on the panel or cam up, just block the bitch.
Yeah,
forever.
Exactly. Do not cuss her out. Do not make a paid programming rant about her. Looking you at work. Do not go on ahead and give her the attention. She wants that attention. So you can do one of two things. One, you can get the select male body, disarm her, or two, you can just outright ignore her. A lot of people
cam up, bitch.
A lot of people are trying to cook her, and I mean that's one thing. We can all cook her to the cows come home. But I mean, if you want to deal with women like this, with daggles, in a way that does not put you in a compromising position and doesn't give her attention, just do one of those two things.
Man, they said she's 5.5, man.
5.5, no. 5.5, no.
Control number one.
Oh, she shouldn't even make the cut of the 6, man. Oh,
we're dealing with a nickel here.
We're doing a nickel.
Nickel. Look, if she wants to come on the panel, I will show how to deal with these daggles. I think I figured it out.
No, I mean, no, she's not coming on the panel. Yeah. No, we're not doing that. No, we're not going to be making no special records and recommendations, not for this type of shit. So,
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you're lying.
Big dog in there in the chat. Are y'all looking at the chat?
No, hell no. I don't look at the goddamn chat.
Man, they
nah, she don't need to be on this shit, man.
No, I'm not saying put her in. I'm just saying look at the chat.
She don't want dusty attention, but her ass is in a panel full of nothing but black men talking shit.
Exactly. Yeah,
dusty attention. Now you got to show your titties, bitch. Fucking
Tyson, you like back in the Chrissy wars, that used to be the main thing dudes you say about Chrissy. You talking hella shit. Yeah, I do talk too much, and I'm gonna keep on talking. Driver 580, but they used to say, "What the fuck do you look like?" Like, she, well,
yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, hey, you know what I'm seeing them bitches doing now? They try to act like black women is separating more than we are now.
Hey, I'm happy. I'm pro black woman get a non-black man. Because this is what a lot of people don't understand about that. The more black women get non-black men or they promote that shit, the more they do that, the more they're letting the floodgates off of doing that shit. This is what the colorists understood. They understood that if you sit there and say you need to get a white man, you do tit for tat, black men have greater access. There's a much more water behind the dam of black men moving forward than women doing that, because women can only move forward to the extent of dudes that's willing to deal with them. And it's well known that whether it's Arab, first of all, black women are fucking non-black men a hell of a lot more than what people talk about. Black men just don't give a fuck like that, and black women think they keeping the secret. I mean, it's well known. I ain't talking about Arabs overseas. I'm talking about Arabs in the streets.
Oh, Dubai, them hoes be getting shitted on.
I ain't even talking about fuck Dubai. I'm talking about they do in the corner store. They fucking these black women. It's a lot of these dudes. Black women. Yeah, like in the cities in New York, Chicago, is what Latins too. Like all these folks say black women are good to fuck, but they don't want to keep them. That's not black men that did that. That's them observing how they act. So. And then don't even get me started on the colorism shit too with white supremacy, because white is.
Hey, I had a $50 super chat. You know, that's what I hate about StreamYards, man. On this phone, you touch one thing and this shit fucking resets. So if anybody can see that $50 super chat, could y'all read that?
BAP said, "Good, y'all should breathe out yourself. Hey,
He said nothing. It was just a $50 super chat.
yeah,
Oh, okay,
you
cool.
should breathe.
Hey man,
You should breathe out yourself. Hey, oh my God, bitch, why you here? If
Right.
you think we hate black women, why are you here?
listen
Yeah.
to Black Man for one reason, man. Like, what's going on, man? Like, what's going on with this chick, man?
Yeah, see, as you can tell,
Breathe out yourself. Hey, oh my God, your mama.
Nobody's
I
gonna
don't
be
know why
redaggling, son.
Fantastic is timing me the fuck out.
I mean, man, like there ain't no more time on the daggle clock, man. I'm not sure what your hoes gonna do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Jesus.
You come to the wrong spot.
See,
the wrong spot for fucking sympathy, though.
well,
Very wrong spot.
well, some individuals will take the attention that they give on this that they do ranting on this Dago as attention, because any sort of attention is better than no attention. I have practiced the art of no attention. That is what pisses
me either, man.
That's what pisses them off more than anything else. And that is why I emphasize for men out there not even to give these daggles any sort of negative attention whatsoever. If that attention worked, it would have worked back when Tommy Sotomayor was running YouTube. You saw how these daggles responded. They double, triple, and quadruple down to the point in which we have a burgeoning manosphere calling this out. And they're not backing out. They are getting their armed forces. They are circling the wagons. They are like the Iranians, Middle Easterns are with that Soleimani assassination. They're getting hype. They're getting lit. And
for the from the author of The Elite Way, is a new book called Going Clutch: The Art of Ignoring These Bitches.
I'm telling you, bro. That's what it's all about, bro. That's what it's all about, man.
How are we weird, but you're listening? You know that. Oh my God, I'm done. I'm done.
No, man. I mean, but we haggling with this bitch for how much we gonna tell her to shut the fuck up. Like,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I
don't give a fuck.
That's what I'm saying. She went through her whole day without any male attention. Nobody spoke to her or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Now she's just getting a fucking overload right now.
See,
Ty City, man. Ty City, man. Like today, I was in Nashville. I fucking ghosted this girl so hard, man. This motherfucker followed me around like 4 fucking hours of like Walmart, man. That bitch was pissed. She couldn't even handle that shit, man.
Man, I'm so cold with it, bro. I might open the door for a bitch so I can see her ass.
We all
That's
do
about
that.
it.
Come on now.
That's about it.
Yeah. What was I about to say? So, damn, what was I about to say? Shit. Damn it. Edward, with your freaking paid commercials and paid advertisements ranting that. Now I forgot what I was about to say. About this chick. As far as this chick is concerned, that's what I really was going to say. If we aren't the kind of guys who can get any, why aren't you, BAP? This is a serious question. Why aren't you, with all your black girl magic, cuddled up besides a select man, right beside a select man? Huh? Where is your select man for Saturday night? Where is your Pookie for Saturday night? I'm not even asking for bottom shelf rat.
You crazy as fuck, man. You think this bitch got a man? You crazy as fuck.
She can't have a man talking this shit.
Nah, hell nah.
I'm just asking, where is her Pookie? Well, I mean, shit, because I mean, every daggle's supposed to have a Pookie, right? That's the narrative. I can get a man. My man has swag. My man can do this. He can bunker bust me in the bed all night. Okay. Where is he?
She is taking all this break from being bunker busted to talk to motherfuckers who ain't even interested in her. The days of sad bitches, man. These bitches are going to continue to get sadder and sadder as like
it's
the fucking years go on, man.
That's why I say about Cynthia G, man. It is hilarious, dog. When this bitch start going off, bro, it is funny to me. I don't see how people get triggered, dog.
I can't fuck
I
with
know
the
y'all
voice,
say
though.
that people taking her serious, but How?
I can't fuck with the voice. I can't fuck with the voice, man.
Dog, that's what it's cartoonish, bro. It's funny. It's hilarious, bro. I just be sitting back laughing. And now you're going to go nest in another man community and blah, blah, blah. Nigga, that shit is funny.
You know what she reminds me of? Remember them old Pepe Le Pew fucking cartoons? He had like this scared fucking cat. Like that's what she remind me of, man. Like,
bro, it's funny. Cynthia G is the funniest thing out over here, bro.
Yeah,
Real
she's a
talk,
cartoon
dog.
character. Yeah, I mean that's
It's
what it is.
funny.
It's nigga like RBR
It's
is
funny.
nigga tame. I mean, I can see RBR on Sirius Talk Radio. It's that many truck drivers be like, yeah, I gotta hear this. I don't know what this nigga's saying, but that should be funny to me. It get me past this 8-hour ride. It's this crazy shit. Fucking Obama. This is fucking racist and a goddamn. But yo, you can do reaction videos. You can do literally reaction videos to somebody listening to RBR for like 5 minutes.
I got a question. So have Cynthia G and RBR, have they ever met on a panel? Ever?
Oh, hold on. This is what we got to do.
Here come BAP calling me gay, man.
Oh shit,
I thought I fucked all her homegirls. She gonna call me gay.
we gotta do hey, you got a biracial kid, so according to the black woman's code, they be like, I want to see a chick say that stupid shit out loud. I want to see that shit say it. I'm like, y'all don't want water First of all, what they don't tell you is a lot of this bisexuality, all of this shit is spearheaded by black women. That's what they don't tell you. So when she talk about that rising shit, she killed me with that shit. But anyway, I want to see RBR. I can't believe this nigga got my same name, man. That shit blew my mind. I was so fucking mad. All right, wait.
You and RBR the same?
No, Taz has Taz's first name is the same as my first name.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, like, and then so I'm like, you can't. That is not his name because Edward is my middle name. But anyway, so Taz, RBR, Cynthia G. I want to reach back. China Fox. I'm about to reach. No. Deborah Cooper, and then we need one more in there. Fucking throw Supreme stupid ass in there. Just no. Fuck that. We doing the classic. Throw in Angel Ramirez.
Where he at? He's still out here.
That would be the fucking Legion of Goddamn Doom. Oh, Angel still do his thing. Even though all that caping he did, and when they made that list, they put his black ass, they put his non-black ass right on along with it. He like, how can you do this to me? All of this is Angel Ramirez is literally the walking light-skinned stereotype. So no. Now, if you want to counter, dude, this is what I want. If you want to counter and you remove Angel Ramirez and you need one person caping for the fellas, go ahead and put Minister Jap on that bitch, or either Minister Jap or put Tommy Sotomayor. Because the thing is, Cynthia G don't tend to have all like smoke for Tommy Sotomayor like that.
She been on his show before.
But what I'm saying is, when they on the same panel, she don't be having because Tommy came on the panel a couple of times.
No, I mean, because she know that she'll get that work from Tommy, dude. It's almost like her and Obsidian being on the same panel. You know that shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I want to see. Yeah. Taz and Tommy on the same panel.
Oh God, that shit was not fun.
Tommy would be like, nigga, I'll make you famous. Like, he'd be like, more of these black bitches follow me than follow you, nigga. You wish you had like a black female to follow me. And that shit would be true. Like a third of Tommy's followers are black women. That's funny. Like these bad chicks. It's like BDSM. Like, tell me I ain't shit. It's like BDSM. Like, tell me I ain't shit again. Tell me to shut the fuck up.
Man, look.
Say it again. Tell me a black bitch again.
P.
They be like, what?
BAP, you mad? BAP, you mad?
You gotta send us some D batteries, man.
No, real talk. They be some shit. They be some, like for real. I mean, Tommy proved that there is a market for black women that like to be told they ain't shit. I bet you David Carroll got a sizable black female following.
What? David Carroll?
I mean, Tommy do. Because Dave Carroll remind them of the dad they wish they had. Shut up. They like don't, but don't do it.
BAP, you mad? BAP. It's room on the panel for you, BAP.
Shut the fuck up. Say that make me. They yearn for that.
You know what, Ty City? Ty City, here's what I would do, man. I would invite her to the panel, and the first fucking syllable come out of her mouth, I'll block her ass off the panel.
BAP,
like,
what?
Say it again.
BAP, what you want to talk about, BAP? What you want to talk about, BAP? Huh?
Like, first of all, click.
Y'all gay. Click.
No, it wouldn't even be that. It all started with, first of all, he said, I've been trained. Like, I read the Xanatos Clutch School of Ignoring These Bitches. So as soon as I hear first, you ain't out of that fur, and then you already clicked off.
BAP, you want to come on the panel? BAP, you want to talk? BAP, you want to talk to a man? BAP, you want to talk to a man? That's what this about. You want to talk to a man?
She wants to talk to me.
She can pay that Ramil Amir $99 argument free. She can pay that.
And no, she wants that Furbo Bukkake. That's all it is.
That goddamn them DMs got to be dry as fuck for you to be over here fucking trolling.
And we gonna mix that book, the Clutches book, with the Grinches. Make a black version of the Grinch, and make the Grinch's book of, in case you don't know these bitches, this is how you cook these chicks.
Bro, man, don't get Grinch up here.
BAP, you right. BAP, you right. BAP. I probably do got more estrogen than your manly ass.
Yeah, that was a good flip. Like, oh, you got more estrogen. You this, you that, you this, you that, you that, you that, you that. Like, people kill me, and like, yo,
like
these
I said,
out
man,
here openly fucking bisexual. Like, well, I don't believe in bisexual men, but they're fucking gay men. Talk like, you gay, you gay, you gay.
Yeah, man.
No, first of all, we got a simp in the building. I think Will Baggins is cooking.
First of all, y'all gay.
Oh shit, Grinch here. Oh shit, what's going on, Grinch?
Yeah, I was supposed to say Grinch here. Let Grinch on. Let him cook.
Yeah, Grinch is like
BAP. If you don't cam up, I'm blocking your ass for good. Fuck it, man. You out of here. You got way too much non-sexual attention for the night.
I love how these women always take these pictures at these angles, just enough so you can see what their body composition is.
Man, do you not see the puppy dog filter on that shit?
They actually think that
probably
shit
fat than a motherfucker, man.
Yeah, that's what they call fat fishing. That the head up. They call it heads up display.
Yep. And it's so obvious. It's so obvious now that it's like you would think people would stop doing that because that shit is obvious that that's what you're doing. But you know what? You know what the problem is? A lot of these dudes are chubby chasers anyway. So they know it's probably ain't a problem. Dude, like, yeah, man, shit.
There ain't really that many. Dude. There ain't really that many chubby chasers, man. Like if I put like some super bad chick and some fucking chubby, I've never seen a dude who be like, shit, fuck the skinny girl. Never seen it.
I told y'all the story that one time. I fucked a fat bitch one time just to try it out, bro. And yeah, never again.
Yeah, I'm too short for that. I'd die.
Yeah, I'm too light for that. I'm too selective.
Yeah, I'll go incel before I fuck a fat bitch, and I'll be y'all think I'm playing? All these damn premium porn sites, shit. I'm not doing that to my dick.
I'd rather.
This is the only pussy you gonna get.
I mean, Edward. Why wouldn't they run their mouth about the shit though? and try to fuck your whole shit up. Why wouldn't they?
I
I have
mean,
never seen a fat chick motherfucker be satisfied with some fucking dick, and I've never seen one not run
well,
their
Nigga, I
well,
had,
motherfucking mouth.
I,
MOT,
Never
nigga,
seen it.
I was fucking this fat bitch, bro. I had her leg in the air, bro, and it was like leaning up against a post, bro.
but, but MOT, like I told y'all before, you know, you got them chicks that they know how to maneuver into a situation where a dude is fucking for his life. He is fucking. I was just at the gas station. It's cold out there. If it's either you
Yeah.
out in the streets or you better get, you know, dudes will find a way. It's like that Jurassic Park movie, Life Finds a Way. You know, and that's what it is. It's that struggle shit. It's that I'm fucking for a new day. That's what a lot of these
Nah,
women
man.
be doing. And they pop a
This
baby in this
motherfucker,
shit.
this motherfucker's fucking for Frosted Flakes and like the newest fucking Call of Duty game, man.
No, they fucking
that shit ain't no joke, man. And I'm sitting there, I'm telling y'all, man, I was laying in the bed, bro, and the other side of the bed was deep, dog. Like it was a slope in the
Tilted
bed,
over,
bro.
man. Oh man.
Hey, that shit was sunk in on her side, bro. Like, damn, it whole big, man.
Ty, I be crying. I be
Nah, I'm serious, bro. I felt like the bitch took my superpowers away.
You know that Indian, you know them racist commercials where that Indian would have a tear, they throw trash. That's what I be doing, looking up in the ceiling. I be like, why did I do this to myself?
Nah, hey, bro. Man, I ain't even gonna tell you, bro. Nigga, that shit, nigga, never again, bro. Nigga, I'm here to tell the real story about these women, man. Y'all think y'all just chasing women and having a hard time with women, bro. Once you run through a few women, bro, like you get that shit out your system, bro. Nigga,
dude,
they
I'm not
simple,
bragging,
bro.
but
They basic, dog.
I don't fuck like 17 women in 1 month before, and I'll never do that again. Because when I did that, I realized I was like, well, I'm sitting there having thoughts like this shit ain't all that, you know, because I was getting tired of it. I said, okay, less is more.
Real tough, man.
No, I was in the Philippines, and here's the thing. This is the thing y'all don't understand. People, well, you tricking? No. When you realize how much points that novelty gives you, because first of all, you American. Second of all, it's like, okay, well, you're black, but you're not black. That's why I talk about the cultural compatibility. And like when motherfuckers, and I don't, like I said, Clutch, because you can talk about like how motherfuckers in DC be hating on you. If you were to go to like Latin America, you like, okay, you got the height, the lights, are you hitting the colorism check that they be having? I mean, it'd be like very, very, very easy video game. And it is. That's why a lot of these dudes, when they say some of the shit they say, I get it. But I was like, y'all niggas are pre-qualified for this type of environment, which is not game. So once you do all that, yeah, you realize these bitches ain't shit. Because once you see them kowtow how they act like that, or these Filipinos be like, yes, sir. And here's another thing. They be a lot older. They be a lot older too, because they don't age like that.
Nigga,
So
that's what I'm telling y'all, bro. Like, trust me, bro. You be running through these bitches, bro, and the fucking condom break and your whole life flash in front of your eyes and shit. Nigga, it's not all fucking fun and games, bro.
Yeah.
That's what Plan B is for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hey, that's what I'm saying. I waited in front of a drugstore for them to open to buy a Plan B. Nigga, that shit wasn't no. Nigga.
And to be honest, that's what verifying chicks is for. I'll be honest. Majority of the chicks I've been with, they have mentioned that they were on some sort of birth control, whether it was
some sort.
Yeah, like legit, like IUD.
Yeah, the make believe kind.
No. That's why you don't fuck women that ain't got nothing to lose either.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
They don't mention the personal or
that's
IUD.
why black men love fucking white women, because white women like, yeah, you ain't going to daddy with that black baby, are you? Yeah, you gonna be on birth control. I ain't gotta worry about your stupid ass. Yeah.
Where your parents from? What? Where your parents from? Rural Tennessee. All right, okay.
Oh,
all right. You good.
I know BAP got about 4 kids.
because you only get one. He raped me before they be like, no, you get one of them passes. Will we? Yeah, black man. I read To Kill a Mockingbird. I know how you white bitches are. It was him. That's the only book I. And I said that. Like, what's your book report? The white female lied. Yo, I got an F on that, man. I was like, that shit happened. She fucking lied. And then when we watched the movie, because you know, you see the movie in school, I'm like, I told you. Look at it. It was him. Alan, big way.
How many kids you got, BAP? Tell the truth. Tell the truth, shame the devil.
If it's none, you can say that too.
It was a black chick.
Man, if y'all think you ain't got no kids, man.
None plus 2.
She has a big ass city.
None plus 2.
And it was an English class.
I could tell by how she like attention that she done been passed around already.
Oh, we didn't even talk about these trains. These women, you got women who be running multiple trains. Man, they talk, yeah, man. You know, they say that shit like that shit. That's like Tuesday, like for real.
Yo, you know, that nigga Carl came onto Ramil channel, bro. Was talking about how bitches be having blindfolds on their birthday and people just be fucking.
Oh yeah, Carl the truth, and Carl, and you know
that
Carl
shit was wild, bro.
You know where Carl is from?
He from Memphis, ain't he?
Yeah. So yep, so you know Carl know what the fuck it is. That's why when Supreme be talking that bullshit. You know, Carl is Memphis' finest. Supreme is Memphis' worst. Supreme.
Wait. Preem from Memphis too?
Like Supreme, not Supreme King Coon, but that dude is always sounding like, you know, like to smoke too much weed or some shit.
Oh yeah, Preem. Yeah.
Not Preem, like African Preem. But you know the dude I'm talking about, gold teeth, still working on the same 22-year-old bitch that ain't giving him a time today.
You mean black?
That's why he felt a certain type of way when, because you got Supreme King Cool, that's not who I'm talking about. The dude is always talking about, nigga, you lame, you gotta get these. That's why he got quiet. I think it was the same on when you were listening to Ty when Tad started talking about that peta shit. You know, he was like, you can't really mean that, man. No,
Memphis got a bad rep out here on the Madison streets, man.
Oh yeah.
Memphis is the bastard baby capital of the world. Memphis is home to them niggas. Them 3 niggas that got 72 kids with like 18 different women.
Nah, man.
Oh
like,
yeah,
Memphis,
that's right, man. Hey, how long ago did that happen, man? Because when somebody brought it up, I immediately remembered that shit.
I mean, but it's so fucking outrageous, man. That shit sticks with the memory, dog. Kind of happened like it happened yesterday, but it's about 4 or 5 years ago.
Let's see, where are the dustiest bitches in the United States? Memphis is a king.
Memphis, dog. Come on, man.
Yeah, but they not really.
I don't know, man. Have y'all
Philly
been
is not really
Rock?
dusty. They just got an attitude. Billy got the most attitude, bitches. But I think Baltimore should be up there too. Baltimore.
Have y'all ever been to Little Rock?
Cincinnati probably got the ugliest black women.
Nah, Philly probably has the hardest looking, the most lesbian looking.
Philly?
Oh. No, but Philly be having some good looking sisters. They just software is like completely fucked up. They like a computer.
I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Philly known for having fine women.
I wouldn't say fine, but they got some good looking dark skinned sisters. It's just the attitude, the software. It's like a Mac computer with Windows software. Why the fuck would you do that? But you can do it. Boot camp assistant. It's like Windows.
Amber Rose from Philly.
Platinum Elite, man. That's that dude.
What's her name from Philly
Platinum
too?
Yeah,
right?
that's his name. My bad. Yeah, him. Yep. And he was like, no, Ted, you don't mean that. You say, dealing with a 21-year-old man, that's better. And then he was talking about like 18. You dealing with a kid that's 18 years old. They're a pedophile.
Oh,
and then they had arguments.
Yeah. That's the nigga. He said he was gonna tell. He said he was gonna tell on Ramil to get his girl or some shit. That shit was funny.
Yeah, you say that to BGS. BGS be talking about the state laws. Talk about, man, nigga, the age of consent is like 12. I'm like, where the fuck are you getting that from? But yeah, he really was standing on that. And it's like, dude, man, like, first of all, 18, look, and I'm not just, look, I don't think chick.
No, wait. Hey, Edward, let me tell you, I was over there on Taz shit, and them niggas was saying that 25 to 30 is still a child to them if the woman can't take care of herself.
What
They still
the fuck?
consider that a child, bro. And
Why
I'm sitting there
y'all
like,
fuck with
what?
somebody like that?
So no. Check this out. Time out. So I'm like, a 30-year-old woman with a 50-year-old man, and they was like, yeah, that's pedo. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, y'all retarded because first of all, the age of consent is probably the highest in the Western world in general, probably in the United States in particular.
Yeah, it is.
So
It is.
yeah, so you go. So my thing is, you go to Africa, you go to other places. It's not like that. I mean, I'm gonna say, look, I'm not justifying shit. Like I typically won't go under 24, typically, unless typically that's me personally.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it, bro.
And I'm 33. I don't like reaching into these young chicks like that. And I've always had it easier dealing with older women anyway. So when I want easy sex, I've always had a sweet spot. And not necessarily that I want older women, but it's always been easy dealing with like 36, 37, 38. Even when I was in my 20s. I don't know why that is, but hey. But yeah, if I ever settle down, oh yes, it will be with a chick that's it'll probably be like a 10-year gap or something like that, because that's the sweet spot too, the even female matchmakers actually say. But
BAP, whoa. Why would a girl say I do have big shoulders, but my body is proportionate? What the fuck?
Well, that means
that
don't say that ain't no hourglass.
I mean, it's more like a motherfucking cylinder. Fuck.
Wait, she said she got wide shoulders?
Big shoulders.
Man,
big shoulders.
Anyway, so real talk. So what's some females?
Nigga, we going to hell, man.
What's some females? I'm trying to see what's some females, some TV shows that fucking female. No, I'm actually about to see that movie Ma with Octavia Spencer. See this bitch chop up the white dudes. Yeah, they say it's good. Because Octavia Spencer is pretty big, and they got. I saw the trailers. Oh, it's number white people, so she's gonna be putting that black. Some young white kids about to feel that black female fuckery, and I'm on some horror shit. Like that's that blue house shit. They said she had a riveting. She showed an extreme amount of range, and she won an Oscar. So she dealt with it. Look, she cheesing with John Boomhouse, the white dude. He said, "Yeah, I'm gonna get these white people this shit. I'm gonna get this black money with this $8 million movie." I'm telling you, black people should do more horror movies. You know how many they be like,
Wasn't it a big one not too long ago?
The Grudge just came out. I'm trying to that Grudge shit makes me laugh too when you see them fucking Japanese ghosts. But anyway,
but
what?
She said wasn't gonna give us a time of day, bitch. You in our chat. What fuck?
BAP, you mad, BAP. I can't fuck with a bitch like you because you don't look right in the car. Like when you put your seatbelt over them shoulders, man, that shit ain't gonna work. That shit ain't gonna work. You wide at the top.
Oh yeah, shout out to Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp, he did a video called, it was like a 7-minute video called Black Women, You Ain't Rihanna. You ain't getting a white man. Stop.
Yo, hey, Donovan Sharp, bro. Hey, Donovan Sharp, bro. He really don't fucking. He not analyzing shit. He don't give a fuck, bro.
Oh, Donovan Sharp, he can freestyle with the best. He's up there with Jack with the freestyle. Cause and you gotta remember, Donovan Sharp is in Philly, so he got a white chick in Philly. So he don't.
Have you seen them two together? Donovan Sharp and Minister Jack.
Yes,
they done collapse.
Yeah.
That shit is funny.
Yeah, I like the reason why I respect Donovan Sharp is because here's the thing. Donovan Sharp doesn't talk about racism. Like he ain't talking about it like on a pro-black level. He never talks about it. But he's not one of these fools that's gonna pretend like, well, it's because if he gets stopped by a car with a white woman, that his threat level is up. So he keeps it 100. And he ain't gonna act like, oh well, that shit don't happen. He said, I know when I have Devins in the car and I get stopped, and I've been stopped, guys. Me sounding like white guy ain't gonna say me.
No, nah, man.
And I'm like,
I'll
I
tell
don't
you
need
right
nobody talk
now.
about racism all the time, but don't at all. I don't need you ever to mention it, but don't act like this shit don't exist and you don't ever really got to talk about it because that's not your platform. It's your platform.
Let
It's
me
a
tell
dude
y'all up
on.
front, man. Let me tell y'all up front, and y'all better notice it when you get pulled over. That traffic stop is gonna take on the life of the biggest asshole who fucking show up. So it's in your best motherfucking interest to get that motherfucker your ID before that second car show up. The second fucking car show up, you about to get with all types of crazy shit.
Oh man, like in North
All
Carolina,
day.
because these motherfuckers are so bored, it'd be like 5 cars to show up. Like real talk.
Oh
Like
god
they
damn.
think the funny thing is, I hate getting stopped by salt and pepper teams. I can't stand being stopped by. I like,
Oh
please let them be
god.
2 white cops. Please let them
The
be two
god
white cops. Because if it's
the
a black one,
goddamn
he's gonna
Minister
do the most.
Society. The goddamn Minister Society combo.
Dude, look, the first time I ever got stopped,
I hate my teeth because
the
I
first
hate my
time I
gums.
ever, the first time I ever got stopped, I was like, yeah, I was 14, and my brother left one of them fake BB guns in the car that looked real. So I'm sitting there driving, and I'm away from home. I'm like 3 towns over, like whatever. It was like a new construction kind of area. It's a mall that's built now. It's a lot of black people in there, but anyway, the point is, they stopped me because I had my seatbelt. I didn't have my seatbelt on in the fucking parking lot, and so literally, yes, and so they do this. They asked to search my car. Now I'm young. I let them search my car. I ain't had nothing to fucking hide.
No.
And they popped the trunk. Hold on, they popped the trunk, and then all of a sudden, just like, and then next thing you know, my head is on the damn hood. And they said, and it was the black cop that did all this. And I'm like, what the fuck were they saying? What the fuck is this?
Always the fucking
And
black
I'm
cop
looking
doing
at
that
this
shit, man.
gun, and I'm like, oh shit. And then I realized, no, that's my fucking brother. That's my fucking brother. That's my fucking brother. So I'm like, God damn. I said, so what? And I said, look, hey, why the fuck would I let you search my fucking car in a fucking parking lot if I had a fucking gun in there? Why would I let you do that? and the white and the black dude wasn't hearing shit, but the white dude actually started to think about it, and then he basically popped. I said, pop the clip. He popped the clip, and then he would always fake it's fake. But they still gave me a ticket on like impersonating a weapon. Now, to
That's
be
some hard
perfectly,
shit, man.
yeah, to be perfectly, but to be fair, no, fuck the cops. But to be fair, we got pretty cool DAs, and as long as you ain't doing no drunk driving shit, and it ain't no drugs, they don't care. So when I went to court, he was like, impersonating a firearm. Yeah, it says in there he let me search it, and it was a fake gun. And I told him the same story. I said, fuck this. He got me though. He said you don't have to pay this seatbelt ticket, which I thought was bullshit because it was in the parking lot. But he's like, nah, you fuck that. And he written that. And it's been a couple of times where they really could have got me and they let me do some shit. Like but I done had cops I done got caught driving without insurance and they let me go. So it depends. I ain't all
Nah, nah,
but here's the thing that I
nah.
always say. This is why I always say to white dudes. This is why I always say to white dudes. I always say, so would you agree that 90% of the police force are honorable people? They say yes. Okay, there's 900,000 police. There's
Dude, I'm
900,000
telling you,
police
man.
officers in the United
Do
States. So that
not
means
ask
you've
white people
accepted
about
that.
the fucking police. No, don't do that,
But
man.
hold on. But I've said so. You've admitted hold on. But you've admitted that so there's 900,000 cops in the United States roughly. So you just admitted that 100,000 are corrupt. Do you understand what one corrupt cop can fucking do? And they be getting mad when they say that, but they know I'm right. I say even if it's 90% of it, which it ain't, that's 100,000 cops. That's a lot of motherfuckers that can do a lot of damage individually because the system
Small
is doing the
towns and all that
protection.
shit. When the niggas get fired from like big cities and shit, they end up in like them small ass fucking towns and they still fucking with niggas like 10 times the level that the shit that they got fired for. Like, man, this
Yep.
is out of
And
control, man.
the slick shit they don't talk about is, because, I know motherfuckers got money. When you live in the richer areas, like this kind of a little bit, they're not too far separated, but they are clearly separated. The thing is, they deal with sheriffs. So it's not that much of a presence unless they want it there. So it's a system how they do it to where white folks are not even governed like that. In that way.
No, I mean, cause they mostly just set up shop in like poor fucking communities, and they don't like weed wasn't even legal in like Colorado yet. And every time I used to go places, man, Dude, you just see white motherfuckers just outside in like Highlands Ranch and like fucking Littleton. Motherfuckers just walking down the street just smoking weed. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
Oh yeah, they grow
What the
weed
fuck?
in like the western eastern part of
Yeah.
North Carolina. They grow it. You know, it's well known. That's why motherfuckers trying to get the shit built here. Cause they like, first of all, you need to get these white motherfuckers some money. And second of all, like they already growing the shit on the low. Like they know that.
Edward, man. Like, all right. I responded to like somebody place because you know he was like a military vet that I knew, and I walked. You know, I went to like the wrong place and shit because they gave me the wrong address. I'm like looking on the porch. I'm like, that dude came outside. I'm like, son, can I help you with something? I'm like, yeah, man. You know where this dude's at? He was like, this ain't his house, man. But don't mess with Marie, brother. And I'm like, don't mess with your weed. You do know that the lights are going outside. Cop with the. Oh, don't mess with your weed though. Okay, all right. I won't do that. Like, what the fuck? Weed ain't legal. Like, that motherfucker just live in a different fucking world, man. And they just on the other side of the city in like a rich ass fucking area. And it's like, wow, man, these motherfuckers don't even live in America. But if you ask some
And that's
motherfuckers
when you
about
find,
are the
and
police
that's when you
racist,
and that's when you
they'll
find out
look dead in
racism
your
again.
motherfucking eyeball and tell you, no, the motherfuckers are all honorable human
But
beings. Like,
yeah,
get the fuck
because
out of
just like and just because Joe Black and just because Joe Black ass live over there, don't look. I'm not saying that sometimes you don't get an exception because if they see your fucking address, they'll you know a lot of times unless you're doing some crazy shit, they'll give you an exception. But sometimes you'll be like Skip Gates and you ain't getting no fucking exception no matter what the fuck you are unless they
here.
actually know you.
Nah,
You
nah,
know,
man.
so it ain't. I'm not gonna
Nah,
act
man.
like they never give you an exception, but a lot of times they don't. So dudes be thinking you can buy your way out of that. Like a lot of times that just depends on the area you're in too. If you're
It
in the
does.
area that's like when I say area, I mean like region zone in the United States. You may be in the zone where that might go a little bit more, but like for instance, if you in like Orange County in California, I don't give a fuck if you live there or not. If you nigga, you don't get treated like nigga. Because they really don't want you there. Like real
Not at
fucking
all,
talk.
man.
That's why you
Not
don't
at
see a
all,
lot
man.
of Hollywood motherfuckers live over there, in Anaheim and Orange County. And no matter how much fucking money they got, because they know the standard
Still don't get
operating
fucked with.
procedure.
Still don't get fucked with by a cop dog all the time.
Yeah. But it's
Even
I
over
mean
there.
I've been stopped by a what's the military police though. I've been stopped by them too. Boy, that was an experience. You know. Nigga, if I give
Some
you
of
a
them
ticket,
niggas.
you're not going to state court. You're going to federal court. You understand what federal court is? Federal court. I'm like, oh my fucking God. Like
Oh man, you got
fucking
one of
Jack.
them.
I
Yeah, you
just
got
got
one
done
of them.
seeing Jack Reacher too.
Them niggas be extra with it, man.
He calmed
They
down
be
though. He
trying
was like, I'm
to.
not trying to talk to you. I ain't trying to talk to you like I'm your daddy, but you gotta understand. I said, dude, man, I get it. He saw my eyes were getting wide. He's like, nigga, I get it. Like, you know, I was
Oh
like,
shit.
cause he turned around so fucking fast, and then because I didn't see the speed limit on the base. I'm thinking the speed limit is 45 the
Oh
whole way
nigga,
through.
you sped on the base? Are you out of your fucking mind?
So no, this is no.
Oh no.
This is what happened. What happened was I had dropped the person off that I was dropping off, and it was 45 like the whole way through, like where I was going. So I basically was just accelerating back up. We're talking about going from 0 to 35, and I had just got to 35, but I was still in the process of accelerating. And he turned around, and when I looked back, I saw that's when it was 35. I was like at like 40. I was like, oh shit! And then I pulled right over. Like I knew what he was turning around for, and I think that and all that. I said, dude, I'm whatever. But yeah, if he would have gave me that ticket, that dude would have fucked me like, like
And
I didn't
trust
need
me,
that.
you're gonna walk your ass in that courtroom and they're gonna motherfucking let your ass have it.
Yeah, he said that too, because he like you can hit him like he's a military. They do not expect that, and then you
They
didn't, and
don't
I didn't
even
realize.
check. They don't even check. They just it's the name right, cook 'em. Shit.
Ain't no name, ain't no rank. Oh shit, this is a civilian wilding out. Okay, and you know like that. Yeah, so and yeah, but it is what it is, man. But 2020 is gonna be interesting, man. It really is. But I'm not like real talk. This is the thing people don't understand. People really think that because you know people just turn on their fucking phone and start talking shit. Oh my God, we have a chance because they're engaging. No, it's not like that. Like for me, I deal with black women all the time, but I'm not dealing with bitches that act stupid. Motherfuckers that they got their shit together. They're able to find a dude. They're able good. It's just a couple chicks just got married. They got pregnant. They announced their pregnancy the other day, and they with nice dudes. They found, and some of these women I fuck with. I'm like, yeah, good for you. I know women in
I'll
them
tell you,
boarding
man. Like
schools.
some of these women are motherfucking really learning their motherfucking lesson though. But it ain't that
Yeah, no,
many.
absolutely. Because
It ain't that
I
fucking
mean,
many though.
I know a chick that aborted a kid because she didn't want to fuck with that. She wasn't because she didn't want to get pregnant, at the time. And then now she's talking about, oh man, it's no greater love and da 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 da. And then like, what because she gotta do what she want, and they're compatible. But as far as the majority of women, here's the thing: the problem is it doesn't matter what we say online. They know what it is on the ground. They would not be paying us no mind. And when I say paying us no mind, just because they're not over here, when you look at the fact that you can have a channel talking nothing about niggas ain't shit and colorism, and you can have 1,700 people on the damn fucking video and have like 200,000 views, 200,000 subscribers, that's telling you that there's something there. That's not just some shit that's only online. Like let's stop it.
I don't even think I could
Anyway,
even interact with a woman who would even do some shit like that, even for play. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could deal with somebody who would even give airplay to those type of issues and topics and subjects, man. Like you do know you fucking with these bitches already already fucked up heads, man. Like
well, yeah, because Paris went on. Oh, you remember when Paris went on O'Shea? And she always say a noun and a verb, and black men don't protect black women. And I'm like, and here's the thing,
Nah,
and I
man.
and I really want to ask Paris. I'm like, do you really believe that you really believe you can shame black men into protecting black women?
shit at this
Like,
point in life, come on, man.
like my thing is what you should be because I'm gonna keep it real, and this I'm gonna say it, and then I'm gonna hop off. Black women don't hop like that or don't broadcast that because unless they get angry. Because if they do, you're only giving black men permission. You can't sit there and say the dude, that basketball player Patterson, is an asshole for telling dudes to leave or saying why he did what he did, which ain't a big deal. He just chose the person he wanted to choose. But at the same time, you sitting there promoting that. Also, what kills me is how a lot of these women will say they don't care if they see a person date out. That's not true. Like y'all need to stop trying to
Bullshit.
play like y'all don't care.
Them
Because
motherfuckers
if
could
y'all
be
didn't
like
care, we wouldn't
goddamn
be having a
Batman.
conversation.
Motherfucker be like Batman with the fucking back signal. Letting all the fucking friends know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I
be
seen this
out these
motherfucker
bitches.
with a white chick today. Hell yeah, that motherfucker thinks a white girl, man. Yeah.
I remember with the
Like
Luke Cage thing, when Luke Cage was on Wendy Williams with Alfred Woodard. That's what makes it so funny. Alfred Woodard has been married to a white man for like 30 years. Ain't nobody that said shit. Her daughter, they kind of look more Trinidad, right? But the point is, but the point is, she sat there and she tried to call him out for being with a white woman, and he kept it real. He said, "Look, man, this little woman was down with me. Look, these women weren't checking for me like that back in the day because they were on some light skin shit." That's what he said. She had like she didn't want to hear that shit. But my thing is, how the fuck? This is the like you would never fix your lips to do that with a white dude. It's the lead character, and then the
hell no.
hypocrisy. And the hypocrisy, the fact that you got another woman that with a white man. First of all, Alfred Woodard, quite frankly, should have stood up for him for that very reason. Because dude, black men ain't never really said nothing to her. And look, here's the thing. People try to talk about, well, when Serena Williams was with a white dude, y'all got mad. Nobody got mad until she wanted to run her fucking mouth like
Oh
black
yeah.
men, and I can prove it. I can prove it. Ain't nobody that said shit about Venus and her white dude.
No, man.
Ain't nobody that said nothing. And Venus ain't, and look, Venus ain't as famous as Serena, but Venus is not no slouch either. The point is,
Every
black men don't
everybody
care.
be talking that crazy shit about Serena, and I'm like, well, what would she look like with all that shit? Venus, that's exactly what the fuck she would look like. So
Well, first of
stop
all,
fixing it.
black men were dating her, were settling anyway. By like when you look at the dudes that she was dating, and first of all, she was dating like you already knew where she was gonna go because she was dating light skinned dudes, Common, Drake. I mean, she had a pattern. So,
I mean, like she started off dark, then she got lighter, and like, We see what this
Yeah,
trajectory is
you already
going.
know what that was. And my thing is, yeah, and it is what it is. But at the same time, yeah, you know, same thing with that Rockweiler shit. That was funny because I saw the clip. I saw the clip with that Ari Lennox. Yeah, it was a light skinned clutch. It was a light skinned dude that told her that shit. And when you see her that Instagram live, but that shit hurt her soul. She was trying to stay strong, but she was breaking down. She was like, and I'm like, this nigga look like a soldier. I mean, this, you know, I'm like, all right, man. I mean, he one of these, you know, niggas to talk shit, but whatever. I'm like, you know, yeah, that shit hurt her fucking soul. She said all black men go pay for that shit. He said, you look like, yo, that's. Oh man, and I mean, you know, it's like I could more cape for her if there was a decorum about rejecting people in the black, but we know black women are known for, you know, not only dissing dudes, not just dismissing dudes. So it's like when you hear that shit, I'm like, I'm not saying that shit should happen, but at the same time, I mean, he's an asshole. But you gonna sit there and turn that into a commentary about all black men all of a sudden, no, black men gotta stop being colors. And then when you understand she used to be homo. You know, she used to be on that. You know, if you ain't pro gay LGBT, you homophobic shit. So I'm like, okay, you one of them. You know, but
I'm telling you, man. Like, I got a lot of alphabet business owner friends, man, and they say the black woman is the universal ticket, man. The universal, the golden ticket. That's what they call her, man. The golden fucking ticket.
yeah, it's funny how, you know, BP keeps saying like your mama, like that's childish. Nobody cares. Getting many, like, first of all, why you keep saying Becky's? Like, black men don't even date Becky's like that. Like I keep saying, Latin women are your fucking problem. Why y'all so? See, I say this, and I'm gonna end with this. Is this Conor McGregor?
They obsessed with these white women, dude. Like,
Like
why?
black, nobody is taking more from the black woman than white women. Nobody is up the ass of white women more than black women. And black women have never squared with that, and they project that shit. Like all this shit that they talk about when they talk about black men are obsessed with white women is really them projecting their obsession with women. Black men, that's a bitch that black look, they open it. Black women say it, oh, but they easy for sex. Yes, you damn right. That's what I heard some DGC too. It's like, oh, you want them white hoes because they easy. Dude, like, first of all, there's no badge of honor fucking a black female with this attitude. I don't understand why y'all like anyway, my point is sexual access. Okay, yeah. So what's the problem? Like, you ain't supposed to work hard for pussy. Like, I don't know where you got that from. Like, look at what happens when these dudes don't work. Like I don't know where y'all got that from. But it's the shit is like, ugh, don't get me started. So when people get as many Becky's as you can, it's like nobody gives a fuck. Like, y'all the one that's worried about these chicks.
I mean, but they let like DJ Cornflakes and motherfucking Call of Duty fucking hit that shit with the quickness, but they be giving everybody else a fucking hard time. Like, get the fuck out of here. Come on, man.
It's only supposed to be hard for black men who actually contribute to something. See, I mean, I've said this once. I said this multiple times. And when it comes to thinking black men are like us, we have to abide by the 90-day rule, whereas Bottom Shelf Brad and everyone else who isn't a black man, they get the 90-second rule. See how that works?
God damn.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, Amanda Seals. No, I'm listening to chat. Amanda Seals is a stupid bitch too.
Yeah,
you know, and so ain't nobody caping for like caping no fucking Amanda Seals or her like, you know, black women don't even like her ass, and now she realized that them insecure chicks all turned on her ass, and now she upset. But no, and here's the thing: if she was smart, she wouldn't have been on that liberal throwing the brothers under the bus bullshit.
So yeah, I was just saying with the 90-second rule, even the Pookies who have enough of that swag, I mean, yeah, they get burnt in the end, but they still have to deal with either the 90-minute rule or the 90-day rule. So It just depends on what kind of black man you are. I mean, that's the difficulty of certain women.
Yeah, and that's a culture. The key thing is thinking black men are not culturally compatible with the way a lot of these black women are. And what a lot of people don't understand is that stuff is trans class. It's not just the poor women, because you got a lot of the higher women that try to gravitate towards the poor women. Some of them are like one they didn't got themselves out of it, but they still are imprinted with that poor shit. Because here's the thing, what a lot of people don't think about is you get imprinted. Like, really, a lot of these chicks are getting imprinted at really 16 years old. That's really what's happening. Because I don't give a fuck what you want to say about that. Exactly. So just because they come out of school, just because they in the books, because just because these females are in the books don't mean they not fucking. So just because they get this education, but they done still been imprinted. So that's why they date the same nigga all through their 20s. Chrissy was a perfect example of that. She dated the same nigga as far as different dudes, and she very much ventured out of that, less at all. And then all of a sudden she want to say like all black men ain't shit.
Hey,
yeah, I mean,
how many bitches we got in the chat? Like, can we ask one of these bitches a question? Like, do they date for like social capital at that age, or do they
Well,
date stupid motherfuckers that ain't got no sense? Like, what's
depends
that?
on what they consider social capital. Because you gotta remember, black women consider social capital not shit that's tied to money. Social capital is supposed to lead you to actually be closer to money or in environments that are money related. Versus when you look at shit like gold teeth and shit like that, that's that hyper consumerism shit. Also, she talk about y'all so disloyal, turned on. Like, but see, this is the shit you're talking about in your own head. This is the mind of a black female. Y'all even turned on Becky. No, dudes were never obsessed with Becky. That's some shit y'all said. Because y'all are obsessed with the white dudes. Y'all obsessed with that status that society tells you are. Like it's funny. It's really funny because the thing about it is it's like a two-dimensional character trying to realize they have to hit the third
Motivated
dimension.
Foreign got a $4.99 super chat, said Airbnb's investment property guys. Yeah, man, I feel you, man.
You better hurry. Them Indians are beating punch.
And man, also, man, like I've been looking at some of these tech farms in the South, and none of them are ran by not even black or white people, man. Like them Russians are coming over here busting heads, man, with these factory farming setups, tech farming setups.
Yeah, like a lot of these servers and stuff, people gonna take advantage, man. Like, cause there's a lot of white dudes that are sleeping too, cause they on their own bullshit. So it's classes is a thing too, and what's happening is what you're seeing, and it's not just in black society. You're seeing in other society, the market is rotating. Like, this is why when people say the economy's doing great, that's not it's not really true, but it is true because it just depends on what area of the economy you're in, and it's rotating.
I mean, it's just shifted.
It's like musical chairs. It's like musical chairs, and a lot of these females are gonna be caught because that's the thing. They're gonna be caught quick, and they're gonna get all the dudes. And what you're seeing is, and it is what it is, man. Like, it really is what it is. Because at the end of the day, you're not stopping nothing. Like I said, Young Grizzly put that sign out there. All you got to do is see motherfuckers promote that shit on the ground, and what are you really going to do? Because what are you really going to say? You're going to have the same arguments. Well, you need to just preserve blackness. You need to extinct the race. Well, here's the thing. If you really care about preserving blackness, and you would care about solving the problems that's being addressed, you don't want to address them. So you're really low-key telling me you don't care, which
how
is
dumb these people look like, though. Like, trying to, like, I get like all these stupid-ass invites to these fucking ridiculous-ass conversations. Like, dude, I don't want to talk to these bitches. About what? What the fuck we gonna talk about? Somebody who's post-wall trying to talk to me about what do we need? What do black women need to do? I'm like, yeah, I'm already a completed product.
Yeah.
And what the fuck do a completed product does to lower his fucking standards so that way they can qualify? I'm like, look, it's not my job to teach you how to be fucking feminine. It's not my job to tell you where black men of status fucking hang out at. It ain't my job to do none of that shit. I'm not doing any of that shit.
Yeah, so I'm a hop off. He's unknown.
Yeah, cool, man.
Yeah.
But no, I appreciate it, man. I know this thing ran 8, and look, shout out to everybody, because MOT, here's the thing, and a lot of people gonna be hating on you. soon, because you getting a lot of support, so that's good. You know, people are really gravitating to, and it's not just because, you know, everybody has like a lot of, I won't say everybody has the same message, but a lot of people, there are people that have kind of a similar message, but they're really gravitating to how you're putting it out there, and that's really a fundamental good thing, because that can actually lead to a lot of other stuff. So I'm seeing your stuff get high. I'm seeing people actually support it, which means they really, because you ain't asking for the damn money. That's another thing that, you know. So that's saying a lot, and people want a grown ass conversation and not that nigga shit. Because that's one thing we need. This is what really needs to happen. Look, I fuck with O'Shea, but at the same, but with their need, we've already talked about this offline. But it's good that we're seeing that people are actually starting to gravitate towards a conversation that can be kind of like an opposite. It's like, okay, you come over here, you're gonna talk like you got some fucking sense, not this flip the table shit. And I'm glad to see that shit in the room.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks so much, man. Like, I was shocked that day. Dude, I made like $900 in super chats that day. 900. $900 in super chats. That shit was crazy.
And by the way, you did that without going. And look, I get why O'Shea's doing what he's doing. So I get that, and I'm not hating on that. But it also shows there is a market for shit motherfuckers talking like they got some goddamn sense, you know.
Yeah.
And you see it with Fantastic, even though his stuff can go nigga a little bit sometimes too, which is fine. You see it with Sigma, because they're doing a lot more views than what their channel should be doing. So people are interested.
Shit with like Ramil Amir, he only has 2 point something, but he be getting like 6K fucking views on videos and shit on live stream. Yeah,
absolutely. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, Ramil shit will blow up, and then that's how, you know, when it's that, it's like, damn, his shit, the agents are coming for his ass. But I saw that, because that was in the middle of the night that happened. And I saw he was like, it's like 2,500 people.
Hey man, I was on that stream. It was 80 motherfuckers. Then all of a sudden, that shit went to like 1,700, and I'm like, man, look, hey man, I might have to roll out, because I don't know what the fuck just happened, but there's a lot of motherfuckers in here.
They be trying to fatten you up so you can get a whole bunch of flags, and then they cut your shit. That's what they trying to do. Let's get a whole bunch of people in here with the algorithm so they can flip. What the fuck? He say no sex, no kids. Oh, flag that shit. No. Flag the fuck.
Oh shit. You know, I had a motherfucker like putting my real name in the fucking comment section and shit. What kind of dumbass shit is that?
No, motherfuckers don't know no shame, man. They really don't. And it's gonna be interesting, man, because it really is, because I don't know. It's crazy, man. It's 2020. When you think of like the 20 years in the 2000s, when you think about how shit used to be in the regular 2000s and compare that shit to now.
For real, dude.
I'm about to start rewatching the 24 TV show, because I got the DVDs. I'm gonna pop them bitches in there just to see a world back. Remember that world? Oh yeah, I'm watching Conor McGregor. I hope he get his ass beat, because he always like a motherfucker.
Oh shit, he back? He back?
Oh yeah, he's back.
Yeah, they got it on channel like 31.
Oh, this is a championship fight, or he just having to start over?
Yeah, this is on Reloaded.
Oh yeah, this is a rerun, dude. Yeah, I'm watching ESPN2.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a rerun. Yeah, this is a rerun, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
All right, man. So what's y'all prediction for the weekend football?
Oh.
Well, I know I need to go see these Brady memes. So, you know, people, they've been waiting for that shit.
Oh,
you know?
Yes. I'm already.
You know, to me, I see the crying joint. You know, they coming. I mean, who's playing?
What was it? The NFC games are tomorrow, so it's, let me see. I want to say New Orleans versus
New Orleans and the Eagles, right?
No. So it's the Vikings at New Orleans, and it's the Seahawks at the Eagles.
Okay. Ooh, I think the Seahawks gonna pull it out, and then I think New Orleans.
Yeah, I think that's a.
I don't see somebody coming into that stadium and beating the fucking Saints in the playoffs.
Especially not a Brady. Like it's because I know Breeze. This is like Breeze's probably last run. He probably got one more year in it. I think Brady's done. He may have a transition year because it's like,
really, think he's all the way done?
well, I mean, I'm not saying done like he's garbage. I'm just saying like I think he's gonna need to hang it up. He may have like a transition year because they'll be like, come on, man, don't leave us like out here like this. But it'll be like, okay, y'all know y'all need to find
They
somebody.
could have had good Garoppolo if it wasn't for that dude acting a goddamn fool and didn't want to train the motherfucker. So it's on you.
They
Oh, y'all.
Oh yeah. That's because Brady felt a certain kind of way by not being picked up by his hometown in the Bay Area. He's from the Bay Area, so when the Niners didn't pick him up, yeah, he definitely felt a certain kind of way.
Yeah, I could feel. I mean, Brady damn sure proved it. I remember when he took over for Bledsoe.
Yep.
I remember that game. He never looked back.
Ever.
But and I also remember the day that it's over. He thought because they knocked Vic out or they keep on always finding a way to fuck over these damn black quarterbacks. It's too many of them now. It ain't y'all. They can't replace them. They cannot replace these white quarterbacks. It's not enough. They got to do like Kirk Cousins. Andrew Luck is probably, in my opinion, the day the white quarterback died was when Andrew Luck announced his retirement. Because he was supposed to be a dude that could kind of help at least give them time to find a new crop.
Kirk Cousins
is good, but he ain't Luck.
Great be getting that kind of money. Damn, that's
hell no. Yeah, he's only doing that because he's like one of the last ones left. I mean, Eli's done. When Brady's done, he's done. Drew Brees is over 40 as well. It's over. What, you got Aaron Rodgers? Over for mother Roethlisberger. He stay hurt. So who else? It ain't nobody else. Kirk is literally the last one.
Yeah, Philip Rivers is basically Big Ben without Super Bowl.
And yeah, Philip Rivers, his best year. I mean, Philip Rivers, his best year.
Oh my God.
Yeah, shout out to Philip Rivers, NC State dude, but his best years are behind him. Now they're gonna start putting the mixed dudes and try to make them white. Dak Prescott, look at that boy. Mahomes, that's what they're gonna have to try to do. But it ain't enough of them. Kaepernick fucked that up. These dudes can go rogue.
Oh, don't get me started on Mahomes.
Oh my God, yeah.
Mahomes is my favorite quarterback in the league. I'll be honest. I'm not even a Chiefs fan, but shit.
Hey man, so you think Cam Newton coming back? No, this is foot start healing, or you think that motherfucker done?
I think Cam Newton coming back. The question is, what is he gonna come back as? Because I mean, there's plenty of teams that can use his services. But I don't know. Cam ain't got that many tries. There's more than enough quarterbacks that can come in. So, and yeah. I don't know if he's coming back to the Panthers.
Maybe the Bucks. He can probably get to the Bucks and easily transition to that system. But
it's over, man. And see, they hard to see. The thing about it is, a lot of these teams don't want to get a black quarterback because they know it's the
owners, man. Dude,
yeah, it's the market.
Dude, there's some fucking owners, man.
They know their team would rather lose than have a black dude winning. Chicago's like that. It's a lot of teams that are like that. Like Baltimore, they got away with it in Baltimore because Baltimore's a black city.
Man, look how good Vince Young was, and we still got Kirk Cousins in the fucking league, man. What the fuck is this shit?
I mean, and I mean, Kirk, like I said, he's mediocre. And the thing about it is, they're gonna still try to protect that brand. But at the end of the day, when you start seeing too many black quarterbacks winning, they're not gonna be able to deny it. It's just not enough of them no more. It's just not. So that shit might go away at NBA or some shit. But what's gonna happen is they're gonna have a tighter leash on these black players too, because of that. Because they're gonna need to kind of control. So it's over. And I don't even care like that. I'm not like, my thing is sometimes I'm like, let these white boys win so they shut the fuck up. Sometimes like it is that serious. Like when you like when in this.
I mean, man, like how many Super Bowls Brady got? Like, come on, man, please be quiet with the white quarterback shit.
5.
It's 5.
Well, Brady earned those. I mean, for the most part, Brady won with somehow
for the most part
white team. Yeah, I mean,
you're in the NFC East. You're guaranteed 10 wins a fucking season. Come on, man. You're making the playoffs, dude.
Well,
Every year.
it's the same thing even with like a lot of this geekdom shit. Like, you know, when you be some of these like channels with these white boys, they be going in, and I be like, you know, like stop flipping everything. Like, do you think James Bond should be black? I'm like, no, I don't. You can make him another 00. Oh, well, that's actually a good idea. Exactly. Like, you know, I'm
Why
not.
don't you make him like 008? What the fuck, man?
Right?
Like,
006, yeah, and they're actually cool with that. But like, stop like antagonizing. That's why, you know, Brie, like motherfuckers like Brie Larson, you know, because they try to take that shit out on us and low key try to blame us for that shit. That's why I'll give Brie Larson this credit. She said, "I don't want white men to see my shit." She got specific. I was like, I believe you got specific.
Dude, white geeks are among the worst. They're the fucking worst, dude. That's the reason why I don't play video games and the geek culture like that anymore. Like, they want to talk about how it got SJW-fied. Nobody wants to talk about how geek culture got alt-rightified.
Oh no, they never want to. Or they'll see, because I listen to geeks and gamers, some of you motherfuckers, and they can be logical, but you gotta you know, when you listen to white people's bullshit, you learn how to detect it. But you know, it's cringe, and you know they're flipping it. Like right now, they're trying to cape for John Boyega. You know, they try to have their little cape, so they'll cape for Dave Chappelle. You know, to try to cover it up, but they can blackball that shit up.
I mean, here's the thing about it. With the John Boyega thing. You know how some of them are getting upset if, as they're hinting that John Boyega and that Ray character were love interests. You know they couldn't have done that. You know that would have flipped out all the Star Wars.
Yeah, but see, that's that UK shit in John Boyega. I would have said, I would have told him straight up, look, don't go here, because you know you're not gonna cross the finish line on it. So you might as well. They should have went with the Raylo shit, if for nothing else, that they could be consistent. But all you need to know about Disney is this: say what you want to about Disney.
I gotta roll
Disney
out, man.
knows.
I gotta roll out. I gotta go roll out.
Oh, all right, man.
All right,
All right, man.
all right,
Wait. Yeah.
all right,
Peace
cool.
out.
All right, all right.
Just
All right, thank
ended
y'all
this
for
shit.
coming through, my man. Tomorrow, let me get on up out of here. All right, later.